Ce sont les rêves de reconquête de l'Empire russe qui sont à l'œuvre ici. L'Ukraine est la victime d'une agression préméditée par le président de la Fédération de Russie. Rien ne pourra jamais la justifier. Aucun membre de ce Conseil ne la soutient. Le résultat du vote de ce jour est clair. La Russie est seule. La France salue la mobilisation de tous les membres de ce Conseil qui, en votant en faveur de cette résolution, ont exprimé leur attachement au droit international et leur soutien à l'Ukraine. Elle condamne le veto opposé par la Russie aux efforts visant à restaurer la paix et l'ordre international. La Russie foule aux pieds les responsabilités que lui confère le statut de membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité. Elle instrumentalise la Charte des Nations Unies pour en violer les principes les plus fondamentaux. Monsieur le Président, au sein des Nations Unies et dans toutes les enceintes, la France continuera de se mobiliser avec ses partenaires pour soutenir l'Ukraine et le peuple ukrainien. Je vous remercie.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Сейчас предоставляю слово
give the
представителю
floor
Ганы.
to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ghana voted in favor of the draft resolution on the situation in Ukraine, which did not pass, because that is the minimum duty we owe to the Charter, the peoples of the world, and in particular the government and people of Ukraine as a member of this council. We joined the 10 other members of the council in seeking to deploy in the strongest terms the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine, because that act breaches Russia's obligation as a member of the United Nations. Its obligation to respect the provisions of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter. By not refraining from the use of force in its relations with Ukraine, the Russian Federation had chosen to violate without justification the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, even as several world leaders had appealed for dialogue to find a peaceful settlement of the situation. The Russian Federation's actions, which have assailed the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, have threatened the global order and the balance of peace and security. We have also taken note of the Russian Federation's letter presented to the Council that seeks to indicate that its use of force against Ukraine was in self-defense, but dismiss it in the face of its all-out military action against Ukraine. We are pained by the unnecessary and rising number of deaths that have been occasioned by the invasion, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine and to recommit to dialogue and diplomacy. Besides our own assessment that Ukraine presented no imminent threat to the Russian Federation, the letter is also interpreted within the context of Russia's own public declarations over the course of the past days, which have shown to the world that rather than a security merit, this has been about the use of force against its weakened neighbor, because it could. At the beginning of its military buildup on the borders of Ukraine, we were told that what was being observed was a normal military exercise. When concerns over the massive buildup were made, the Russian Federation informed the world that its troops were on its side of the borders and had no intention of crossing the frontiers of Ukraine. At the point, we were also informed that troops were being considered to be sent to the Donbas region of Ukraine in the context of peacekeeping. Today, the whole world knows better. As we met in an emergency session on Wednesday night to afford yet another opportunity for peace, the trust and good faith crucial for diplomatic engagement was broken in a cruel and dismissive manner. The battle against Kiev may yet be won, but the goodwill of the world has been lost. The use of force as a basis for secure international agreement has no place in our modern international order, and the world cannot accept this. Ghana is deeply disappointed by the actions of the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, its actions have fallen short of the higher standards expected of all those states that are considered as the enduring guardians of international peace and security. Indeed, for those members of the Council with a special privilege, there is also special responsibility. I reiterate Ghana's full support for the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine in accordance with the Charter. At a time that the world looks up to the Council to send a strong message that threats and use of force against other states are unacceptable, we have been unable to do so, not because there is no broad agreement to do so, but because the way and manner the Security Council has been structured to function has constrained us. The present situation creates difficult choices, which we all must consider and carefully reflect upon as we proceed with the long-standing efforts to reform the United Nations Security Council and how it operates. Fortunately, the ongoing process in the General Assembly provides an opportunity, and all member states must genuinely commit to that process. If we fail to act proactively, our inactions would cost us permanently. Before concluding, let me indicate Ghana's continuing concern over the situation of the civilian populations in all parts of the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, as well as the welfare of more than 1,000 Ghanaian students and several nationals in that country. We recall that in accordance with international humanitarian law, there are consequences for unlawful actions against civilian populations. Also, as the Secretary General rightly said in his press engagement on Wednesday night, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia would come at great cost to most of our countries. Already, oil prices have gone beyond $100. Inflation in most of our countries have begun to rise. Investment decisions are being pulled back. The already difficult situation of economic stagnation triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic is beginning to worsen. The consequences of these adverse developments is that the fragility of most of our countries will deepen and further risk created for global stability. The actions that have taken place against Ukraine are therefore far-reaching and require even greater solidarity. First, with the people of Ukraine who bear the direct and immediate impact of this unjustified action that violates the Charter and the principles of international law, but also for the many, especially developing countries, whose populations are facing severe austerity. May we find the wisdom and common purpose to overcome the difficult moment we face. Ours is the call for peace. Let's give peace still yet a chance. I thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Бразилии.
Mr. President, Brazil regrets that the Security Council was unable to react to a breach of international peace and security that is still happening as we speak. During the negotiations, Brazil favored a text that could maintain space for dialogue among all the parties, while sending a decisive message for respect to international law and to the basic principles that for more than 75 years have saved us from a war of wide proportions. We thank the proponents for their flexibility in several aspects of the draft during the negotiations. Mr. President, the framing of the use of force against Ukraine as an act of aggression in the draft, a precedent that has seldom been used in this Council, signals to the world the gravity of the situation, but could also downplay other times when force was used against the territorial integrity of member states with no equivalent reaction from the Council. Indeed, we could have ended up with a text that is more conducive to reconciliation. Brazil has fought for that. However, under the current circumstances, not even a different text would have been enough to allow the Council to fulfill its responsibility to maintain international peace and security today. No country, elected or non-elected, with or without veto power, should be able to use force against the territorial integrity of another state with no Council reaction. The Council's paralysis, when world peace is at stake, could lead to its irrelevance when we need it most. It is our collective responsibility not to allow this to happen. I thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов.
Thank you, Mr. President. The serious developments in Ukraine, we all agree, undermine regional and international peace and security. And throughout this crisis, my country has consistently called for de-escalation and dialogue. We placed great hope in the various diplomatic initiatives and channels aimed at resolving the crisis. And those calls reflected our alarm at the consequences of this crisis for civilians present in Ukraine, as well as for the region and for the international community. And we emphasize the importance of ensuring that humanitarian assistance reaches those in need and call on all parties to respect international humanitarian law, prioritize the protection of civilians, and allow for the unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance. We further believe that every member state of the United Nations has the right to security, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Being from the Middle East, we are intimately aware of the critical importance of a stable regional security environment and of de-escalation, diplomacy, and dialogue as the basis for that security. Similarly, we understand from experience and share the need for inclusive and consultative processes. We support the draft resolution's emphasis on the need to adhere to the principles of international law and to the Charter of the United Nations. And that must be the basis of the resumption of dialogue and the pathway forward now that that resolution has not been adopted. The UAE restates its commitment to the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all member states of the United Nations. We urge for immediate de-escalation and cessation of hostilities, and we once more underscore our readiness to work with members of this Council towards that goal. The results of this vote were a foregone conclusion, but the avenues for dialogue and diplomacy must remain open more urgently than ever before, and we must pursue them together. This is the clear sentiment that this Council is united on. Thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Кении.
Mr. President, Kenya has voted in favor of the draft resolution to affirm Article 2 of the United Nations Charter that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. We voted yes to register our opposition to the breaching of the territorial integrity of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. We voted with hearts that are heavy with sympathy for the people of Ukraine. We offer our condolences to all the Ukrainian families that have suffered the devastating loss of loved ones to this unnecessary war. Our affirmative vote today transcends the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. We voted yes, also having in mind the justifications for past interventions by other powerful states using resolutions from this very Council that seriously compromised international peace and security. Even as deserved condemnations ring out today about the breach of Ukraine's sovereignty, history's condemnations are a loud silence in this room. We cannot help but recall that Africa's Sahel region is in terrible turmoil due to the hasty and ill-considered intervention in Libya a decade ago. On that occasion, the African Union sought more time for diplomacy. Its counsel was ignored, and what resulted was not peace or the safety and security of the Libyan people. Instead, terror was unleashed on African peoples in the countries to the south of Libya. There have been yet other actions of similar magnitude that have brought us to this unfortunate pass. Today, the precious fabric of our charter lies torn and trampled and threatened with further harm if there is no urgent and visionary leadership with a faith in diplomacy pushing in the opposite direction. If the United Nations Charter could speak for itself, it would vote for this resolution to affirm its central role in safeguarding our collective peace. It would remind all members of the Security Council and the United Nations that the Charter contains the tools for the pacific settlement of their disputes by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. By failing to adopt this resolution, we deeply regret that the Security Council has failed to stop the infringement of the sovereignty of a member of the United Nations. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China is deeply concerned about the latest developments of the situation in Ukraine. Now it has come to such a point which we do not want to see. China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld. We have always called on all parties to seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns through peaceful means on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. We welcome and encourage all efforts for a diplomatic solution, and we support the Russian Federation and Ukraine in resolving the issue through negotiations. In the past week, the Security Council has held 2 emergency meetings, and all parties have fully elaborated on their positions and concerns on the current situation. At present, faced with a highly complex and sensitive situation, the Security Council should make a necessary response. At the same time, such a response should also be taken with great caution. All actions should be truly conducive to diffusing the crisis, rather than adding fuel to fire. If not handled properly and treated by bending oneself on exerting pressure and imposing sanctions, it may only lead to more casualties, more property loss, a more complicated and chaotic situation, and more difficulties in bridging differences. It may completely shut the door to a peaceful solution, and eventually, it is the vast number of innocent people that will be the victims. We must draw profound lessons from the extremely painful experience in the past. Based on the above-mentioned, China abstained in the vote just now. I wish to stress that the issue of Ukraine is not something that only emerged today, nor did the current situation occur suddenly, overnight. It is the result of the interplay of various factors over a long period of time. China advocates a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security concept, believing, as it does, that the security of one country cannot come at the cost of undermining the security of other nations, and that much less can regional security be secured through group strengthening and, from that matter, group expansion. Against the backdrop of 5 successive rounds of NATO expansion, Russia's legitimate security aspirations should be given attention and addressed properly. Ukraine should become a bridge between the East and the West, not an outpost for confrontation between major powers. We strongly call upon all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions avoid civilian casualties. The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We urge all parties to return immediately to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I shall now deliver a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation voted against the anti-Russian and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council that was submitted today. Why is it anti-Russian? I think that there is no need to explain. Why it suffices to have merely cast a cursory glance at the text. Why is it anti-Ukrainian? This is because the document, beyond any doubt, runs counter to the fundamental interest of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and cement in Ukraine that system of power which brought the country to the point of tragedy, which has now been ongoing for at the very least 8 years now. We thank those who did not support this draft. I will not respond to those who just accuse the Russian Federation of abusing the veto right. Well, the main reason for our negative vote is not the fact that there is what is included in the draft, but what is left out. If its sponsors were to attempt to make it even remotely balanced, then they would not have left out issues which must be addressed and cannot be overlooked in the context of the Ukrainian problem. Specifically, they would not. What was left out is the fact that those who assumed and seized power as a result of the anti-constitutional coup in Kiev in February 2014, I refer to the Maidan junta, the way that they unleashed a war against the residents of the country's east, shelling residential areas with artillery pieces and multiple rocket launchers, raining bombs on the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. What was left out was the way that the Ukrainian authorities, with the encouragement of their Western patrons, consistently and cynically shirked their responsibility to implement the Minsk agreements, the linchpin of which was direct dialogue with the residents of the country's east. At the same time, what was positioned on the line of contact, the deployment of Ukrainian death squads comprised largely of radical neo-Nazi battalions, methodically, day after day, shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, and the elderly. And incidentally, this is ongoing today. Just today, 4 civilians died as a result of the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces. And how can we fail to mention the blood-chilling crimes by the Ukrainian nationalists as perpetrated over the past 8 years? The fact that the protesters against Maidan in Odessa were burned alive. The fact that peaceful protesters in Maidan were shot at by unknown snipers. The investigation into both of these tragedies is something that has been deliberately swept under the rug by the Maidan regime. At the same time, the culprits in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are openly flaunting their presence. And yet an alternative investigation and the recognition by the snipers themselves unambiguously confirms that the slaughter on at Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year carried out an informal Security Council meeting, an ARIA formula meeting on both of these issues, with the aim of sharing with Security Council colleagues more information about this. And yet in response, at best, what we heard from Western partners were merely hackneyed cliches about so-called Russian propaganda. How can there be a resolution on the Ukrainian issue without these above-mentioned issues being mentioned? It would have been wise tries to include in the draft an honest assessment of the role of Western colleagues in inflating this Ukrainian crisis. Not only did they stand behind the Maidan coup, but they also effectively issued a carte blanche to Kiev to carry out any acts, any steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized state. And this includes the egregious discrimination against the Russian language and consequently Russian language speakers. This includes glorification of Hitler's henchmen aligned alongside the prohibition on processions to honor the real heroes of Ukraine who freed it of Nazism, as well as the religious schism in that country. As you spin tales about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists have been, with impunity, murdering their political opponents. They have been persecuting the opposition. They have been shuttering opposition television channels where it was possible to at least have some small dose of relatively objective information. Six of those television channels were shuttered under President Zelensky alone. And how can we fail to mention the fact that weapon has been flooded with weapons that were used then to kill civilians in Donbass? You have made Ukraine a pawn in your geopolitical game with no concern whatsoever about the interests of the Ukrainian people. Responsibility for what is transpiring at present lies not only with the Ukrainian government, but it also lies at your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And today's draft resolution, your draft resolution, is nothing other than yet another brutal, inhumane move in this Ukrainian chessboard. Colleagues, today, all Western media outlets have been inundated with reports about how civilian populations in Kiev and a host of other Ukrainian cities have been seeking shelter in bomb shelters, and they are fighting for their lives and fleeing artillery fire. We are genuinely empathize with our neighbors, and we urge them not to yield to provocation. President Putin and the Russian Defense Ministry explicitly stated and clearly stated that there would be no strikes targeting civilian infrastructure, but nationalists are already using civilians as human shields. Specifically, we categorically condemn the placement by nationalists in residential areas of artillery and multiple rocket launchers. This is a direct breach of the norms of international humanitarian law, including Articles 51 and 58 to the first additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions. We see the way the situation is being exploited in propagandistic exercises by Western politicians and media outlets. I would like to ask you, where were you 8 years ago? Why were you unmoved when there was murder and artillery strikes in Donbass? Why didn't you even bother to notice that there are more than 4 million people living in DPR and in LPR who at best were branded pro-Russian separatists? Why didn't you repudiate Poroshenko when he said that the residents of Donbass would rot in basements? Or Zelensky, why didn't you repudiate him when they called them non-people and specimens? Parenthetically, I cannot but note that at the height of propaganda, our colleagues very frequently use imagery from Donbass, brandishing them as alleged consequences of the so-called Russian aggression in Ukraine. These kinds of fakes are abundant and proliferating today. They have flooded the internet and a number of Telegram channels, and there are videos of alleging Russian strikes targeting residential areas, which were filmed in other parts of the world and have nothing to do with Ukraine. This was mentioned today by the British Broadcasting Company, the BBC, having issued an article, Ukraine conflict, many misleading images have been shared online. Everything is there. There are photographs of parades, photographs of American aircraft which bombed Libya, and photographs from Syria, and even an explosion in Beirut, which is being portrayed as what is transpiring in Ukraine. I will send this article to you, distinguished members of the Security Council, separately and specifically, I wish to turn to my French, British, and American colleagues. The permanent representative of France said that in Ukraine what is taking place is the murder of civilians. That is untrue. Russian troops are not bombing Ukrainian cities. And we said that they are not threatened by anything. There is no verifiable confirmation whatsoever about the deaths of civilians. The permanent representative of the United Kingdom, I would note that what you are portraying as alleging that Russian military pieces are targeting civilians. I saw the reports today, and I would like to report that you can see from the videos that this is a heavy tank piece, which is called Strela 10, Arrow 10. And this is in the possession of the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russian military does not have this kind of equipment. They are obsolete. This is the kind of fake pieces of information that you are using. Our U.S. colleagues, I would note that this, with respect to the alleged bombing of the kindergarten, that too is fake. Of course, it is difficult for us to compete with the United States in terms of the number of invasions targeting their neighbors. I will refrain from listing out the aggressions carried out by the United States in their history, but you are in no position to moralize. To conclude, I wish to emphasize, we are not waging a war against Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. We are carrying a special operation against nationalists and for the protection of the residents of Donbass, for denazification and for demilitarization. These objectives will soon be achieved, and the Ukrainian people will gain an opportunity to once again independently determine their future, and in so doing to live in peace, good neighborliness, and cooperation with all of their neighbors. I now resume my duties as a president of the Security Council, and I give the floor to the representative of the United States for additional remarks.
Colleagues, I asked to take the floor for a different reason, and so I'm not going to respond to the atrocious lies and propaganda and misinformation that you just heard from our Russian colleague. What I asked to take the floor for was to recall the names of some of our colleagues who were not named earlier due to the rapidly moving response to these events in Ukraine. Some of them were left off, who were sponsors of the resolution, and I'd just like to highlight their names because we so appreciate what they have done. Barbados, Croatia, Estonia, the Gambia, Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica, Japan, Kiribati, Lesotho, Marshall Islands, Monaco, North Macedonia, Palau, Papua New Guinea, and Suriname. I want to thank you and all of you for your support. We will continue to all speak in one voice in the days ahead to address the atrocious situation that we see happening every day on the ground, despite what we've heard from our Russian colleagues. I now thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, I will not dignify the Russian diabolical script that is rather a letter of application
to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member. And you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We just heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation in Ukraine at the moment, the developments that are taking place, but saying that China always forms its own opinions on these matters, and it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire, taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries that we have seen in the last couple of days, very harsh sanctions against the elite in Russia, also against President Putin now himself, the banking system, and the import-export sector in Russia. What he said was that Russia's concerns about NATO expansion through the decades should be taken seriously. The West would argue that that is not a legitimate concern for Russia, that is not a security threat the way that Russia has presented it to be. But China also saying that it would like to see this situation resolved peacefully going forward.
China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld.
So you're hearing there from the UN ambassador from China talking there, looking really for a diplomatic solution to this conflict that is taking place. What's going to happen next is that we're going to see this now booted over, very likely, to the General Assembly. So all 193 members of the UN are going to be able to weigh in and vote on this. That's a non-binding vote, so the exact tangible outcome of such a vote is really yet to be seen. But this is really a lesson in showing President Putin, showing the world just how isolated Russia is at the moment on this invasion into the Ukraine.
And Tony, as we see right now, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN is speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Were dropped on civilian heads across my country. And the Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border from the territory of Russia. The territory of Belarus was used for missile attacks, and the troops were marching from the occupied parts of the Ukraine's Donbass and Crimea. Last night was the most horrific for Kiev since, just imagine, 1941, when it was attacked by Nazis. Last night was attacked by someone who pretends they are fighting with neo-Nazism. Therefore, I'm not surprised that Russia voted against. Russia is keen on continuing its Nazi-style course of action. The Kremlin regime should not be called Russian regime. The Kremlin regime should be called Russist regime. A couple of hours ago, my president said, and I quote, "Tonight, the enemy will use all the forces at their disposal to break our resistance, vile, cruel, and inhuman. Tonight, they will storm. We must all understand what awaits us. We have to persevere tonight. The fate of Ukraine is being decided right now," end of quote. we just heard something that the Russian ambassador wanted to present as assurances from himself and from his leadership that it's all provocation. And that he urged us not to yield to provocations. Do you remember how many times he said that, and his deputies said in this very room that there will be no invasion, no attacks? Do you remember how, during the previous session, he was walking out of the chamber, trying to call someone, not knowing what was going on? How we can trust you? How we can trust your assurance? You have no idea what is on the mind of your president. Your words have less value than a hole in the New York pretzel. The Russian Federation that occupied by treachery the seat of the Security Council member in 1991 violates daily not only the Charter but also the provisional rules of procedure of this Council. Because if Russia did not violate the provisional rules, then Mr. Nebenzia had to follow Article Rule 20. Let me quote. I begin the quote. For the proper fulfillment of the responsibilities of the presidency, he should not preside over the Council during the consideration of a particular question with which the member he represents, that's the Russian Federation, is directly connected. He, the rule reads, shall indicate his decision to the Council not to preside. So since the Council is not ruled by the current presidency by rules, I will be probably also unruly. And I will ask all of you to dedicate a moment of complete silence to pray or to meditate if you do not believe in God, for peace, to pray for souls of those who has been already killed, for souls of those who may be killed. And I invite the Russian ambassador to pray for salvation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us spend a moment in a complete silence.
All right, we've been listening to the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN, Sergei Kislyak, reacting after the UN Security Council resolution to denounce Russia's actions in Ukraine failed. Let's bring in back Tony Waterman, who's been watching all these events in New York. Tony, now that the Security Council resolution has failed, where do we go from here?
Well, this is going to go over to the General Assembly, but before we talk about that, Gerald, I really want to talk about what the Ukrainian envoy to the United Nations was just saying. I mean, you could hear a pin drop in that room. It was absolute silence. He was somber. He's clearly heartbroken about what is taking place in his country at the moment. It's quite a reverse scene from what we saw just 48 hours ago, where he was quite fiery and really trying to plead with the Russian ambassador to stop the attack, to not provoke the attack. This was before Russia had actually gone in. He said, tonight the enemy will use all the tools at their disposal. Tonight they will storm. We must all understand what faces us. The fate of Ukraine is being decided tonight. And of course, he is talking about those Russian forces who are making their way towards the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Also saying at the very end that, you know, what they need to do now is pray. And he said the Russian ambassador should pray for his salvation. And he called for a moment of silence. You asked originally what the next steps are. The next steps for the United Nations is that this is going to go over, this draft resolution is now going to very likely go over to the full assembly. That's 193 members. This is expected to take place in the coming days. They will then be able to debate this. They will be able to vote on this. That vote, though, is non-binding. So the tangible outcomes are really none. But what this is meant to be doing, the point of this is to be showing to the world how isolated Vladimir Putin is at this point in time, and also showing him how united the rest of the world is. The vast majority of countries have come out against this. Of course, we have seen some countries that are staying on the sidelines, that aren't getting involved, that are abstaining from certain votes, that have a different perspective on what is taking place right now. China, of course, in the vote on this draft resolution was one of the 3 countries that abstained from voting in this, and we heard from the Chinese ambassador expressing China's deep concern about the developments that are taking place in Ukraine at the moment, but also saying that the job of the UN Security Council is not meant to be adding fuel to the fire, but is supposed to be cooling tensions, and that these resolutions, sanctions that we're seeing are in fact inflaming the situation, which could then in fact lead to more deaths in the long run, and could, he said, potentially completely shut the door to a peaceful solution. This is something that China says it is hoping will take place, that the Ukraine and Russia will sit down and find a peaceful solution out of this conflict. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, called for President Putin to sit down so they could have a discussion. The Russian regime, though, looking for Ukraine to hand over power. Putin, though, does say that he is open to diplomatic talks, but it seems to be coming with many strings attached. So this is the next steps when it comes to the United Nations at this point. But clearly, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN, very disappointed, very somber after this vote on this draft resolution was shot down at the UN just an hour ago.
And indeed, Tony, as you mentioned, the Ukrainian ambassador there, really somber tone, a different mood, and reminding the world, of course, that we've heard the Russians repeat several times over and reassure the world that there would be no invasion. And here we are today. Well, Tony Waterman there for us, live in New York. Thank you very much for the update. Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is praising the UN Security Council resolution. Even though it was vetoed, he's calling it a positive development. He also reaffirmed his commitment to stay in Kiev. He posted a video on social media along with members of the government in the capital. He called on soldiers to continue fighting to defend their city.
Лідер фракції тут. Голова офісу президента тут.
The president is here. We are all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence. That's how it'll go. Glory to our defenders, both male and female. Glory to Ukraine.
The Ukrainian president has been appealing for talks with Russia since before the military operation began. On Friday, Russian officials offered talks, but with preconditions. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov insisted Ukraine would first have to lay down arms and surrender. Maria Zakharova is the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman. She spoke with CGTN.
Russia is ready for negotiations once we received the relevant request. But that was just an oral message by President Zelensky. We do not know how serious they are about their intention. The main thing is for them to shape their own position, and for this position to be realistic, and for them not to change this position, and for them not to replace serious intentions by statements of negotiations. And that's exactly what they can do, but this approach will not work.
The call for talks comes as the Russian leader is facing rising protests, both at home and abroad. Stuart Smith reports from Moscow.
During a speech to his Security Council on Friday, the Russian president outlined what he saw as the acceptable path forward for Ukraine, and it doesn't involve the current Ukrainian government. Indeed, he offered peace talks, or so-called peace talks, to be held in Minsk, saying that he's willing to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital to talk to Ukrainian officials, but he denigrated again the current Ukrainian government.
I once again appeal to the military personnel of the armed forces of Ukraine. Do not allow neo-Nazis and radical nationalists to use your children, wives, and elders as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It will be easier for us to reach an agreement with you rather than with this band of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who sat in Kiev and took all the Ukrainian people hostage.
The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, had previously called earlier on Friday the Ukrainian government not democratic, not representing the people of Ukraine. So it's not clear if there is any hope for negotiations, whether that would even include the current government or the current Ukrainian president, or whether Russia is only interested now in a change of regime and also concessions. Russia demanding that Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian, allows these newly designated independent separatist territories in Ukraine's east as free from Ukraine. Also saying that Ukraine must give up its demand to join the Western military alliance NATO and remove all Western military equipment from its territory. All of that tantamount for Ukraine to surrender. Here in Moscow, a situation again on Friday night where protesters are coming out, not to the same scale as we saw on Thursday night. Having said that, many of those were detained and arrested on Thursday night, so many of them are simply unable to come out again to show their discontent at what is taking place in Ukraine. These protesters number around 1,800 detained across Russia on Thursday night, and people being detained again on Friday. Around 50 cities across Russia have been recorded as having protests, with limited options for Russian citizens to speak out against what their government is doing. For those that do hold the belief what Russia is doing goes far beyond any sort of humanitarian intervention or focused intervention to protect the people in the eastern Ukraine separatist regions from alleged Ukrainian attacks. Clearly, this is something far more, but not everyone in Russia okay with that, even amongst people that may have previously been okay with Russia recognizing those regions as independent. Stuart Smith for CGTN, Moscow.
In the middle of the Chechen war, in the very middle of the Chechen war, even before the Khasavyurt agreements, for hypocritical political reasons, the Europeans then were of the opinion that it's better to invite you, and you were invited in the middle of thousands and thousands of your own citizens in Chechnya. We count upon the proper reaction by the international community to medieval atrocities by Russia in Ukraine. For today, a number of countries have already imposed sanctions on Russia, and the burden must be heavy. And if you say that sanctions is nothing, that I'm sure that the bodies of killed soldiers of Russia is not nothing, even if you are completely diabolical. We are sincerely grateful to the UN for its prompt decision to support the humanitarian response in Ukraine, as well as we highly commend the UN efforts to encourage major humanitarian donors to make additional funding available.
Which, if Russia can't get what it wants with a moderate use of force, then it's going to increase the violence, it's going to increase the attacks on military and civilian infrastructure, leading to just piling up of casualties. And it appears that is, in a sense, the second phase of the Russian strategy. If they can't get what they want in direct military-to-military confrontation, they'll see how many casualties the Ukrainians can sustain before they come to the negotiating table from a position of weakness.
You know, Yuval, even when we spoke just this past Monday, you predicted that when Russia rolls in, it would be dramatic and with an incredible amount of violence. We're seeing all that now. Really, what chance does Ukraine have to defend itself against this massive military machine that is Russia?
So certainly, I think the Russians, in a sense, were over-optimistic. You know, the President Putin has described Ukraine in just awful terms over the last number of weeks, months, years. And I think he believed himself that when he said, you know, it's neo-Nazis, it's, you know, NATO, all this sort of stuff, and anticipating that the Ukrainian army wouldn't fight so hard for such a specific regime. But I think he was transporting perhaps his own vision of Russia onto Ukraine, in which the regime and the people are somewhat alienated from each other. The people in Ukraine, and all the images suggest, is that these people, whatever their political differences, are fighting for their homeland, are fighting to defend their own territory against a foreign invading force. And when that happens, people will fight as hard as possible. And it's to that extent that, on one hand, the Russians probably understood that if they start to go after civilians, it'll be harder to come to any sort of sustainable long-term political agreement with the Ukrainians. And they tried to go after the military, and now that basically that didn't work, even the amount of violence that they use, it's going to go into qualitatively just more destructive elements, and quantitatively, they still have half to two-thirds of their military still outside of Ukraine. And so we'll see if the first, basically the wave, the first echelon of forces didn't get for Russia what President Putin wanted, then the second or third are going to go all in. And that's when we're really going to see truly shocking images.
Yuval, we just have about 30 seconds left, but I need to ask you, once the fighting stops, how do you see Ukraine? What's its future? What will it look like?
Whatever Ukraine is left after this, and it could very well be that Russia goes in and really tries to destroy the entire country. If they try to do an occupation, partition, whatever's left of Ukraine, either from its own territory or from outside, is going to be motivated to fight back. So this could very well be, unless the Russians stop it, which obviously they're not going to because President Putin doesn't want that, is that this is actually going to turn into a terribly destructive and very long-lasting war that will go until the Ukrainians basically are wiped out. And at that point, it's not just Ukraine which is going to be in an awful situation, but also Russia, because at that point, it'll be a real pariah state.
Yuval Weber, as always, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Quickly recapping now the latest developments in the Ukraine conflict. The president there says Russian forces will try to storm the capital Kyiv overnight as desperate residents try to flee. The UN estimates that 50,000 people have left the city in the last 48 hours and millions more could join them. Russia says it's willing to hold talks with representatives of Ukraine and Belarus, a Moscow ally. Ukraine says it prefers to meet in NATO member Poland. And a short time ago, Russia vetoed a UN Security Council resolution condemning its military operation in Ukraine. China was one of the 3 countries that abstained. Thanks so much for joining us. That's The World Today. I'm Gerald Tan in Washington. Stay with us now for Global Business. Bye-bye.
At the United Nations, Russia vetoes a Security Council resolution calling on Moscow to halt its attack on Ukraine. I'm John Terrett in Washington, D.C. Also in this hour of global business, the European Union, the US and the UK unleash sanctions against Russian President Vladimir Putin. Plus, US President Joe Biden nominates the first African-American woman to sit on the country's highest court. But first of all, the big story of the day. We begin this hour with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The United Nations Security Council voted on a resolution condemning Russia's actions in Ukraine, and as expected, it was vetoed by Moscow. Tony Waterman is live now in New York. Tony.
Yeah, John, this was something that was written in the stars, so to speak. This was something that we're all anticipating. We had 11 members of the UN Security Council voting in favor of this resolution. You had one that vetoed. That was Russia. It holds veto power, and it was expected that they would exercise that power today. And we had 3 abstentions. That includes China, the UAE, and India. After that vote took place, this was a draft resolution which would have really condemned this invasion into Ukraine, demand that all military be expelled from the country, be pulled back from the country immediately, and also that there be unfettered access for humanitarian aid. After this decision came down, this vote came down, we heard from the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN. He was very, very somber, sounded very defeated, saying that tonight they will storm. We must all understand what faces us. The fate of Ukraine is being decided tonight. Clearly talking about the advancements of those Russian troops towards the capital city of Kiev. But the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, actually seeing this as a victory, this failed vote on this resolution as a victory, saying in a tweet that as Russia continues to attack Kiev, the draft resolution is co-sponsored by an unprecedented number of UN member states. This proves the world is with us, the truth is with us, the victory will be ours. But other people, really members of the UN Security Council, expressing their disappointment that this resolution did not go forward. The United States very vocal in their disappointment and saying that, this really undermines the UN Charter, the idea that sovereign nations are sovereign nations and that we are about peace, that the UN was built on peace. And take a listen to what Linda Thomas-Greenfield had to say after that vote.
You cannot veto our voices. You cannot veto the truth. You cannot veto our principles. You cannot veto the Ukrainian people.
So clearly there is going to be a continuation by these members in their efforts on this conflict to look for a peaceful resolution, to condemn the actions that are taking place. We also heard from the Chinese ambassador to the UN. He was saying that China is deeply concerned about the developments that are taking place, but that China always forms its own opinions. Traditionally, it has not been in favor of these UN Security Council resolutions which would push towards force or the use of sanctions. In fact, he said that the UN Security Council should be focused on cooling tensions, not adding fuel to the fire. So talking about not only this resolution, but also the sanctions that we have seen come into effect by a lot of Western countries over the last 48 hours. He said that ultimately that could lead to more deaths taking place. That is innocent people who are going to suffer the most. And that with these resolutions and with these sanctions, that it could completely shut the door to a peaceful solution. Take a listen to what he had to say.
China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld.
He also pointed out this advancement of NATO from the western part of Europe over to the eastern part of Europe over the decades since its formation in the wake of World War II. This is a concern that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has raised on numerous occasions, saying that Russia feels threatened, that it's a security threat, that NATO is trying to encroach on its borders. Of course, the West would argue that this is not a legitimate threat to Russia, but China saying that the rest of the world, the Western countries, need to be taking these concerns into consideration.
So, Tony, the Friday resolution didn't go forward. Nobody expected it to because of the Russian veto. And this is not going to end over the weekend, is it? So I dare say the Security Council will be back talking about the same subject fairly shortly. Where do they go from here, do you think?
Well, the next step is very likely going to be that this draft resolution gets booted over to the General Assembly. All 193 members of the United Nations will get a chance to look at it, to debate it, to have their say on it, and then eventually it would seem to vote on it. This is something that could start taking place in the coming days. The issue with the votes in the General Assembly, though, is that they are non-binding. There's no veto power, but they're non-binding. So what the final outcome would be in terms of tangible outcomes is really unclear. But this is really an opportunity and an exercise in showing to President Putin just how isolated he and Russia is on this issue, how isolated his decision to go into Ukraine, a sovereign country, unprovoked, really is. And it's about showing how united a lot of countries are. Of course, when we get to 193 members, you're probably going to see more support for Russia in the General Assembly. But by and large, there are a lot of countries that have banded together to come out and condemn these actions.
Indeed, the General Assembly is a talking shop and nothing more, but at least people have their say. Tony, thank you very much. Now, in Kiev, Ukrainian forces have deployed to the city center with heavy military equipment. Russian troops and tanks are advancing from 3 sides now. Residents have been told to brace for imminent attack. For those trying to flee, there's chaos. Soldiers at this train station in Kiev fired into the air to stop crowds from cramming into trains. The United Nations now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled and millions more could join them. CGTN's Guy Henderson has been with a group trying to get to Poland.
We're now making our way all the way down the main highway, all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometers on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are not keen not to give too much away about their maneuvering, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defense of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometers up the road where Russian soldiers Russian saboteurs were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighborhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
Guy Henderson, near Kiev. Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky reaffirmed his commitment to stay in Kiev. Early Friday, he posted a video on social media along with members of the government in the capital. He called on soldiers to continue fighting to defend Kiev.
Лідер фракції тут. Голова офісу президента тут.
The president is here. We are all here. Our soldiers are here. The citizens are here, and we are here. We defend our independence. That's how it'll go. Glory to our defenders, both male and female. Glory to Ukraine.
Well, Europe is bracing for a new refugee crisis as the United Nations says it's preparing for up to 5 million Ukrainians to flee. Thousands of people are already arriving in neighboring countries in Eastern and Central Europe. Lucy Hoff is monitoring their movements from along the border with Hungary.
Families and young children arrive into Hungary after a grueling night. Carrying small suitcases packed in haste amid Russian shelling, these are some of the first to have escaped a Ukraine under siege. 20-year-old student Nastya is from the city of Kharkiv.
You know, when we woke up at 6 a.m. and saw the news and hear the sound of planes, we decided to just try to escape somehow, somewhere, just to be safe, because in Ukraine you're not safe anymore.
Hundreds of thousands are expected to make the journey into Central Europe in the coming days, crossing Ukraine's border into countries including Hungary, Poland and Slovakia. For this family who fled overnight, there is shock and disbelief about what has unfolded.
I can't believe that this war could happen in the 21st century. We never thought it would happen again in this region. We're used to seeing war only in faraway places like Iraq.
A few miles north of this crossing, Hungarian troops are stationed to provide assistance and border control.
Those here have managed to cross the border, and it's now a waiting game to work out where they'll be going next. The Hungarian government, for its part, has said that it is willing to accept refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and will be giving the country humanitarian aid.
The UN has warned that Europe could see as many as 5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine as a result of Russian military activity. Poland is likely to...
Nations was born out of war to end war. Today, that objective...
That the European Union is an area of protection for people fleeing persecution or serious harm in their countries of origins. We work on all scenarios to support the Ukrainian people.
The journey to Europe is complex. In Ukraine, traffic has stretched to more than 10 kilometers in one border crossing with Poland, with thousands trying to escape the fighting. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 are forbidden to leave as the country prepares a full military mobilization. Across the border, these families have been forced to leave their homes, jobs and schools, not knowing when and if they will be able to return. Lucy Hoff, CGTN, Bereg-Sharanye, Hungary.
Now, just ahead on the programme, we'll find out why some stock markets around the world seem to be shrugging off the conflict between Russia and the Ukraine, plus a look at how sanctions could actually impact Russia and President Putin.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving.
The safety and freedom of movements of UN staff and other humanitarians. Especially in a moment like this, it is important to remember that the UN is not just the chamber behind me. It is tens of thousands of women and men around the world, feeding the hungry, vaccinating children, promoting development, protecting civilians in peacekeeping operations, mediating conflicts, supporting refugees and migrants, advancing human rights, standing, delivering, extending a lifeline of hope. The United Nations Charter has been challenged in the past, but it has stood firm on the side of peace, security, development, justice, international law, and human rights. Time after time, when the international community has rallied together in solidarity, those values have prevailed. They will prevail independently of what happened today. We must do everything in our power so that they prevail in Ukraine, but they prevail for all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary General, are you concerned about
Well, the White House, the European Union and the UK are slapping sanctions on the Russian President Vladimir Putin over Ukraine. The EU and the US will freeze his assets, as well as the assets of the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and other members of the Russian Security Council. The White House announced it made similar moves following talks with its EU allies. European Union ministers say even further sanctions are possible, but for now they're leaving the door open for talks. Moscow responded, calling the moves a sign of Western impotency, and said relations with the West are nearing a point of no return. Well, the fallout from the conflict is spreading across Europe. Russia will no longer allow British airlines to land in Russian airports or access Russian airspace. The move follows London's ban on flights from the Russian carrier Aeroflot. Meanwhile, Delta, big US airline, is severing its ties with the Russian airline Aeroflot. Delta had a partnership with Aeroflot that allowed customers to book seats on each other's flights. Delta's move is effective immediately. In Russia, the central bank says it's increasing the supply of bills to ATMs. The move comes after a run on money at banks across Russia. The Russian state news agency TASS saying most of those withdrawals have been of foreign currency. Well, now for some more analysis, let's go to Daniel Malienkoff. He is the head of US forecasting and a researcher at Michigan University, the University of Michigan. Daniel, thank you very much for joining us. So they are at last going after Putin and Lavrov. They're going after their assets. What does that actually mean?
Thanks for having me. So, I mean, that is probably more of a political gesture because they don't have that many assets. And it's basically trying to ramp up the pressure and make them feel less welcome. So, I mean, economically, I'm not exactly sure what kind of impact that's going to have.
Right. It's something that the president of Ukraine very much wanted to happen, isn't it? Why did it take so long, do you think?
So, I mean, it's one of the things that the president of Ukraine wanted. And other things that he's demanding are probably a lot more important, which is the potential of exclusion of Russia from SWIFT and maybe sanctions on the energy sector. The personal sanctions are probably more of a symbolic importance and basically mark the leadership of Russia is more like that of Iran.
Right, let's talk about SWIFT, because as you rightly say, that is one of the arguably more important things that the President of Ukraine would like to see introduced. We have a graphic to explain to our viewers what SWIFT actually is. Here it is now. It's basically, you can think of it really as Gmail for banks. That's how I think about it anyway. And it was created by US and European banks. It links 11,000 financial institutions around the world. It's used in 200 countries and territories. And in 2021, records show that there were 42 million messages per day. So the big question is, what is going to happen regarding SWIFT? Will Russia be excluded from it, do you think, Daniel?
I think it will probably happen because, I mean, war is terrible, and the social media and the mainstream media are very good at amplifying anything that will happen on the ground. And at some point, the pressure on the Western leadership will probably become unbearable. So I think it will happen. Exclusion from SWIFT does not preclude Russian banks from making payments to the West. It's just they're going to take a lot slower. So it's probably going to lead to some, I don't know, failures of delivery of a lot of contracts, and it's going to cause ripple effects across not just a Russian financial system, but the global financial system. So that probably explains the reluctance of the Western governments to use this mechanism just right away. But I think the time will come that it will probably be used. The threat was there starting from 2014, so Russia has been preparing to mitigate the impact, but to some extent.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Putin has indeed been insulating his economy, hasn't he, over the last 5 years or so, a bit more maybe. But that's not a long-term solution for him, is it? I mean, he can't go on forever like that.
No. So basically, if Russia gets excluded from SWIFT, they will be forced to use other methods to pay and order foreign supplies. And one of the alternatives is there is a Chinese bank messaging system, which could serve as a viable alternative, at least in the near term, or maybe medium term. But it will still be a shock to the Russian economy to have to transition parts of the Russian economy to the SWIFT alternative.
Why did Mr. Putin ignore the threat of sanctions? It seems to me that either he doesn't care about the Russian economy, or he thinks that they can be got round somehow. What do you say about that?
I mean, I don't know what he's thinking. Typically, sanctions are leaky. So in a way, over time, there'll probably ways to get around to sell main products that Russia is selling and bypass the Western financial system. So, I mean, countries like Iran are still selling oil. It's just they are forced to take lower prices for it. And it's more, it takes more hoops to jump through. So sanctions will matter in the near term, but in the longer term, they'll probably be somewhat leaky.
Okay, Daniel, we'll end it there. Thank you for your contribution on our program very much.
Thanks for having me.
Daniel Manenkov of the University of Michigan. All right, up next on Global Business, some countries are moving towards lifting COVID-related restrictions as an Omicron variant-fueled surge begins to fade. But some are saying, well, be careful because it may be a bit too soon. We'll look at that next.
I see a country on the move.
There's my opportunity.
Is it good to change so fast?
and also in the media, on the internet, and on the television programs, you can see that the attacking forces from the Russian side are very powerful, very strong. Considering the current situations in multiple cities in Ukraine, they are under multiple facets of tensions. We have also witnessed the same tactics for the attacks in the past. For example, towards the end of Second World War, the Red Army of the former Soviet Union have also applied the same tactics. And currently, the Russian forces have decided to use the same tactic to attack and also to close in on Kiev from multiple directions. Now they are coming from the south and also the north. And we can see that, judging by the current situation, negotiation is inevitable. And according to Lavrov, if the Ukrainian troops have decided to lay down their weapons, of course they can consider the possibility of a negotiation. And Ukrainians have also mentioned that they would like to consider a neutral position of Ukraine in face of the accession to NATO. And today, we should not exclude the possibility of a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine. And considering the contrast of forces, armed forces, it has come to a critical moment. Already, we have witnessed that the Ukrainian side has called for the help from the Western countries. And Western countries have also declared furthermore sanctions on the Russian side. And according to the report, quite a big number of the weapons already seized by the military forces of Russia come from the donation and the gift from the U.S. side. So for Zelensky and also the country, Ukraine as a whole, they should not expect to see the real help coming from the Western countries. They will not really send the troops to fight by your side. At the same time, they have to fight the battle of their own and purely by their own forces. Today, the hope for negotiation is growing up, but still there are some barriers. And just now you have cited the speech of Lavrov. If the Ukrainians would drop down their weapons, they can consider the negotiation. However, that laying down of weapons is not the major topic of this negotiation between Russia and Ukraine. They will keep imposing more and more conditions, and they are adding up the tensions to the Ukrainian side. And the Ukrainian side, they are in need of a negotiation because, first of all, they are in a less advantaged position, and secondly, they are also sending a voice to the rest of the world that they are waiting for a negotiation. They are willing to enter into a negotiation. That also represents the major force of the rest of the world and that of the international community. And today, we can say one thing for sure: the dig between the two sides is still very deep. There is still a gap to be admitted. Whether it will be a negotiation taking place in Minsk or in Warsaw, we should wait and see. But the demands from the Russian side is very clear. Ukraine should stop its application for the accession into NATO. And also they should abandon this wish for a future accession to NATO. And there is also a huge question mark. Will U.S. agree with that? Accession to NATO. For this issue, the Ukraine side has already made up the mind. It's a national decision. Once in this case, they have decided to abandon this application for the accession to NATO. What will be the attitude of the US side and the Western countries' side? Because the Western countries and especially the US would like to use Ukraine as a front line to confront with Russia. So there are a lot of topics involved in the future negotiation, and it will be a long period of negotiation. For the side of Ukraine, they have also published some results. For example, they have destructed more than 80 tanks and also more than 560 vehicles of all kinds in the military actions. So is that a satisfying result? Judging by the current situation, you can see that the resistance is still working. 561 armored vehicles and also 80 tanks from the Russian side have been destructed and demolished by the Ukrainian side. And that is quite a lot. And usually you can see that that is also a part of the tactic used by the military forces. For example, sometimes they would like to boast of their results achieved in the military defenses and also operations so that they could boost up the confidence of their soldiers. Why this huge number of the tanks and armored vehicles destructed and defeated by the Ukrainian side? Because they would like to send a message to the rest of the world. Today, they still have the capability to destruct and also defeat those really advanced machines and weapons. This is a message especially given to the Western countries, saying that you don't need to give more. You still have to give us more advanced weaponries so that we can have the power to defeat the Russian power, the Russian armored forces. But the question is, if you ask for more weapons coming from the Western countries as an assistance, how come you can get these weapons inside the country? Because currently the borderlines have been mostly blocked by the Russian side. So today, this declaration about their result from the defense and the combat is a message more to boost up the confidence, and also it's a message given to the Western countries to appreciate their assistance in the form of the delivery of the arms and also the weapons. And according to the current situation, the evolving situation, first of all, they have decided to suggest a negotiation in Minsk, and later on, the Ukrainian government has decided to change the place. They prefer the Warsaw negotiation. The selection of the place is also an important consideration. You know that Minsk is in Belarus, and Belarus is very close to Russia. And for Ukraine, they prefer to have the negotiation with Russia in Warsaw. And the selection of this possible place for the negotiation is actually already the beginning of another fight, the fight for the dominance in the negotiation, whether they will do the negotiation in Warsaw or in Minsk. You can already tell the contrast of power. The gaming between the two countries has already started, but later on the road to follow would be quite bumpy. There will be a lot more challenges waiting for both of the countries. For the Ukrainian side, they have to take a lot of strategic, important decisions. They have to consider a lot of different kinds of factors, and today they have also encountered with a lot of constraining factors. And also for the interests of both countries, you have to consider this quite complicated historical background and context. For the interest of NATO, a lot of Western countries have also been involved. And since yesterday, we have already witnessed that both sides have revealed their willingness to resolve the problem by negotiation. However, certain countries, they don't want to see the successful holding and a development of a negotiation, because as we can see, the actions currently coming from the US side is still like pouring more oil on the flames. They are offering even more weaponries to the Ukrainian side. They are actually equipping Ukrainian side with more arms. And according to the media report from the Russian side, they have already seized a quite large number of the armed weapons given by the US to the Ukrainian side in the past. And from that delivery and transportation of the arms from the US side to the Ukrainians, you can see also a mounting possibility of the preparation for further conflicts. If we can realize a negotiation in Warsaw, this disadvantaged position of Ukrainian side today would be changed. And the 27 member states of the EU have already reached a consensus of adding up more sanctions against Russia. For more details, let's hear together an earlier report from our journalist from Brussels. Another meeting of EU has been convened, talking about an extra sanctions on Russia. They will freeze the assets of President Vladimir Putin and Lavrov in Europe. First of all, they have used the technical methods to get it clear how much assets they have in their bank accounts in Europe, and then they will find a way to freeze those bank accounts. On the same day, in the headquarters, NATO has also organized a video conference. They have talked about the solution and resolution to the Ukrainian crisis. They will continue to offer political support to Ukraine. They are also adding up more deployment of troops towards the east and by the side of Ukraine. According to the public opinion of Europe, the severe sanctions against Russia has already become a consensus among the member states of the European Union. But to what degree should those sanctions go? Different countries still are holding different opinions. And according to the US side, once the capital is seized by the Russian side, then US would consider to do a long-distance training of the Ukrainian soldiers. But also there are other voices saying that it would be too complicated to do this kind of training. And the permanent representative of Russia to EU has mentioned that the intention of the Russian troops is not to permanently occupy the land of Ukraine. And the European Commission has decided to temporarily suspend the representativeness of Russia. According to the declaration, that suspension of the representativeness of Russia is only a temporary action, and they will not close down the channels for dialogue and communication against Russia. In the past, for example, we have witnessed a similar situation during the crisis of Crimea. The organization has also temporarily suspended the voting right of Russia. French President Emmanuel Macron has been working very hard to avoid a possible escalation of the situation in Ukraine. He's trying to play a role of the mediator between the two sides. In the crisis of Ukraine, Emmanuel Macron has been playing a mediating role. He's an important pillar force. He's using political and diplomatic routes to coordinate the two sides. Back to 2019, he has organized the Normandy Format Conference. And by then, they have successfully de-escalated the situation and the tension in Ukraine. And this time, however, we see that the same format, the format of Normandy, is not working as well as the previous time. During the mediation, this role played by Emmanuel Macron has been recognized by the Russian side. And this time, a Russian president has also proactively contacted with French president. The reason why France is working so hard to mediate the tension between the two countries is because this time the crisis in Ukraine is not only a problem that will impact the country itself, but also it will send a lot of repercussions on different levels, for example, on the economic, political, diplomatic, and the other levels for Europe as a whole. And State Councillor Wang Yi has communicated with an official from France, and they have reaffirmed the importance of a consultation negotiation in resolving the problem in Ukraine. According to President Putin, they have the possibility to consider this negotiation, however, with one precondition, that is to first address the security issue. We first of all have to analyze the speech of President Putin. He has first of all reiterated the importance of the security concern, why Russia has this concern for security. The key to this question lies to the extension of NATO towards the east. NATO is the culprit of this tension. After the end of the Second World War, the most important mission of NATO is to confront with Russia. During the Cold War, it was so, and after the Cold War, NATO has not shrinked in size. Instead, in order to support its own survival, NATO has worked even harder against Russia. And today, as usual, U.S. is also provoking more and more tensions. And the existence of Russia and also the tensions can also justify the existence for NATO. After the end of the Cold War, many European countries believe that it's already the time of peace. There's no more enemy. For France and Germany, they are seeking for independence of strategic decisions. They don't want to be dominated in terms of the policy making by the other forces. That is not what the U.S. wanted. If there is still tension among the countries in this area, they have to all follow suit the decisions or the opinions of the U.S. side. In Ukraine, the actions of the U.S. can be a very good example. So we have to tap into the deep root causes of the current situation. And also, according to Lavrov, the negotiation would be taking place with preconditions. This time, they have a purpose behind their special military operation. First of all, they have to remove the threats from the east, and they are also seeking for the power of decision on the security of Europe as a whole. In the past, it's always U.S. and also NATO making the decision to decide the security issues for Europe. And we also know that, telling from the historical events, Russia has already stepped back for many times. We have talked about this indivisible security principle for many times. That's why the Russian side has stressed that their security concerns should be taken into consideration in a very serious manner. On the 25th, Vice President of Ukraine has called for more weapons. They said, once you can give us the weapons, we can do the rest of the work. And they also say that there's a new page already turned for the relationship between NATO and Ukraine. This new page, from the personal point of view, I believe that they are quite disappointed about the actions of NATO and also the positions they are taking. That is a new page turned. And for new weapons, especially the most advanced arms, in order to know how to manipulate them, how to manage them, they also have to, first of all, offer the opportunities for trainings for their soldiers. That is also why we can see the scenes where the soldiers of Ukrainians, they are being trained. And today they are also mobilizing the whole nation as their people to join the fight, to join the battle. And they also have to tell these people, non-trained fighters, how to use the weapons. And in recent years, for the arms given by the Western forces to Ukrainian side, they are not the heavyweight weapons. In the drills, military drills of the Russian side, we have witnessed that they have applied different structures above the tanks in order to support the missiles. For the armored vehicles and also the tanks, they have the structure to protect the security of the machine itself. And it also depends on different types of the missiles. For some kinds of missiles, we have more protective measures in place, and for the other missiles, we have less support. And since Ukrainian side has received a lot of weapons from the foreign countries, of course, we have to admit that this has helped to increase their fighting capacity. And in recent years, they have also introduced some brigades of troops and also the weapons. However, considering the contrast of power, Russian troops are much more powerful than the Ukrainian troops. During the Cold War, the former Soviet Union Red armies have already built up their troops that are very capable in working with the tanks. And today's Russia has also carried on from generation to generation that tradition of fighting with their tanks. They have very well built up troops of the tanks. And today you can see, even till now, the leaders, the state leaders of Ukraine are asking for more weapons from the Western countries. And I think it's already too late. Even you have the weapons, you cannot immediately acquire the expertise to manipulate those weapons. And even sometimes we can see that before you have the opportunity to use those weapons, it has already been seized and captured by the opponents, by the Russian side. And also for the other more advanced weapons, for the U.S. to sell or to give the weapons to the Ukrainian side, they have to go through a very long process. They have to wait for the signature of the top leaders of the country before having the right to transport that advanced arms to the Ukrainian side. Over the past year, U.S. has offered more than 4,000 tons of powder to the Ukrainian side. And for the large scale of massive killing arms, I think the U.S. will be very prudent, and they will not easily give that huge amount of weapons or the powders to the Ukrainian side, because they have to consider the possibility of the seizure of those forces and weapons by the Russian side. You can imagine once these transfer of armed weapons seized by the Russian side, it will in turn strengthen the power of the Russian side. Talking about the weapons, President Putin has also mentioned that if there's any external forces trying to mingle into the affairs, they will also immediately fight back. And he has also invited all the parties that have the intention to intervene the affairs now in Ukraine to consider their considerations. I think that currently the message is still very subtle. But we also have to consider the possibility of use of nuclear weapons. This is a very sensitive issue from several aspects. First of all, we can understand why NATO has not sent the troops to Ukraine, legislative considerations, and also the other barriers. Once NATO sends the troops or US sends the troops to Ukraine, that means the possible confrontation between Russian and US or Russian and NATO. It would be the confrontation between two major military powers in the world, and both US and Russia, they are major nuclear powers in the world. We have to avoid that huge tragedy, especially for Russia, a major nuclear power. We really have to consider this tool, this military edge of theirs. Once they decide to mobilize the nuclear power, then there's no way back. Of course, NATO also holds the nuclear power. The US, the UK, and France, they are officially recognized major nuclear power. And we also have the international treaty to forbid the use of the nuclear weapons. And today, NATO has been processing with the eastern expansion for so many years. And finally, Russia would like to put a brake on this process, and even they would like to get some lost land back to their own area. And for the Western countries, they are doing the reactions in a helpless way. In February, in the International Security Conference in Munich, they have talked about the security issue with a report entitled "The Helpless Feeling of the Countries." They are very worried by the headaches and the issues going on in the world, and especially in their region. We can all understand their concerns. And especially in this current context, we can understand the supreme importance of security and also the importance of using dialogue and consultation to settle the crisis in Ukraine. And I believe in this case, the Western countries should immediately cease their offer of weapons to Ukraine if they would like to de-escalate the situation. And just now from the footage, you have witnessed that once there is the further escalation of the situation, U.S. would try to train the Ukrainian soldiers in a distant manner. And just a few hours ago, President Joe Biden has said that 2/3 of the countries in the world are supporting Zelensky, and the U.S. is also having your back. And however, even the U.S. they dare not send the troops into Ukraine to fight against Russia with their Ukrainian counterparts. And I don't think this possible plan of the U.S. to train the Ukrainian soldiers would work. And for the different stages of military troops operation from the Russian side, first of all, they send the peacekeeping forces. And now we come to another stage of the special military operation. They would like to demilitarize the country, demilitarize the Ukrainian troops. I think for this plan of long distance, the remote training of the Ukrainian soldiers, Russian side will not agree. They will even take the more immediate action in order to demilitarize directly the troops of Ukrainian side. And after the demilitarization, they can term this country a neutral one. We have seen from the history the example of Poland. Poland in history has introduced arms from the other Western countries, and they have also fought against Russia. What President Putin wants now is to ensure a neutral place in Ukraine. NATO cannot go into that area, and they would not allow this remote training by the U.S. troops for the Ukrainian troops. So one of their goals is to establish this neutral area, this neutral zone in Ukraine. Nobody will go inside. You know that Ukraine is actually enjoying a very good environment for the production of agro-food. They are still exporting the food towards the other European countries. For example, the vegetable, the fruit, and they are one of the largest producers of the wheat. However, the officials, the top leaders of Ukraine, they are not satisfied with this good environment and natural conditions for the development of the country. They are asking for more, and they are also waiting for more support coming from the U.S. Turkish Prime Minister said their experts on laws are still studying the possibility of describing the current event in Ukraine as a law, even defined as a law. They cannot stop the return of the fleet of Russian side back to the port. On the 25th, the Serbian foreign minister has declared the conclusion of the Security Council, National Security Council. They will not join the sanctions against Russia. Considering that the other countries are imposing sanctions on Russia, Serbia would always consider the national interest and the interest of its people. We have been sanctioned by the Western countries in the past. And today, the compatriots in Bosnia are also suffering from the sanctions. So we believe that the sanctions to any country would do no good. According to some scholars of Serbia, that U.S. is provoking this escalation of the situation. We notice that the U.S. is provoking wars at the cost of the blood of the other countries' population. The so-called sanctions, they are harming the they are harming the Russia and also the EU. The escalation of the tensions in Ukraine is also damaging the interests of a lot more countries. For example, airliners, they have suffered a lot. They have to cancel a lot of flights covering the sky of Russia. And UK has banned the entrance of airliners from Russia to enter into their skies. And as a countermeasure, Russian side has also banned all the airliners and flights correlated to the UK to enter the Russian skies.
China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld.
I mean, another thing that he talked about was taking Russia's concerns about the advancement of NATO across Europe towards the Russian borders, taking that more seriously, that it was a legitimate concern. Of course, the Western coalition argues that it's not a legitimate threat to Russia and certainly not a reason to invade a sovereign nation unprovoked.
Tony Waterman there for us live in New York. Thanks very much. From Kiev, reports of fear but no panic. Ukrainian forces have deployed to the city center with heavy military equipment. Russian troops and tanks advancing from three sides. Residents have been told to brace for imminent attack. For those trying to flee, there is chaos. Soldiers at this train station in Kiev fired into the air to stop crowds from cramming into trains. The United Nations now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled in less than 48 hours, and that millions more could join them. CGTN's Guy Henderson is with a group trying to travel to Poland.
We're now making our way all the way down the main highway, all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometres on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are not keen not to give too much away about their manoeuvring, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defence of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometres up the road where Russian soldiers Russian saboteurs were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighbourhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
Guy Henderson reporting there. Well, the Ukrainian president has been appealing for talks with Russia since before the military operation began. On Friday, Russian officials offered talks with preconditions. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov insisted Ukraine would first have to lay down arms and surrender. While Maria Zakharova is the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman, she spoke to CGTN.
Russia is ready for negotiations once we received the relevant request. But that was just an oral message by President Zelensky. We do not know how serious they are about their intention. The main thing is for them to shape their own position, and for this position to be realistic, and for them not to change this position, and for them not to replace serious intentions by statements of negotiations. And that's exactly what they can do, but this approach will not work.
The call for talks comes as the Russian leader is facing rising protests, both at home and abroad. Stuart Smith reports from Moscow.
During a speech to his Security Council on Friday, the Russian president outlined what he saw as the acceptable path forward for Ukraine, and it doesn't involve the current Ukrainian government. Indeed, he offered peace talks, or so-called peace talks, to be held in Minsk, saying that he's willing to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital to talk to Ukrainian officials, but he denigrated again the current Ukrainian government.
I once again appeal to the military personnel of the armed forces of Ukraine. Do not allow neo-Nazis and radical nationalists to use your children, wives, and elders as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It will be easier for us to reach an agreement with you rather than with this band of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who sat in Kiev and took all the Ukrainian people hostage.
The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov had previously called earlier on Friday the Ukrainian government not democratic, not representing the people of Ukraine. So it's not clear if there is any hope for negotiations, whether that would even include the current government or the current Ukrainian president, or whether Russia is only interested now in a change of regime, and also concessions. Russia demanding that Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian, allows these newly designated independent separatist territories in Ukraine's east as free from Ukraine. Also saying that Ukraine must give up its demand to join the Western military alliance NATO and remove all Western military equipment from its territory. All of that tantamount for Ukraine to surrender. Here in Moscow, a situation again on Friday night where protesters are coming out, not to the same scale as we saw on Thursday night. Having said that, many of those were detained and arrested on Thursday night, so many of them are simply unable to come out again to show their discontent at what is taking place in Ukraine. These protesters number around 1,800 detained across Russia on Thursday night, and people being detained again on Friday. Around 50 cities across Russia have been recorded as having protests, with limited options for Russian citizens to speak out against what their government is doing. For those that do hold the belief what Russia is doing goes far beyond any sort of humanitarian intervention or focused intervention to protect the people in the eastern Ukraine separatist regions from alleged Ukrainian attacks. Clearly, this is something far more, but not everyone in Russia okay with that, even amongst people that may have previously been okay with Russia recognizing those regions as independent. Stuart Smith for CGTN, Moscow.
Yuval Weber is a research assistant professor at Texas A&M's Bush School of Government and Public Service here in Washington, D.C. I asked him, what chance does Ukraine have of defending itself against Russia?
President Putin has described Ukraine in just awful terms over the last number of weeks, months, years. And I think he believed himself that when he said, it's neo-Nazis, it's, NATO, all this sort of stuff, and anticipating that the Ukrainian army wouldn't fight so hard for such a specific regime. But I think he was transporting perhaps his own vision of Russia onto Ukraine, in which the regime and the people are somewhat alienated from each other. The people in Ukraine, and all the images suggest, is that these people, whatever their political differences, are fighting for their homeland, are fighting to defend their own territory against a foreign invading force. And when that happens, people fight as hard as possible. And it's to that extent that, on one hand, the Russians probably understood that if they start to go after civilians, it'll be harder to come to any sort of sustainable long-term political agreement with the Ukrainians. And they tried to go after the military, and now that basically that didn't work, even the amount of violence that they use, it's going to go into qualitatively just more destructive elements, and quantitatively, they still have half to two-thirds of their military still outside of Ukraine. And so we'll see if the first echelon of forces didn't get for Russia what President Putin wanted, then the second or third are going to go all in. And that's when we're really going to see truly shocking images.
Once the fighting stops, how do you see Ukraine? What's its future? What will it look like?
Whatever Ukraine is left after this, and it could very well be that Russia goes in and really tries to destroy the entire country. If they try to do an occupation, partition, whatever's left of Ukraine, either from its own territory or from outside, is going to be motivated to fight back. So this could very well be, unless the Russians stop it, which obviously they're not going to because President Putin doesn't want that, is that this is actually going to turn into a terribly destructive and very long-lasting war that will go until the Ukrainians basically are wiped out. And at that point, it's not just Ukraine which is going to be in an awful situation, but also Russia, because at that point, it'll be a real pariah state.
Still ahead on The World Today, bringing new representation to the U.S. Supreme Court. Up next, we meet the first black woman nominated to the top bench.
响是非常大的。另外一方面呢，我觉得在石油出口上，应该说也是它有一把利器，因为长期以来俄罗斯的这个外贸是由石油能源主导型的这样一个外贸体系，它靠这个卖油、靠卖天然气来这个赚取外汇，所以它对俄罗斯经济来说的话是一个重要支撑。如果说拿的这个
And they have gained a lot of foreign exchange divides from the sales of the oil and natural gas. They can also have the capacity to manipulate the prices of those natural resources. They can also, with the organizations for the exploitation of oil, to manipulate the market prices. Considering the recent development of this situation, currently you can see for 1 barrel of the oil it's already above $100. Today it has reached $104, namely the same level of prices dating back to the Crimea crisis. And for the other retaliations, apart from the military plans for economic powers, they still have a long way to go compared to the U.S. side in terms of the sanctions. Currently, for the negotiations, will it be possible for us to see a very positive result? For that negotiation with the U.S. side, it would be very difficult. There's one core and several steps. That core is the competition with China. They have the U.S. has first of all retreated their troops from Afghanistan. They would also like to retreat their troops from Iraq, but not for now because they don't have the capacity to do that. And they also would like to create 2 blooding points. One is Belarus and another is Ukraine. And Belarus has already resisted that. And for the Ukraine crisis, it is for sure that the culprit of this crisis is the U.S. government. They have provoked and hyped up the tension and also finally provoked this tension in Ukraine because they would like to safeguard their geopolitical tensions. And Joe Biden is so engaged in creating this game and turning this area a chessboard. And last year in June, in Geneva, Biden and Putin, for the first time, have come to the meeting together. Joe Biden has his own intention to stabilize the relationship between the two countries. However, we also have to consider the big picture of the interest of the U.S. Thank you very much for joining our discussion today, and stay tuned. See you next time.
“这里是我们深爱的故土乡村，所有的只争朝夕，都为了这里的日新月异。全新。”
Recapping now the latest developments in the Ukraine conflict. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces will try to storm the capital, Kyiv, overnight as desperate residents try to flee. The United Nations estimates that 50,000 have left the city in the last 48 hours, and millions more could join them. Russia says it's willing to hold talks with representatives of Ukraine. In Belarus, a Moscow ally, Ukraine says it prefers to meet a NATO member, Poland. And Russia has vetoed a UN Security Council resolution condemning its military operation in Ukraine. China was one of 3 countries that abstained. That mass exodus from Ukraine could mean a new refugee crisis. Ukraine's neighbors in Central and Eastern Europe could see some 5 million people fleeing across the borders. Lucy Huff is monitoring their movements from Hungary.
Families and young children arrive into Hungary after a grueling night. Carrying small suitcases packed in haste amid Russian shelling, these are some of the first to have escaped a Ukraine under siege. 20-year-old student Nastya is from the city of Kharkiv.
You know, when we woke up at 6 a.m. and saw the news and hear the sound of planes, we decided to just try to escape somehow, somewhere, just to be safe, because in Ukraine you're not safe anymore.
Hundreds of thousands are expected to make the journey into Central Europe in the coming days, crossing Ukraine's border into countries including Hungary, Poland and Slovakia. For this family who fled overnight, there is shock and disbelief about what has unfolded.
I can't believe that this war could happen in the 21st century. We never thought it would happen again in this region. We're used to seeing war only in faraway places like Iraq.
A few miles north of this crossing, Hungarian troops are stationed to provide assistance and border control. Those here have managed to cross the border, and it's now a waiting game to work out where they'll be going next. The Hungarian government, for its part, has said that it is willing to accept refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and will be giving the country humanitarian aid. The UN has warned that Europe could see as many as 5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine as a result of Russian military activity. Poland is likely to see the highest numbers. The country is already home to around 1 million Ukrainians. The European Commission will be working to coordinate a joint approach.
That the European Union is an area of protection for people fleeing persecution or serious harm in their countries of origins. We work on all scenarios to support the Ukrainian people.
The journey to Europe is complex. In Ukraine, traffic has stretched to more than 10 kilometers in one border crossing with Poland, with thousands trying to escape the fighting. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 are forbidden to leave as the country prepares a full military mobilization. Across the border, these families have been forced to leave their homes, jobs and schools, not knowing when and if they will be able to return. Lucy Hoff, CGTN, Bereg, Hungary.
And Formula One is putting the brakes on ties with Russia. The Russian Grand Prix was supposed to be held in Sochi this September, but F1 organizers said it was, quote, impossible to hold the race in the current circumstances. Earlier on Friday, UEFA pulled the Champions League football final out of St. Petersburg. It was scheduled for May. It will now be played in Paris. In addition, home games for Ukrainian and Russian teams competing in UEFA competitions will be played at neutral venues. And that is the world today. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm Gerald Tan, and I'll be back with China 24 in just a moment. See you then. will try to storm the capital, Kiev, overnight as desperate residents try to flee the city. The United Nations estimates that 50,000 people have left in the last 48 hours. Russia says it's willing to hold talks with representatives of Ukraine in Belarus, a Moscow ally. Ukraine wants to meet a NATO member, Poland, instead. And the European Union and Washington are now imposing direct economic sanctions on Russian President Vladimir Putin and other senior Russian officials. Well, an effort to condemn Russia's military operation in Ukraine has failed. 11 of 15 UN Security Council members voted for a resolution denouncing Moscow. As expected, it was vetoed by Russia and China abstained. Tony Waterman tells us more from New York.
Yeah, this was very much expected, the outcome of this vote on this draft resolution, which would have harshly condemned Russia for its actions in Ukraine, also call for the complete and immediate withdrawal of troops from that country and to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member. And you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation.
China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld.
And it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire, taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries. This is really a lesson in showing President Putin, showing the world just how isolated Russia is at the moment on this invasion into the Ukraine.
That was Tony Waterman reporting. As the violence spirals in Ukraine, Presidents Putin and Xi spoke by phone on Friday. Putin said Russia's military operations are necessary because Ukraine was committing genocide in the eastern part of the country. Western nations have called the claim baseless and false. President Xi urged negotiations. He told Putin that China supports Russia in resolving this conflict through talks with Ukraine. Xi added China will respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries. Putin later said Russia is willing to hold high-level talks with Ukraine. China's foreign ministry also called on the West to abandon its Cold War mentality and urged it to address security concerns of all parties.
China has always taken its position according to the facts. We have always been on the side of peace and justice, and we have always believed that the issue of Ukraine has its own complex history, and that the security concerns of all parties should be respected. The Cold War mentality should be abandoned in order to seek a comprehensive solution to the conflict through dialogue and negotiation, and to form a balanced, effective and sustainable European security mechanism.
员工，该公司宣布，这些工厂从25号开始停工。 一名公司发言人告诉路透社，该公司正与客户沟通，力争从公司其他工厂向客户。
Lots of companies have already suspended their business in the country of Ukraine. Maersk Line has declared that starting from now until the end of February, they will suspend their business at the port of Ukraine. They will also temporarily shut down their office. DSV has also decided to temporarily suspend their business, and FedEx, as well as the other logistic companies, have decided to suspend their business in and out of the country. We are very worried about the status quo of Kiev. I'm so worried about my children. We hope that Joe Biden would take some actions. However, nothing happened. We felt left alone and we are abandoned. We have this mental meltdown. We are deeply harmed and blessed.
基辅当地时间25号凌晨起响起爆炸声和枪声。乌克兰军方说，在基辅郊区发现俄军。
Early in the morning, we can already hear the sound of explosions. A lot of infrastructure and facilities have been demolished. A bridge has been exploded in order to stop the further advances of the Russian troops from Ivankov and Chernigov. The Russian troops would mobilize their tank armies to go into the capital city of Kiev. Within 3 to 5 minutes, they have already heard several rounds of explosions. And according to the Ukrainian side, Kiev is under special protection. In the major spots of entrance, they have set up the watch house and also security checks. In the night and also in early morning around the dawn, they will face extremely high risk of the attacks. And last night again, we can hear the sirens inside the city of Kiev. And by the afternoon of 25th of February, some witnesses have noticed the sounds of the crossfires. And some residents have even witnessed the traveling by of one armored vehicle in their residence community. And one of our correspondents has said that he has decided to hide inside the bunker. And one of the airports has also been seized by the Russian side. According to the spokesperson of Russia, the Air Force of Russia has mobilized more than 200 helicopters, and they have hit down more than hundreds of soldiers from the Ukrainian side, and there is no casualty from the side of Russia. They have also closed down the borderlines to the west of Ukraine, and they will not attack the neighborhood and the civilians. The reason why they have decided to seize the airport is for the airborne transport of their soldiers. According to Zaharova, they are using the armed forces in order to condemn the crimes from the side of Ukraine. And they have also received the document saying that Ukraine has decided to sever all types of political ties and channels with Russia, and that is a mistake. We are not starting a war. We would like to put an end to a long-term existing war. It's shame on you if you cannot see that clearly. Shame on Ukrainian government for the false information. She has also stressed that they are targeting actually the military facilities, military-used airports in Ukraine. They have not launched any airstrikes against the civilian facilities. May I ask a question here? I'm from CNN. He's very impolite. He's working in Ukraine. He has become impolite. Please give the floor to the journalist from CGTN.
Next question, please.
Because CNN and BBC have asked a lot. Journalists, please give the floor to journalists from China.
此外，在回答美国记者有关基辅遭袭的问题时，拉夫罗夫
When answering a question from the U.S. side about the attacks from Russian side, here's the response. Who among you have ever visited Donbass? Who have witnessed those so-called destructed schools and also the women under attack?
Yes, 是的，普京总统表示他愿意与北约谈判。
Yes, President Putin said he's willing to have a talk with Ukraine and NATO. And last December, we have already touched upon this issue of security. We would like to write this topic into certain documents. We also would like to include the European Organization for Security and Cooperation. We should not sacrifice the security of the other countries in order to protect our own security. Because we believe in the principle of indivisible security, we would like to solve the problem with a written document. We have to write this topic into documents so that we can make this legitimate. And the culprit of this tension is the Western countries. They haven't applied the Minsk agreement. So we would like to show our attitude to the Western countries. It's unacceptable for us. Only when the Ukraine can satisfy our demands will we put an end to this operation. And Emmanuel Macron has played the role of the mediator. As the leader of France and also one of the pillar forces of European Union, he would like to use dialogue and negotiation to safeguard the stability of Europe. Dating back to 2019, we have witnessed a crisis of Crimea area, and by then there's the Paris summit on the Normandy format. Even there are some problems with the execution model, still there has been a lot of fruitful results achieved. And later on, this year, by February, Emmanuel Macron would like to invite everybody back to the negotiating table. However, he has not succeeded. Days later, we have witnessed the arrival of the troops and also soldiers from Russia on the land of Ukraine, and Ukraine has also met with the president of both countries. He has visited Moscow and also Kiev, and the role played by France and Emmanuel Macron has been recognized by the Russian side. The only Western leader contacted by the Russian side by President Putin is Emmanuel Macron. And it's also said that several rounds of mediation launched by President Emmanuel Macron is that he fully understands the importance of this issue, because from the point of view of economy and the geopolitical side, the failure of this mediation would cause heavy tolls on the economy and security of Europe, and the failure would also have a negative impact on the election, in the presidential election of France. Yanukovych has decided to suspend the signature with in the document with EU. The then Secretary of State of U.S., Newland, said, I don't know Yanukovych. I don't believe that Yanukovych knows what he's doing. The beginning of this whole issue is that the European countries the Western countries would like to seize our country. They are working from the point of view of their interests, not that of the Ukrainian people. And later on, President Obama has admitted the participation of the U.S. However, the color revolution has not brought any tangible benefits to Ukraine. With the public voting, there's the voting of the people from Crimea. They have decided to be integrated into Crimea. And later on, there's also the issue with the two People's Republic, the LPR and the DPR. Gradually, there's the escalation of the tension between the two countries. And from the Russian side, they believe that the tension comes from the provoking and hyping up of the tensions by the U.S. side, because they believe that U.S. has even encouraged the Ukraine to go against and to confront with Russia.
In the days and weeks ahead are additional conversations that the U.S. government is having with our European allies.
We can only solve the problems with a rational dialogue, because there's no military resolution to those problems. Until now, U.S. and Western countries, they are still using
It's been an
this.
aspiration of Ukraine's for some time. We've long been discussing that aspiration with Ukraine. We are strong supporters of that.
但每到关键时刻，美西方又躲躲闪闪。
Use the accession into the NATO to allure Ukraine. However, at critical moments, they will not give a helping hand.
普京说。
According to Putin, the major conflicts of the troops of Russia is not with the troops of Ukraine, but with the nationalists of Ukraine. They have to be held accountable for the bloodshed events in the Donbass. And today, those forces, they are hyping up the nationalism among the people. And in the downtown areas of major cities, they have already installed heavy weapons in order to attract the coming and arrival of the troops of the Russian side. And according to Russian side, Ukrainians, they are using the civilians as the human shield in order to attract the forces of Russia. And Putin has said that please do not believe the speeches of those extreme nationalists. You have to protect themselves. You have to protect yourselves and do not listen to those people, and so that all the tensions will not be further hyped up. Japanese airlines, with the excuse of potential risks, have cancelled their flights to Moscow, and UK airlines have also declared that they will not accept the flights to come to the airport of UK and not allow them to fly into the skies of UK. As a countermeasure, the Russian side has also declared that they will not allow any UK-related air flights to come into the skies of Russia. Stockholm and the other cities have decided to change their route and to take the bypass to go around the sky of Russia, and that has significantly increased the travel time. For Moldova and Belarus, they have also closed part of their skies. For the flight route choices between the several opposite ends of the Eurasia continent, we have to avoid the conventional lines and find more time-costing lines. Apart from the airliners' headaches, there's also other elements complicating the situation, for example, COVID-19 and also the surging price of the oil. We have just witnessed the stabilized prices of the oil, and immediately after this special military operation, and the prices of the oils have gone up again. We have the chief of the office, Prime Minister here, President is also here. Our troops are here, people are also here. We are here to safeguard the sovereignty of our country. We are always here, we have never left. Glory goes to the protectors, to Ukraine, and to the heroes.
So you see there are people hiding in the parking lot of the supermarket in the center of the Lviv city. But there is no panic, nobody is running. People are pretty used to hearing those kind of sirens. So it's the third time this day we hear those airstrike alert sirens in Lviv. There hasn't been any bombing, and it's the sounds of bombings here yet, but it's better to hide anyway. So you can hear the sirens of the airstrike alert. It's the center of the Lviv city. So it's been ringing for a couple of minutes now, but you see there is no panic, so people don't run, don't try to hide. So you see this is the headquarters of one of the military recruitment centers in Lviv, in western parts of Ukraine, and there are lots of Ukrainians here who are willing to get mobilized to go and fight. As far as yesterday, President Zelensky said that he announces general mobilization. So see how many men are here. So like there are hundreds of people and the lines are very, very long. So this is what's happening in Lviv, in the western parts of Ukraine right now.
On the 25th, the foreign ministers of 27 member states of European Union have come to the meeting again in Brussels. They have talked about further sanctions. On Russia, they have reached a consensus and they have decided to freeze the bank accounts and assets of Lavrov and President Putin in Europe. When asked about the exact number of the assets of the two leaders of Russia, the representative said that it's not very clear. The first measure is to use the technical tools to know exact account of those top leaders, and later on, they will freeze the account. And for the removal of Russia from the SWIFT system, they have not reached a consensus. At the same time, NATO has also organized a summit via video link. They are talking about the solution to this issue. Later on in the report issued by the organization, they will continue with the political support to Ukraine. They are also deploying more forces towards the eastern part, and they will ensure necessary deployment of troops so that they have the credible defense power in the future. According to the public opinions of Europe, they are imposing already these sanctions against Russia. This is a consensus, but to what degree they have still a disagreement, so we cannot predict the exact effect of this. Years ago, there's the color revolution happening in Ukraine. U.S. side has used the internet and also a lot of speeches to hyper up the tensions.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something.
最终，2014年，时任乌克兰总统亚努
Finally,
科
in
维奇在颜色革
2014,
命中下台。
the then
拜登上台
president
后
of
对俄
Ukraine
态度
has
强
been
硬，
toppled.
支持乌克兰加入北
And
约，
later
以
on,
对
when
俄施压。
President Joe
It's been an
Biden
aspiration of Ukraine's for some
seized the
time.
power,
We've long been discussing that aspiration with Ukraine. We are strong supporters of them.
美国嘴上说着支持乌克兰加入北约，另一方面，
U.S.
美
said
国又
they
频频与乌
support
克
the
兰划清界
accession of
限。
Ukraine into
2021年
NATO.
6
At
月，
the same
北约
time,
成
they
员国
are
领导人
drawing
举行峰
lines
会时，乌
between
克兰总统
themselves
泽连
and
斯基
Ukraine.
在社交媒体上发文说，北约领导人确
Zelensky
认乌
posted
克兰将成为
a
北约
tweet
的一员。 但很
saying
快
NATO
就
leaders
遭到
confirmed
拜登
that
的否
Ukraine
认。
will become a member of the alliance, but later is denied.
To get into the action plan. It remains to be seen.
事实上，北约只是试图打乌克兰牌
In
来
fact,
对俄罗斯施
NATO
压，
has
但
just
这
an
触
attempt
及
to
了俄方
play
红
the
线。
chessboard
2021年
in
12月
Ukraine.
15号，
However,
俄罗斯向美
this
国和
has
北约
touched
分
the
别提交双边
bottom
安全
line
保证
of
协议草案，
Russia.
就俄方安全诉求提出建议，内容包括。
Russia has also proposed their own intentions, for example, to stop the further eastern extension of NATO and to make Ukraine out of NATO. They pushed us to the wall. We have nowhere to go. They give Ukraine the missiles. In 4 to 5 minutes, they can fly to Moscow. Where can we go? We are pushed to the wall. They put us to such a situation. We have to ask them to stop. However, U.S. side ignored all these opinions. This year, they have replied a written form to the demand of the Russian side in terms of putting Ukraine out of NATO. They have not agreed with the pursuit and demand of Russian. NATO has also intensified their deployment of troops towards the eastern side, very close to Russia, for example, in Estonia and Lithuania, Estonia, etc. And we can also count 5,700 soldiers coming from NATO deployed in Poland. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, they have received a total value of $1.5 billion of weapons. And a lot of civilians in Ukraine, they are very worried. Western countries, they don't have any good intention. They would like to push us to wars. To be honest, I don't care about the speeches of Europe or America. I don't believe them. They usually tell lies. Their words don't correspond with their actions. Ukraine is an important a place for the integration of Europe. However, Yanukovych has decided to suspend the signature of a document, and by that moment, U.S. has decided to hype up this color regulation. Nuland has also been present.
That President Yanukovych knows what he needs to do.
Западу хочется, по большому счету, из чего все это началось, хочется как бы захватить Украину.
The reason behind the same is that Western countries would like to seek Ukraine for their own political ambitions and not for the benefits of the Ukrainians. But then President Barack Obama has also admitted publicly the participation of the U.S. However, this color revolution has brought no benefit to Ukraine. Instead, it has de-escalated the situation. After the vote, Crimea has decided to be detached from Ukraine and get incorporated into Russia. And later on, we have witnessed the independence of the LPR and the DPR. And in the Strait, there's the conflict of Marines from Russia and Ukraine. Immediately, the situation has been escalated. Russia said that it's due to the provocation of the U.S. side and Western countries. I think it's clearly an attempt of the U.S. They have even encouraged the provocations from the Ukraine. And Poroshenko, the then president of Ukraine, has asked for the help from the NATO.
Are additional conversations that the U.S. government is having with our European allies.
We can only seek for a solution through reasonable dialogue. There is no military settlement to these problems. Until now, U.S. and Western countries are still using this accession to NATO as an allure to Ukraine.
We've long been discussing that aspiration with Ukraine. We are strong supporters of that.
However, every time when we come to a critical point, those countries, Western countries and U.S. would not realize their promises.
It remains to be seen.
乌克兰是美西方为外交优先方向，持续推进加入欧盟。
Ukraine and Russia say they're ready to negotiate as Ukrainians stream into neighboring countries to flee the fighting. China reiterates its call for urgent, all-out diplomatic efforts to end the conflict between Kiev and Moscow. And at least 7 are dead and dozens injured after a strong earthquake hits off the Indonesian island of Sumatra. Ukraine says it is ready to negotiate with Russia for peace and a ceasefire. These were remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's spokesman late on Friday. Russia says Moscow is also prepared to talk, but only if the Ukrainian military lays down its arms. The Russian Defense Ministry said its forces had disabled 211 Ukrainian military installations and equipment, including 17 command centers, 19 air defense missile systems, and 67 tanks. Ukrainian officials said it shot down a Russian transport plane in a city south of Kiev, and its air defense downed a Russian jet and helicopter early on Saturday. President Zelensky said he believes Russian forces will try to take Kiev overnight. From an undisclosed location, he assured Ukrainians that he will remain in the capital.
Всім добрий вечір. Лідер фракції тут, голова Офісу президента тут, прем'єр-міністр Шмигаль тут, Подоляк тут, президент тут. Всі ми тут, наші військові тут, громадяни суспільства тут, всі ми тут. Захищаємо нашу незалежність, нашу державу. І так буде й далі. Слава нашим захисникам, слава нашим захисницям. Слава Україні! Слава!
Air raid sirens are continuing as Ukrainian and Russian forces are engaged in combat on fronts across the country. Evacuations have become chaotic. The United Nations now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled and millions more could join them. Our correspondent Guy Henderson is with a group trying to flee the capital to travel to Poland.
All the way down the main highway, all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometres on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are keen not to give too much away about their manoeuvring, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defense of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometers up the road where Russian soldiers were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighborhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that have been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
Основные боестолкновения российской армии.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
CGTN's Tian Wei spoke to a Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson and asked about the likelihood of negotiations between the Russian and Ukrainian presidents.
Once we heard President Zelensky stating during his TV address a request or a statement about their desire and the opportunity to hold negotiations immediately at the level of foreign ministers and the administration of the president, it was stated that we are ready for such negotiations. Minsk was suggested as a platform for negotiations. As for the Russian side, a group, a delegation could participate. It could engage representatives of foreign ministry and defense ministry and the Kremlins. Well, it would be a high level. I'm not talking about the high leadership, but that would be senior experts that have a deep knowledge of the current situation. As for all the other details, they will be provided later on. We should understand how serious the Kiev regime is about its intention. The thing is that over the past years, we have repeatedly heard their oral desire to launch negotiations, but once these negotiations started, we saw how the Kiev regime blocks them. Once we heard the statements by Zelensky about his alleged desire to hold negotiations, immediately Foreign Minister of Ukraine made another statement that Russia should be brought to justice. They should shape their clear position. This should be a unified position, and they should stick to it.
So you are suggesting that the military operation will not be paused, will not be stopped for the negotiations. Is that what you're trying to say, if the negotiations take place? And at this point, Russia did not see the sincerity of Ukraine to conduct negotiation. Is that what you're trying to indicate, Madam Spokesperson?
That's what we've been stating at all levels. That is the operation that had two tasks.
Got it.
And it is currently underway.
I see.
As for negotiations, it is important to understand, and I want you to understand that Russia is ready for negotiations once we received the relevant request. But that was just an oral message by President Zelensky. We do not know how serious they are about their intention. The main thing is for them to shape their own position and for this position to be realistic and for them not to change this position and for them not to replace serious intentions by statements of negotiations. And that's exactly what they can do, but this approach will not work.
The United Nations Security Council has failed to adopt a draft resolution on the conflict in Ukraine. For more, Tony Waterman joins us now from New York. Tony, what can you tell us? What happened?
Well, this particular vote came down to 11 in favor, 3 abstentions. That was China, the UAE, and India, and 1 veto. That was Russia itself. Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, so it does have this veto power, and it did exercise that power today, much to the dismay of those that were in favor, most notably from the Ukrainian ambassador to the UN. He was very somber after this vote came down. He was upset. This was a draft resolution which would have condemned Russia's actions in Ukraine, would have called for the complete and immediate withdrawal of all Russian troops from the country, and also for unfettered access for humanitarian aid. But again, it was defeated, which was largely expected. The Ukrainian ambassador, though, seeing what we have all been seeing today, this advancement by Russian troops towards the capital, Kiev. There have been hundreds of people who have been killed and injured just in the past 48 hours. The UN saying at least 50,000 people have now fled the Ukraine, and many more expected to do so, and things could be getting worse. The Ukrainian ambassador saying that the attack was going to happen tonight, that the fate of Ukraine would be decided tonight. Now, his boss, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, actually saw this as a type of victory. There had been concerns among some that China would veto this draft resolution alongside Russia, but the vote was delayed, and in that time, there was negotiations that we understand took place, and that this is why China abstained from the vote as opposed to vetoing it. In a tweet, Zelensky said that this proves that the world is with us, the truth is with us, the victory will be ours. We did hear from the Chinese ambassador to the UN after this vote. He said that China is deeply disappointed with the developments that are taking place, but also said that the UN Security Council is an organization, is a body that should be cooling tensions, should not be adding fuel to the fire. So indicating or implying rather that these sanctions could have more long-term damage than good, saying that when sanctions are put in place, when these resolutions are put in place, that it's really the innocent people on the ground that end up suffering the most, and that it could completely shut the door to a peaceful resolution. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We strongly call on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions, and avoid civilian casualties. The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We call on all parties to immediately come back to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue.
So China clearly there hoping that there is still a diplomatic solution to this conflict, also calling on other members of the UN Security Council, other countries, to take the concerns that Russia has over the advancement of NATO through the past couple of decades, further east, further towards its borders, to take that concern seriously. Of course, the West argues that this is not a legitimate security concern for Russia, and that it's certainly not an excuse to invade a sovereign country unprovoked.
Tony, tell us about the latest sanctions on Russia that have been announced by the West.
Yeah, there's mounting tensions. This was what, rather sanctions, this was what was always promised, that as this conflict progressed and escalated, that there would be an equal response, at least on the sanction side. And we heard from the U.S. and its European allies today that they were going to be sanctioning President Vladimir Putin directly, and also the foreign minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov. They're going to have their assets frozen, so really going after their foreign wealth, their wealth that they keep abroad. They also said that there is going to be travel bans put in place to restrict the movement of some of Russia's top leaders. This excludes, though, President Putin and also Sergei Lavrov, because if there are going to be diplomatic talks, they want to make sure that these individuals are able to actually show up for them, that they don't use it as an excuse not to go down that path of diplomacy. This is really a significant escalation in tensions. When the United States and the EU go after and sanction Putin themselves. They've sanctioned oligarchs in the past, his inner circles, but the leader himself is quite significant. It is very, very rare that that happens, and it now puts him in the same company as Bashar al-Assad in Syria and also Alexander Lukashenko in Belarus. But they, of course, are far less powerful leaders. So this is really about sending a message at this point that the Western world is united and that Putin right now is very isolated. Of course, this comes on top of a slew of other sanctions that have already been announced, but it's very unlikely that any of these sanctions, at this point at least, are going to change President Putin's calculus, and Russia, of course, already threatening retaliation.
All right, thank you so much, Tony Waterman in New York for us. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has elaborated on China's basic position on the fighting between Russia and Ukraine. He spoke on the phone Friday with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the EU's foreign policy chief Joseph Borrell, and the French president's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon. Wang said, first, China firmly stands for respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Second, China advocates the concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security. Third, China has been following developments over Ukraine, and the present situation is something China does not want to see. Fourth, the Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And fifth, China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the Ukrainian issue, and that regional peace and stability, as well as the security of all countries, should be priorities. Thousands of Ukrainians fleeing conflict have started arriving in neighboring Central European countries, and the European Union is now bracing for an influx of refugees. Lucy Hoff has more from Bereg-Surani, a village in eastern Hungary near the border with Ukraine.
Families and young children arrive into Hungary after a grueling night. Carrying small suitcases packed in haste amid Russian shelling, these are some of the first to have escaped a Ukraine under siege. 20-year-old student Nastya is from the city of Kharkiv.
When we woke up at 6 a.m. and saw the news and hear the sound of planes, we decided to just try to escape somehow, somewhere, just to be safe, because in Ukraine you're not safe anymore.
Hundreds of thousands are expected to make the journey into Central Europe in the coming days, crossing Ukraine's border into countries including Hungary, Poland and Slovakia. For this family who fled overnight, there is shock and disbelief about what has unfolded.
I can't believe that this war could happen in the 21st century. We never thought it would happen again in this region. We're used to seeing war only in faraway places like Iraq.
A few miles north of this crossing, Hungarian troops are stationed to provide assistance and border control.
Those here have managed to cross the border, and it's now a waiting game to work out where they'll be going next. The Hungarian government, for its part, has said that it is willing to accept refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and will be giving the country humanitarian aid.
The UN has warned that Europe could see as many as 5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine as a result of Russian military activity. Poland is likely to see the highest numbers. The country is already home to around 1 million Ukrainians. The European Commission will be working to coordinate a joint approach.
That the European Union is an area of protection for people fleeing persecution or serious harm in their countries of origins. We work on all scenarios to support the Ukrainian people.
The journey to Europe is complex. In Ukraine, traffic has stretched to more than 10 kilometers in one border crossing with Poland, with thousands trying to escape the fighting. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 are forbidden to leave as the country prepares a full military mobilization. Across the border, these families have been forced to leave their homes, jobs and schools, not knowing when and if they will be able to return. Lucy Hoff, CGTN, Bereg-Surani, Hungary.
The conflict has had a ripple effect on markets. Global stocks mostly rose while oil prices dipped as investors digest sanctions on Russia. William Denslow has the details.
Well, despite the devolving crisis in Ukraine, it was largely a strong day of trading across the globe in terms of how the markets fared this Friday. Perhaps a case of investors buying the dip. Maybe there's been somewhat of an overreaction when it comes to concerns how investors feel this crisis in Ukraine will impact global markets and the global economy. Looking at how stocks move, the Hang Seng did close down 0.5%, but the Shanghai Composite up 0.6%, the Nikkei up 2%. In Europe, the FTSE closed up 3.9%, reversing Thursday's losses. The CAC up 3.6%, the DAX in Germany up 3.7%. Here on Wall Street, the Dow Jones closed 2.5% up, seeing its best day of trading since late 2020. The S&P up 2.2%, the Nasdaq up 1.6%. However, of course, investors will continue to digest the crisis in Ukraine and what exactly that'll mean going forward when it comes to sanctions, the impact they could have on the global economy. Now, traders also reacting to a little bit of US economic data in the form of the core personal consumption expenditures price index. Now, that's the key piece of inflation data that the Federal Reserve watch most closely. That ticked up 5.2% compared to last year, slightly more than analysts are expecting. The impact of that, well, investors are now pricing in a 100% chance the Federal Reserve will go ahead and raise interest rates at their next meeting in the middle of March in a bid to curb inflation. The only question here on Wall Street is just how aggressively they will move in hiking those rates next month. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
Multiple regions of Ukraine have reported violence and explosions. CGTN's Wang Wengjie spoke to the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Odessa to find out about the situation there.
当地现在民生是怎么保障的呢？社会秩序怎么样？
The city is in good order now. I went into the streets this morning and found it to be stable. There are no waves of panic so far.
战争的影响啊，它的比如说老百姓的吃穿用度上面不会受到影响吗？
People in Odessa purchased enough food and daily necessities yesterday, so they have enough for a few days at least.
我想知道，就是这个危机是不是影响到了咱们的中乌贸易？
The closed airspace and ports have impacted our trade in Ukraine. Curfews have affected transportation. Markets are also closed. The influence is obvious, but I think personal safety is the priority in the face of the conflict.
那您对未来的这个，比如说过2天的这样一个形势，您有没有自己的预判呢？
Odessa would be Russia's first choice if they land by water, but their landing is unclear. There's a military gap between Ukraine and Russia, so I think the Russian side will finally come in here, but I don't think they'll hurt civilians.
Events have consequences. Words create impact.
Unprecedented scenes that we saw.
The cleanup operation is now well and truly underway.
Parts of southern Europe remain in a state of emergency.
Context gives meaning. People make history.
Well, Saturday marks the end of the local state of emergency.
But authorities are still on high alert.
So now we've actually become the border on this road.
A complex world demands a comprehensive view.
But with the cleanup efforts more or less under control,
the economic impact is bound to ripple across the country.
There's plastic pollution everywhere.
Because the world today matters for your world tomorrow.
This is the living area of the crew.
The focus is firmly on future technologies.
Well, this is something completely different.
The world today, every day on CGTN.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону. А вы сами ходили в это? Да, а сюда просто...
За родственники. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка. Вот.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，就是不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，下来2名持枪的俄面孔军人，他们要求我们出示证件。那我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们，在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，发现。
Россия заявляет, что народные милиции ДНР и ЛНР перешли в контрнаступление.
Чесно, не бачу таких. Хто готовий дати Україні гарантію вступу до НАТО? Чесно, всі бояться. Я запитав сьогодні у 27 лідерів Європи, чи буде Україна в НАТО. Запитав прямо. Всі бояться, не відповідають, а ми не боїмось. Ми не боїмось нічого. Не боїмось, захищаючи нашу державу. Ми не боїмось Росії. Ми не боїмось говорити з Росією. Ми не боїмось говорити про все. Про гарантії безпеки для нашої держави. Не боїмось говорити про нейтральний статус. Ми ж зараз не в НАТО. Але які при цьому у нас будуть гарантії?
Time, according to Reuters, about 150 carrier air flights as well as the other land forces have reached places in Belarus. And some airborne forces, as well as the small teams like the squads from Russian sides, they have become very close to the capital city of Ukraine, Kiev. So they are closing in Kiev. Could we say that their intention is very clear? They would like to besiege and finally capture the capital. And for the Ukrainian side, they cannot afford to lose Kiev. And for Russian side, that is a critical moment for them to seize the capital. And this defensive battle of the capital city would be a critical point if the assault of Russian forces on the capital city of Ukraine is successful. Then it means that is the end of the political life of Zelensky. Because once they lose the capital city, Kiev, then there's no more back force for them to come to the negotiations table with the Russian side. And in these days, they have been battling against each other in a very tense manner and since a long period of time in order to fight against the militias of the Ukrainians. Already, the Ukraine have deployed a lot of armed forces over there. So that's why the Russian military forces have spent some days in battling against the defenses from the Ukrainian side. And currently, we can also see the adding up of the troops on the ground and on the air. And they are not in a rush to go into the capital. First of all, they will encircle the capital city, and they hope that this would wake up the president of Zelensky. And they hope that this move will also urge Zelensky to abandon all the dreams of receiving more weapons from the Western countries. Still, the President Zelensky is holding some more fantasy of receiving extra help from the Western countries and NATO. Today, they are also talking about the negotiation possibility, and it's also closely coordinated with these situation going on with the battlefields between the two countries. Why the Russian troops are not in a hurry to besiege and take over the capital city, Kiev, because they would like to, first of all, minimize their cost, and also they would like to hold this possibility of reconstruction of the city. Otherwise, if not for the several above-mentioned considerations, they can, first of all, take out the President Zelensky. For example, in the past wars, you can see that, first of all, we will be targeting on the leader, the top leader, like in the Chechen wars. We have witnessed similar facts. In the Chechen War, the military forces of Russia have not succeeded in holding the situation under control and beheaded the top leader of Chechen. This time, we have observed that Russian forces have opted for another tactic. They didn't, first of all, go for the purpose of beheading Zelensky. Instead, they have chosen another tactic. And you can see Russia has a different design for the future of Ukraine. According to President Vladimir Putin and Minister Lavrov, their intention is not to occupy any land in Ukraine. It's not the intention of Vladimir Putin to incorporate the whole country of Ukraine into their territory. I don't believe that the vision is so short-term for Vladimir Putin. So that's why today they have opted such a different manner of operation on the land of Ukraine. They are targeting currently only on the military-used facilities, and they are not targeting the civilians. And they have decided to start with the other places. They didn't go directly, straightly into the capital city. They would like to wait for the surrender of Zelensky so that they can still have some hope of discussions by the table. By March 1940, there is the Treaty on Peace between former Soviet Union and Finland. From Germany, from France, and from the other European powers, Finland has borrowed a lot of forces in order to crack down the former Soviet Union. The other Western powers are also helping up the tension. And history has repeated itself. It's also similarly what we are seeing today. And today, Russian forces, Russian side has expressed their hope for the Ukraine to stay neutral in terms of this accession to NATO. And for the considerations of Putin, he has his own considerations in not choosing to behead the top leader of a country. Zelensky, although he has lost a lot of assets in order to support his negotiation with Russia, but still he has the room and possibility to do some bargains with Russia. And Ukraine is also the contacting point. It's like the bridge between the East and the West. When talking about the neutrality of Ukraine in the future, they will not invite US. Even when we reopen the dialogue, US will not be invited. I believe that Russia, Ukraine, Germany, and France would be invited to the negotiation table for the future design of the path. For the beheading action is not the option for this time's action and operation. As is mentioned by Vladimir Putin, our intention is not to occupy the whole territory of the country. Our goal is to demilitarize and also denazify the country. He has already very clearly expressed his intention. And at this moment, you can see a lot of troops have already entered the country, and a lot more troops, they are waiting for further order at the borderline. Once the order is there, a lot of ground forces would pour into the capital city of Ukraine, Kiev. And in recent days in our program, we have also talked about the dressing style of Zelensky. In the past, he's always very well dressed in costumes, and this time he has totally changed his style of dresses. For example, he's in T-shirt and he's holding a camera from a non-official angle. And another video footage has shown to us they are wearing a simplified version of the uniform of the military. They have changed the dress. They are also sending the message to the whole world. Maybe they would like to show to the world that there is more solidarity between the leaders and the people. They are closer to the people. And according to yesterday's reports, he's also visited those streets. He said to his public that he will not leave the country. He will always be there with his people. That happens against the background with the U.S. And also the Western powers suggesting his departure from the country. And I believe that once he leaves this country, he can no longer go back. And if the Western powers are proposing his departure from Ukraine, what kind of identity will they give to Zelensky? They will still recognize his identity as the president of the country, but maybe it will be quite difficult for him to go back once he decides to leave. He can no longer go back. So today, Zelensky has decided to stay in the place, and there is also another mental war being waged now. Russian forces, they are very proactive today. There's no barrier for them, strategically, for them to go inside and take over the capital city. They have to take care. They don't want to hit any civilian targets. They don't want to cause any civilian casualties. Otherwise, they will be heavily criticized by the international community. And yesterday, we have also noticed that in an interview, the speaker has said that Zelensky remains the president of Ukraine, because we are wondering whether there is the intention of Russian side to change the leadership of Ukraine. But according to the speaker from Russian side, they admit still the status of Zelensky as the president of Ukraine. So we believe that the Russian side attaches great importance to the political value of Zelensky. Imagine that there is a new president replacing Zelensky, then we have to learn again from scratch the background and also all the other relevant information about Zelensky. Zelensky is a president elected by the people, so he still holds a lot of reputation among the people. He has this popularity, and today Russian forces are striving for the understanding from the Ukrainian people. They still want to keep this credibility among the public opinion of the Ukrainian people. And during the televised address by President Putin, he has spent so much time in describing the background and also the context of today's military operation and about this tension. He has talked about the historical facts, about the actions of the U.S. Actually, he is sending a message to the Ukrainian people. He's explaining very carefully and clearly why they have decided to go into the country. And he has also made it very clear for the civilians, if you lay down the weapon, you will not be targeted, you will not be harmed. For the leaders, they are also constructing a battalion around them, and it's a matter of the war of mentality. A mental war, a psychological war. If they can break down the mental power, the mental forces among the Ukrainian people and also the Ukrainian troop forces, it will be much easier for them to succeed in their special military operation. And for the leaders of Ukraine, still the top officials, including Zelensky, they have some leftover fantasy towards the Western countries. Of course, they would be very much disappointed. Until now, they have received nothing but the political support and some so-called sanctions by the Western forces against Russia. So with a lot of melancholy, Zelensky has said that he called all the leaders of the European Union member states. He made this whole round of telephone calls, but nobody would give him tangible assistance and authentic assistance. He felt abandoned and left alone by the Western forces. This time, at the critical moment, if Russian sides could do more work to win the heart of the Iranian top leaders, then it would be a huge advantage for the side of Russia. And for the interactions and also the crossfire between Russia and Ukraine, you can see that they are applying the same tactics. Not only can we see that the Russian sides, they are calling upon the public in Ukraine, but also Ukrainian President Zelensky, they are also calling on the civilians and ordinary people in Russia to oppose this special military operation. So through this kind of message, they would like to persuade each other's people to support their own purposes. It's already the third day of the special military operation launched by Russia against Ukraine. And yesterday, during the visit of Zelensky, what did he say? And what's the opinion of the public? We are very worried about Kiev. I'm so worried about the children. We hope that Biden would take the prompt measures, but no sign shows us that this would come true. Our country has been abandoned. We have a mental breakdown. I'm really worried for the people. They are psychologically harmed, deeply harmed. Good evening, everyone. The leader of the party is here. Chief of the office of the presidency is here. Prime Minister is here. President is here. Our troops are here. People are here. We are here all together to protect the sovereignty of our country. We are always here, and it's always so. We have never left. Glory goes to the protectors, goes to Ukraine, goes to the heroes. Welcome back to our special program on the tension between Russia and Ukraine. You can also follow our live streaming program on the online platform. Welcome back. Just now we have viewed again this video clip with Zelensky and his colleagues. They are standing on the street of Kiev and they are delivering a message to the public. So could you please share with us the explanation about this message delivered? Zelensky is to be a comedian, so he took care of his own dresses. He knew what to wear according to the changes of the scenarios and also the occasions. From the video clip, you can see that he's surrounded by his close colleagues, for example, the top leaders, the chief of the office, prime minister, etc. And in other occasions, he's also wearing very casual clothes. He would like to send this message to the other people. He has this tough mind against the military forces of Russia. And from the video clip, it seems like he is without the bodyguards. It would be quite risky for a president to stay in the country. And also the Western forces are also suggesting the departure of the President Zelensky because the risk of being beheaded is also very high. And first, the Western power have also suggested that he leaves the capital city and moves to Lvov. And we have also received a lot of comments about the behaviors of President Zelensky. At the beginning of his entrance into power, he would like to improve the relations between Ukraine and Russia. Zelensky comes from the grassroots. It's quite different from the situation of previous presidents who come from the business circle. In May 2019, he has communicated with President Putin for 3 times, and later on there are also constant communication. During that period of time, the situation is very stable, and the turning point comes afterwards. It's around January last year. What happened? President Joe Biden came to power in the U.S. He discovered that in Ukraine he could do a lot of things. And Zelensky, for his own political ambitions, has decided to get closer to the U.S. in order to change the situation of the tensions with the Russia and get Crimea back. Until 20th of January this year, when Joe Biden said in his speech to celebrate the first anniversary of his entrance into presidency, he said that the U.S. will not send troops to Ukraine. By then, this actor of comedy has become the actor of tragedy, and he started to realize that the U.S. will not come to help by sending the troops, nor will NATO. He realized that Ukraine cannot rely on the U.S. And again, he changed the game. The 4-party negotiation and also the Normandy format. He's back on the negotiation table. They've been discussing about this issue for 8 hours. After that round of discussion and also the events, we believe that gradually the tragedy starts to reveal in front of him. First of all, he's being elected by the people. He has no background of business or politics in the past. Zelensky has been an actor of comedy, and later on he has been selected by the public to be the president. And he has also changed very swiftly his behaviors, judging the changes in the situation. This morning, in early morning address by Zelensky, he said the fires are on in every corner of the country, but he has mentioned that they have to protect the capital city, and in his latest tweet, he has said that everyone have to do his best to stop the war. And he mentioned everybody. It refers to not only the Ukrainians, but also the people of the rest of the world, including the Russians. Every day, this fires of the battles are destructing not only Ukraine, but also the whole world. Actually, this war and this tension has been expanded to cover the whole area of Europe. In the recent days, we are talking about the significance of this war. And for different parties, it has different meanings. For Ukraine, of course, it will change definitely the historical process. For Europe, this action, this operation would reshape the map of power of Europe. And for US, this war means that we can no longer think that we can rely on US support or NATO support. So the legend of NATO has been broken down. And some people also say that from this event on, US would be toppled down from the hegemony. After the end of the Second World War, Western powers believe that with the dominance of the US, there would be no more wars in this world. We enter a brand new period with peace and stability. However, it's not so, because the US is trying to change the world according to its own will and mindset. US domestically has also suffered from a lot of tragedies. For example, the 9/11. 9/11 tragedy shows to everyone that the battalion of US is no longer solid anymore. After the Pearl Harbor event of the Second World War, 9/11 has shown to us again that the security of the US itself can be even broken down. And years after that, 9/11 took place in 2001, and later on, years after, they suffered from the outbreak of the financial crisis. And this 2008 financial crisis didn't start with some other places where there's the weakness of the financial system, but it took place and it occurred at the most powerful point of the financial system of the world. It started from the Wall Street, and later on there's the war against Afghanistan. 20 years of Afghanistan war, and finally the troops of the US have been retreated. An escape of the American troops from Afghanistan also could be considered as a symbol of the sliding down of the strength of the US. In the past, the US believed that they are the strongest in the world. They have this overconfidence about their system, and they believe that their system cannot be defeated. However, now this time, during the COVID-19 pandemic, you can see that the US system didn't work very well, at least not as well as expected. First of all, with the presidency of Donald Trump, and later on with the presidency of Joe Biden, especially during the period of presidency of Joe Biden, even with the vaccines and the suggestion to put on masks, you can see the death tolls keep going up with the victims. So this time, from multiple examples, you can see that U.S. is weakening. They don't want to hear this, but this is the fact. U.S. cannot accept the fact that they are weakening, and their system cannot respond to all the challenges and changes. And from this time's case with the Ukraine, you can see that Ukraine has asked for help and also the dispatch of forces to the ground. However, U.S. has refused. Although U.S. said recently that we have adopted a resolution to give $600 million of support to you, and we can also give you some other forms of military support. But they will not for real send the troops to the land. They can offer financial support and also the weaponries. But according to one report of yesterday, a lot of the weapons delivered from the U.S. side to Ukraine has been seized by the Russian forces. So actually what the Ukraine has received from the U.S. side didn't work. And what about the weapons delivered by the U.S. side to the Ukraine side? It's not the latest generation of weapons. It's not the highest tech weaponries, because they have also the fear that once it's being captured and seized by the Russian side, it will also be a backfire. For the transfer of the weapons, it's not a single direction of military cooperation. It's a very serious issue correlated with the national security and cooperation. For example, if the high-tech machineries and weaponries have been delivered from the U.S. side to the Ukraine and is being captured by the Russian side, to one extent, it's like the U.S. are handing over their best weaponries directly to the Russian side. For example, in the past, we have witnessed similar facts. One generation of aircraft model has been captured by an enemy, and U.S. has decided to abandon the whole series of the aircrafts. So this time, U.S. has decided to only give the targeted weaponries a certain type of missile to target the tanks of the Russian side. You can see from the military drills of the Russian troops that they have added another structure above their tanks, because normally for a tank you cannot see any extra structures around, but this time they have added up this structure in order to prevent the sudden attacks from the missiles. For the Russian tanks, they have the ammunition in reaction. Once there's a missile coming from a certain direction, they will immediately mobilize and launch their reaction ammunition, and then that wave of reaction.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a delegation to the Belarusian capital Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Luhansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said his troops were hitting back at nationalist forces in Ukraine, which have been attacking residents of largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The
main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has spoken with the Russian president on the phone about Ukraine. Putin reiterated that NATO and the US had long been ignoring Moscow's security concerns, but he did also say he was willing to conduct negotiations with Ukraine. Xi said China wants the two sides to resolve the conflict through dialogue and negotiations. He added China's position on respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries has been consistent, and that China is willing to work with all parties to advocate a common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security concept. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has also elaborated on China's position on the fighting between Russia and Ukraine. He spoke on the phone Friday with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the EU's foreign policy chief Josep Borrell, and the French president's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon. Wang said, first, China firmly stands for respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, abiding by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Second, China advocates the concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security. Third, China has been following developments over Ukraine, and the present situation is something that China does not want to see. Fourth, the Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And fifth, that China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the Ukrainian issue, and that regional peace and stability, as well as the security of all countries, should be the priorities. An effort to condemn Russia's military operation in Ukraine has failed. 11 out of 15 UN Security Council members voted for a resolution denouncing Moscow's actions. And as expected, it was vetoed by Russia, whilst China, India and UAE abstained from voting. Tony Waterman has more from New York.
Yeah, this was very much expected, the outcome of this vote on this draft resolution, which would have harshly condemned Russia for its actions in Ukraine, also call for the complete and immediate withdrawal of troops from that country, and to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member. And you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation.
China always forms its own position on the basis of the merits of the matter at hand. We believe that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected, and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld.
And it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire, taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries.
Air raid sirens are continuing as Ukrainian and Russian forces are engaged in combat on fronts across the country, and evacuations have become chaotic. The UN now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled and millions more could join them. Our correspondent Guy Henderson is with a group trying to reach Poland from the Ukrainian capital.
all the way down the main highway, all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometres on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are not keen not to give too much away about their manoeuvring, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defence of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometres up the road where Russian soldiers were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighbourhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
Thousands of Ukrainians fleeing conflict with Russia have started arriving in neighbouring Central European countries. The European Union is now bracing for an influx of refugees. Lucy Hoff reports from Bereg-Surani, a village in eastern Hungary that's near the border with Ukraine.
Families and young children arrive into Hungary after a grueling night, carrying small suitcases packed in haste amid Russian shelling. These are some of the first to have escaped a Ukraine under siege. 20-year-old student Nastya is from the city of Kharkiv.
When we woke up at 6 a.m. and saw the news and hear the sound of planes, we decided to just try to escape somehow, somewhere, just to be safe, because in Ukraine you're not safe anymore.
Hundreds of thousands are expected to make the journey into Central Europe in the coming days, crossing Ukraine's border into countries including Hungary, Poland and Slovakia. For this family who fled overnight, there is shock and disbelief about what has unfolded.
I can't believe that this war could happen in the 21st century. We never thought it would happen again in this region. We're used to seeing war only in faraway places like Iraq.
A few miles north of this crossing, Hungarian troops are stationed to provide assistance and border control.
Those here have managed to cross the border, and it's now a waiting game to work out where they'll be going next. The Hungarian government, for its part, has said that it is willing to accept refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and will be giving the country humanitarian aid.
The UN has warned that Europe could see as many as 5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine as a result of Russian military activity. Poland is likely to see the highest numbers. The country is already home to around 1 million Ukrainians. The European Commission will be working to coordinate a joint approach.
That the European Union is an area of protection for people fleeing persecution or serious harm in their countries of origins. We work on all scenarios to support the Ukrainian people.
The journey to Europe is complex. In Ukraine, traffic has stretched to more than 10 kilometers in one border crossing with Poland, with thousands trying to escape the fighting. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 are forbidden to leave as the country prepares a full military mobilization. Across the border, these families have been forced to leave their homes, jobs and schools, not knowing when and if they will be able to return. Lucy Hoff, CGTN, Bereg-Surani, Hungary.
Amid the conflict in Ukraine, global stocks mostly rose whilst oil prices dipped as investors digest the sanctions on Russia. William Denslow has the details.
Well, despite the devolving crisis in Ukraine, it was largely a strong day of trading across the globe in terms of how the markets fared this Friday. Perhaps a case of investors buying the dip. Maybe there's been somewhat of an overreaction when it comes to concerns how investors feel this crisis in Ukraine will impact global markets and the global economy. Looking at how stocks move, the Hang Seng did close down 0.5%, but the Shanghai Composite up 0.6%, the Nikkei up 2%. In Europe, the FTSE closed up 3.9%, reversing Thursday's losses. The CAC up 3.6%, the DAX in Germany up 3.7%. Here on Wall Street, the Dow Jones closed 2.5% up, seeing its best day of trading since late 2020. The S&P up 2.2%, the Nasdaq up 1.6%. However, of course, investors will continue to digest the crisis in Ukraine and what exactly that'll mean going forward when it comes to sanctions, the impact they could have on the global economy. Now, traders also reacting to a little bit of US economic data in the form of the core personal consumption expenditures price index. Now, that's the key piece of inflation data that the Federal Reserve watch most closely. That ticked up 5.2% compared to last year, slightly more than analysts are expecting. The impact of that, well, investors are now pricing in a 100% chance that the Federal Reserve will go ahead and raise interest rates at their next meeting in the middle of March in a bid to curb inflation. The only question here on Wall Street is just how aggressively they will move in hiking those rates next month. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
And we'll leave it there. Thanks for watching The World Today. Sports News.
Currently, you can see that the situation is quite intense in Kiev, in the capital city of Ukraine. The top negotiators of the two sides have also attracted a lot of attention. And you can also see the signs that they are pushed to the negotiation table by the war-filled situation, and the top leaders of the two sides have also sent spokespersons. For example, the Russian side has said that they have already transmitted the signal of willingness to negotiation to the Ukraine side, and the Ukrainian side is still hesitating about the site for the negotiation, whether it will be organized in Minsk or in Warsaw. And the two sides, they are also developing the point of troop deployment near the neighborhood. And it is also reported that the two nations are discussing about the selection of the sites of negotiation. And according to the official of the Ukrainian side, if we can start at an earlier date the negotiation between the two sides, then there would be a bigger hope for the people to restore their normal life. For the exact date and the selection of the places, selection of the site for the conference, they have not reached an agreement. And from the side of Belarus, the president said that he's willing to cope to accommodate this conference of negotiation, and Belarus is already preparing for that. For the foreign exchange market, according to the Russian Central Bank, today the ruble's exchange rate to US dollar is 1 versus 83.5. It means that the measures are revealing their effects, and we have also gradually stabilized the military situation. And the sovereignty notice of the Russia has been downgraded to 3C. Thank you very much for this connection. Our journalist has clearly declared to us that the fight started on the streets of Kiev. It started from the west and the southwest. We can see the entrance of the Russian troops. So they have, first of all, traveled through the borders between Ukraine and Belarus, and they traveled past by the city of Lvov. As we know that there are a lot of carrier aircrafts today landed in the airport of Belarus, because the airports within Ukraine have been destructed severely. The only way to transport the airborne forces are to use the carrier airlines, and they could also find a landing spot in Belarus. Today, we can see the troops at a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers from Kiev, and they are also advancing this military operation in order to put the two sides back to the negotiation table. We can see Zelensky is still hesitating. He's playing a critical role. If he can agree with the conditions proposed by the Russian side, then immediately he can order the Ukrainian troops to give up the defense, and they can very rapidly go to the negotiation table. Before the suggestion of the Russian side, then Zelensky has asked the French President Emmanuel Macron to help pass the message. Zelensky has already shown the willingness to go for a negotiation. And then Russian side has proposed a negotiation in Minsk. And then it's the turn for the Ukrainian president to hesitate or to pause. From his behaviors of visiting the street without the bodyguards, you can see his attitude. He's quite a bold person. He dares to go down to the street without bodyguards or any protection dresses or costumes. I think that is kind of irresponsible behavior. You have to, first of all, protect yourself as a leader of the country. I think there's the overconfidence about himself. Though he would like to deliver a positive message to his population and rest of the world that he has this confidence in his country and he's with his people, and he's also waiting for the support of the Western power and also the U.S. We know that U.S. President Joe Biden has promised a lot of political support and also the financial support to the Ukraine. He said that we support you and 2/3 of the countries in the world support you. And they also planned for a remote training for the Ukrainian troops. However, we can imagine the possibility of realization of all those promises. If Zelensky could agree with the demands of the Russian side, then finally we can have a very smooth process of the situation. Judging by the current situation of this military operation, from time to time in Ukraine, you can hear the explosion sounds. This is an action to create more pressure and tensions on the Ukrainian side. Zelensky thought he still had some advantages in making up a bargain with the Russian president. They have rounds and rounds of attacks, and it's escalating. They will not directly deploy a massive destruction weapons because it will cause a lot of civilian casualties. So that's why Vladimir Putin has decided to go in a gradual way, and According to Blinken, the Russian side would like to create a new government. However, I don't believe that corresponds to the intention of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is just adding up the pressure. He's using this pressure to force Zelensky to agree with the demands and requirements from the Russian side. It can not only protect himself, and it can also benefit the people and the country. Because over the years, Ukraine has suffered a lot from the conflicts and wars, and bloodshed events. Poroshenko cannot leave the country. He cannot leave the country because he has his business, and also he has suffered from a ban of travel. After the Cold War, and with the independence of the country of Ukraine, political forces have manipulated the country. And not so many people are fleeing the country because they are already used to this manipulation of power by the oligarch. In Ukraine, the current situation to some extent, it's reliant on the decision-making of Zelensky. And with the misinformation of the Western power, Zelensky thought he still had an edge in the negotiation. Like France and NATO, they are delivering still some extra information to Zelensky and to Ukraine. I think it's not that difficult for Zelensky to sit down and sign that document to agree with the requirements of Russia. So we can have a review over what has happened. The situation of Ukraine has been long term ignored by the Western powers. Once there's the war in Ukraine, the Western powers have decided to stand still by the side. Zaharova said, the special military operation of Russia is to hold those criminals accountable, especially those crimes against civilians in a country. On the 24th, they have received the official letter from the Ukrainian government saying that they will sever all diplomatic ties with Russia. The action of Russia is not the beginning of the war, but to end a long-term existing war. Shame on you, since you cannot see that clearly. And for those information given to the Ukraine government, shame on you too. Currently, the Russian forces, according to the officials, are targeting only the military facilities, not on the civilians. Ukraine is a critical point and area for the Western powers to extend their power within the framework of NATO. Western powers have also hyped up the tension to cause the color revolution.
No doubt after our meeting that President Yanukovych knows what he needs to do.
The cause of the whole event is that the Western powers would like to take control over Ukraine for their own political ambitions, not for the benefits of the Ukrainians. The then President of U.S., Barack Obama, has also publicly admitted the participation of the U.S. However, that color revolution has not brought any benefit to the people of Ukraine and has escalated the tension. After the vote in the referendum, the area of Crimea has been detached from Ukraine and incorporated into Russia. In 2018, the Marine of the two countries have entered into a conflict conflict. 3 fleets of the Marine of Ukraine has entered the waters of Russia. It has escalated the situation. And according to the Russian media, behind the scene, it's the manipulation of the Western forces. I think it's very clear it's the attempt of the U.S. They are encouraging or even inspiring the provocation of the Ukraine.
Now, one of the things I think you'll be seeing in the days and weeks ahead are additional conversations that the U.S. government is having with our European allies.
We can only try to solve the problem with a reasonable dialogue, because there's no military resolution and settlement to these questions. Until now, the Western powers and U.S. are still using the accession to NATO as a lure to Ukraine.
We've long been discussing that aspiration with Ukraine. We are strong supporters of that.
But each time when we come to a critical point, the Western powers, they don't want to do any tangible actions.
To get into the action plan. It remains to be seen.
Welcome back to our special program of the new media on the Ukraine crisis. You can follow our program on CCTV4, CCTV News, and the other websites. Together with us, expert on the international relations, Mr. Ran Zongze. Welcome back, sir. Last session, you have mentioned a lot of interesting points. This time, in front of this war, the culprit is the U.S. You have also mentioned that U.S. has waited for this kind of war. Why is that? Today, we call it a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Actually, Ukraine is just a chess piece used by the Western powers and U.S. It's more like the conflict of U.S. and Russia, or NATO and Russia this time, instead of a simple conflict between Ukraine and Russia. When Barack Obama has taken the presidency, he's facing 2 challenges. He has to overcome 2 obstacles, or he has to do 2 clarifications. First of all, whether NATO is still playing a role. And we also have to cite a famous quote of Emmanuel Macron, saying that there is the brain death of NATO. Why is that? Because you know that when the brain is dead, it means the body is dead, in a sense. And this quote has shocked NATO. Why that voice and why that opinion? Actually, it's not the pure personal opinion of Emmanuel Macron. A lot of people share the same point of view. It's just Emmanuel Macron has the courage to say it out loud. By then, a lot of conferences and sessions have also been held in order to discuss the necessity of persistence of NATO. NATO has come to a crossroad. And by then, it seems that it has come to a stage of brain death. Whether we should let NATO to continue to exist. Is there a necessity for this organization to continue to exist? After the Second World War, U.S. has created this organization, but for what purpose? The Cold War. During the Cold War, no Westerners would raise a doubt about existence, the necessity of the existence of NATO, because they are under this protective umbrella of NATO. They would like to seek more sense of security with NATO. That is the mindset during the Cold War. And after the Cold War, you know that the former Soviet Union has been disassembled, and today we can rethink that quote of Emmanuel Macron. A lot of people started to rethink, give a second thought about necessity of the existence of NATO. Some people believe that even there's no more Soviet Union there in the world, but still the threat coming from Russia continue to exist. That's why some people insist on the continuous existence of NATO, and some even propose the continuous expansion of NATO. Until now, they have realized 5 continuous expansion of the NATO until the doorstep of Russia. U.S. is also improving its relations with Russia. Europe is doing the same thing. And the second clarification, or the second obstacle to overcome for Barack Obama, is to change the mentality of the previous president. And Donald Trump comes from the business and commercial cycle. When he organized this summit of NATO, first of all, he had a breakfast meeting with the Secretary General of NATO. I followed that live streaming program. Throughout that breakfast meeting, Donald Trump has been criticizing very hard the European countries. Today you can see that the chief of NATO, Stoltenberg, he is very good at giving speeches, but back then, during that breakfast meeting with Donald Trump, he's speechless under his critics and attacks. And today, Stoltenberg has said, we have worked for half a century. And the U.S. has urged the other European members to increase their contribution to NATO as a membership fee. And Europe has, for the first time in their career, encountered such a style of speech of the U.S. leader. After that event, Europe has been traumatized mentally. When Donald Trump visited Europe again, Europeans thought that the urge from the U.S. side to increase the contribution to the membership fee of the NATO by European countries to at least 2% of their GDP was just empty words. They would not be so serious, because not so many countries in Europe could reach that standard. And they didn't expect that Donald Trump has insisted on this point, saying that I'm a businessman. I have financed the operations of NATO for so many years, and now it's your turn. You have to pay your bill. And from those examples, you can see that NATO, whether it has a legitimacy in his continuous existence until today, we have to put a question mark here. And in today's conflict, the U.S. side could find that this case A very useful proof. Sorry to interrupt you. We've received a message from Ukraine 24. The mayor of Vasilikov said that a lot of airborne forces of Russia have landed. Ukrainian forces, they are battling very hard against the Russian troops, and you can hear also the sounds of the explosions and also the gunfires. Vasilikov, the city, is quite close to the capital city, Kiev. It's situated to the southwestern direction of the city of Kiev. As you have mentioned before, round and round of waves of battles are going on. And this also waves and waves of signals or warnings sent to the President Zelensky. So let's continue with what you have been talking about. Considering Trump's attitude towards the member states in Europe in the framework of NATO, some people have the doubt whether it is necessary to keep NATO alive and in place. And again, with this event in this time, with the crisis of Ukraine, they have justified the threatening factors coming from the Russian forces. They think more people would be convinced that it's very useful to have NATO, this kind of organization, in place. U.S. has made a lot of allies, but they are not willing to work together with a lot of allies. The reason why they have made so many allies is to make full use and make the profit out of their allies so that they would do the dangerous deeds for the U.S. side. This time, with the crisis in Ukraine, you can see a lot of repercussions, very severe consequences. The map would be reshaped, the political map would be reshaped, and also major transitions would be witnessed. So the U.S. is playing a big game. They are not aiming at short-term benefits. Actually, they would like to sacrifice one small country of Ukraine to wake the whole Europe up. They would like to make the eyes wide open among the Europeans. Let them see how big the threat is from Russia, so that they could curb the voices against the existence of NATO. They would like to wipe out the doubts on the existence of NATO. Why the U.S. is always hyping up the tension and they are provoking the wars while the others have no willingness on creating any more new wars. Ukraine this time is the biggest party of sacrifice. Europe as a whole has also sacrificed a lot this time. By the end of this conflict, there will be even more extra heavy burdens on the shoulders of Europeans for the next period to come. U.S. is using Ukraine and also the current crisis to consolidate again its hegemony. We can also try to discover what real deeds have the U.S. have realized. Then you can understand why Ukraine is so disappointed towards U.S. When Ukraine is asking for help, U.S. didn't make a move. The 5 continuous extension of NATO towards the east and also deployment of troops as well as the military support. As what we can see, and U.S. would make full use of this war to add more to create more added value to this event. US and Europe have a lot of points in common. For example, they have reached a consensus to impose sanctions on Russia. Moving forward, there will be tiered consequences and impacts. This time, the repercussions on Europe, on Ukraine. And for Europe, there's also the old Europe and the new Europe, and also repercussions on the US. And you can also try to analyze impacts on different levels and sectors, for example, politically, economically, militarily. You have to make the checklist in a very targeted manner and try to see what kind of repercussions we can wait to see. Zelensky is very close to the Western countries. And Ukraine has become this front line of the confrontation between NATO and Russia and between Western powers and Russia. Through this time of special military operation, first of all, Russian forces would like to put an end to the continuous extension of NATO towards the east. NATO has carried out a lot of military drills. NATO planes could take off in the airports of Ukraine and try to get more information and data from Russia, because they are border countries. And the borderlines are long enough to justify the deployment of troops. And we can fully understand why the Russian side cannot tolerate this continuous extension of NATO towards the eastern side. And they have decided to make the move this time to fight back. They have several options. First of all, they can continue to stay in the fighting condition. But I don't believe that the Russian side would want to see a permanent war. They can take the rhythm of the war under control. Several rounds of launching of the caliber missiles have reached their target. But it's also a big consumption of the ammunition of Russia. There is the matter of cost and matter of time. They would like to make it fast and end it fast. And also the besieging actions to encircle Kiev also shows us the intention on a military level of Russia. They have not yet launched an all-around attacks. The backup system is not yet complete for Russian side. For example, they only have the parachute soldiers. They are in limited numbers. They are fighting alone. They don't have so much back force. So we have to consider that. First of all, they have decided to send the signal. If they want to go in, then of course they can easily go in, because the military facilities have been basically destructed. If the Russian forces want to go inside the capital city, there's no barrier. And the encircling against the capital city, Kiev, is in a full scale. From different directions, east, south, west, etc. According to the latest report, from the western direction, Russian troops have also appeared, and they are advancing towards the capital city. From all the directions aiming at the Kiev city, Russian troops have their deployment strategies. I have a technical question for you, sir. Vladimir Putin has made it very clear they will not target the civilians. They will not point their guns at the civilians. And they will not destruct the city just for the military benefits. For this kind of attack, well, it be realized at very high cost because they have to pay attention to avoid certain objects like the facilities and civilians. According to this plan of Russia, actually they are paying the minimum cost because they don't have to launch a massive destruction operation. In the speech, or in several speeches of President Putin, he is trying to win the support of the civilians of Ukraine and even the soldiers of Ukraine forces. He would like to divide up the population in Ukraine. And that message is very clear from the Russian side. Another latest update from the Ukrainian media: Poland has offered a batch of ammunition and weapons to Ukraine, and a tweet from Ukrainian 24. They have received a batch of weapons from Poland. I believe the only possible channels for the delivery of the weapons is from Poland, because they have this international line and they are neighboring countries. They have very long borderlines shared. Will this delivery of weapons and ammunition from Poland to Ukraine be a big help to the government? Because we don't know the details about this transfer of weapons, what types of arms go from Poland to Ukraine. And will the other Western powers, for example, France, can also give the weapons through the help of Poland into Ukraine? There is still a line. Poland says that they will offer the ammunition and weapon, but they will not send their troops on the side. Poland is a NATO country. For US or NATO countries, they will try their best to avoid a face-to-face confrontation with Russia if a certain NATO country has entered into a phase of crossfire with Russia or a face-to-face confrontation with Russia. By that case, the situation would be escalated into a confrontation between NATO as a whole with Russia, and NATO will try its best to avoid such a condition. And until now, NATO has no consideration of this kind, and they are avoiding this confrontation with Russia in a very direct way. They can let go the weapons and also ammunition, but for sure they will not send their troops to fight in Ukraine against Russia. And why this time this ferocious reaction from the Russian side? Because a lot of personnel, like the soldiers and also military facilities, have been already deployed by NATO by the borderline between Ukraine and Russia. And that has triggered severely the anger of Russia. Ukraine has not become officially the member state of NATO. However, NATO has already extended their deployment of soldiers and also the military facilities inside the country of Ukraine. So even though Ukraine has not become an official member of the NATO, it is enjoying actually all the benefits as an official member state of NATO. And they are also carrying out all kinds of military drills. The frequency is so high for the military drills. It's so frequent that the soldiers of the US and the NATO, in a sense, they are permanently staying by the borderline between Ukraine and Russia. It is said that 6,000 people are deployed in the western part. Ukraine is not a member country of the NATO, but they can enjoy all the privileges of a member state of NATO. if one day it has become an official member of the NATO, it can finally benefit from that common and shared defense. And this also explains the tragedy of Ukraine today. It has done everything that a member state of NATO would do, but Ukraine cannot benefit from the most important article, that shared defense presented by NATO. And we have all witnessed that tragic situation of Zelensky. He has called so many leaders of European countries and also the NATO member countries. However, nobody responded, and nobody could offer real troops to the territory of Ukraine. And for the other countries, they also have to have a second thought. Would Ukraine's today become their tomorrow? Until now, Ukraine would be very clear about the fact that they have been abandoned by the Western powers. They have been sold by the Western powers and the US. Why they are still holding the hope that they could receive some help from the Western countries, because it's very hard for them to deny themselves. It's always hard for us to deny ourselves of yesterday. After Zelensky has taken power as the president, he has also taken a lot of measures and he has joined a lot of different events. It would be quite difficult for him to suddenly make the turn and deny what he has done for all those years. So still today, facing the fact that the Western powers and the US could not give them troops to fight on the land of Ukraine, still they are keeping some hope, or we can call it fantasy. The US is the biggest manipulator behind the scenes. How we can deliver the message clearly to the US side is also a challenge for Ukraine, and they are in a dilemma today. Our journalists from Kiev have sent a message back to us, saying that he could very clearly hear the gunshots in the downtown area of Kiev. Hours ago, we say it's just sporadic gunshots, and now it's an intensified crossfire in the capital city of Kiev. Does it mean that very rapidly the troops from the Russian side have closed in Kiev? Yesterday, they have already reached the suburb area of the capital city, and now the gunshots have increased the frequency. Yesterday, after the advancement of the Russian troops towards the capital, we can only hear the sporadic sounds of the gunshots, but now we can clearly see an intensified frequency of the gunshots. The number of the attacks have increased, and also the density of the gunshots have also increased. It means that they will not leave too much time for the leaders of Ukraine to make up their minds and to make the final decision. Russian side has already this advantaged position. They have all the power and strength to take over the capital city, as long as they can strengthen the backup forces with the supply of materials. One more thing for them to do is to win the support from the ordinary people of Ukraine. Even though at some time in a very near future they can take over the capital, they still have to persuade the population in the capital city. They have to make their intentions understood by the people. Otherwise, they would also face up with the risk of rebellion of the ordinary people. According to the reports of the recent 2 days, yesterday, Zelensky has decided to distribute 10,000 rifles to the ordinary people. And today there's an extra of 18,000 automatic machine guns given to the public. For the protective battle, are they launching a war of the people? Yesterday, Zelensky has mobilized the people. He published the order of mobility. First of all, the country has entered the state of emergency, and they have also established this general staff. All those are effective measures facing the advancement of the Russian troops. What you have mentioned can also reflect one fact, that Zelensky has to mobilize the population to join the fight. But only with this distribution of 10,000 rifles will you be able to supply the people with enough ammunition. Are the people holding the guns, they are fully trained? Because it's not so easy to manipulate the gun for an ordinary people, the untrained ordinary people. Of course, now they are calling on the population to join the fight, but how big could be the effect? Ukrainian forces are not yet under huge, massive attacks from the Russian side. Russian side, they are actually aiming at the infrastructures, the military purpose facilities, for example, the airport, military airport, and the other facilities. And for the Ukrainian side, how big would be the impact and the effectiveness if they want to mobilize the population? We know that currently, judging by the contrast of force, there's no suspense. If the Russian troops would like to take over the capital city, it's just a matter of time. There's no obvious obstacle standing in the way. And to the side of Ukrainian government, they are mobilizing the people in an age group of 18 to 60 to join the fight, and they are also distributing the gun arms to the people. And the president is also mobilizing the people by hyping up their spirits. Zelensky remains the president of Ukraine. And because yesterday there is a journalist asking the question to the spokesperson from Russia whether Zelensky remains the president of Ukraine, and the answer is positive. So the Russian party admits the identification of Zelensky as the president of Ukraine. And yesterday, Zelensky went down to the street to show to the people that they are still fighting inside the country. They have not left. And this is to strengthen the mentality of the people, to show the solidarity, in order to encourage the people, to cheer them up, to increase their spirit. It's also a very important strategy to consolidate people's confidence. There's still some minutes left. Mr. Ran, I have several questions for you. So, for the two sides, for Russia and Ukraine, they have shown their intentions for the negotiation, but they have not yet concluded a consensus for the exact date and also the place. Ukrainian has proposed the conference, the negotiation in the city of Warsaw, and also the presence of a third party, and the Russian side has insisted on the negotiation taking place in Minsk. What will be the role played by the third party? Is it a monitoring party as a witness? And if there is a third party, which country will it be? I think it's too early to talk about the guarantee of the signature of this agreement, ceasefire, and which country to take the role of the third party of witness. Yesterday, Russian side has said that we are ready to send the delegation to join the negotiation in Minsk, but the Ukrainian party has said that they would like to have negotiation in Warsaw. To Poland or to Belarus, The choice and the definition of the place for negotiation would be a factor of power, as a symbol of power and edge in the discussion and negotiation. But I believe wherever you are for the negotiation, the content of the negotiation would be the most important thing. And now we know that the Russian troops, they are besieging and encircling the capital city of Kiev. What would be the new updates of this crisis of Ukraine? Stay tuned with our live streaming program. And also thank you, Mr. Ren, for joining our program.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network. Beijing. This is Global Watch.
Hello and thanks for joining us on Global Watch. I'm Zhao Yang. Coming up on our program today. Moscow and Kiev say they're ready to negotiate a ceasefire to the conflict in Ukraine. China reiterates its call for diplomacy, whilst Ukrainians stream into neighboring countries to flee the fighting. And Washington imposes sanctions on Russian President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. In the Ukrainian capital, local media are reporting heavy machine gun fire in various parts of the city, and these include the district of Kiev-Zu, the Beresteyska metro station near Ukrainian military unit. The local government sent an emergency notice to residents to find a bomb shelter and to avoid any risks. Ukraine says it is ready to negotiate with Russia for peace and a ceasefire, and these are remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's spokesman late on Friday. Russia says Moscow is also prepared to talk, but only if the Ukrainian military lays down its arms. The Russian Defense Ministry said its forces have disabled over 200 Ukrainian military installations and equipment. These include command centers, air defense missile systems, and dozens of tanks. Ukrainian officials said their forces have shot down 2 Russian transport planes south of Kiev and a Russian jet and helicopter in the Donbass region that's in the east early on Saturday. President Zelensky said he believes the Russian forces will try to take Kiev overnight. And speaking in a video, the Ukrainian president said the West was too slow to help his country.
You can see the situation now. All of Europe can see it. But we cannot see you doing your best. How are you going to defend yourselves in the future while you are slow to help Ukraine now?
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said the Russian president is ready to send a delegation to the Belarusian capital Minsk for negotiations. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to the Ukrainian president also said on Friday that Ukraine is prepared to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has justified its military operations as a response to requests for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia recognized these regions as independent earlier in the week. Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at Ukrainian nationalist attacks on the largely pro-Russian regions.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has spoken with his Russian counterpart on the phone, and they exchanged views on Ukraine. Putin explained Russia's reasons for the military operation again, but said he was willing to conduct high-level negotiations with Ukraine. He also said NATO and the US had long been ignoring Moscow's security concerns. Xi said China wants the two sides to resolve the issue through dialogue and negotiations, and he urged all parties to completely abandon the Cold War mindset and respect and attach importance to each other's legitimate security concerns. Xi also said China's position on respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter have been consistent, and that China is willing to work with all parties to advocate a common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security concept. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has elaborated on China's basic position on the fighting between Russia and Ukraine, and he was speaking on the phone Friday with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the EU's Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell, and the French President's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon. And Wang listed 5 points. First, that China firmly stands for respecting, safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Second, that China advocates the concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security. Third, that China has been following the developments in Ukraine and the present situation is something China does not want to see. Fourth, that the Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And lastly, that China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the Ukraine conflict, and that regional peace and stability, as well as the security of all countries, should be priorities. The Chinese foreign minister also took the occasion to discuss highlights of China's ties with his European counterparts. Speaking with the EU foreign policy chief, Wang called for continued China-EU cooperation, especially as the two sides prepare for the China-EU summit in March. And he also urged the EU to convince Lithuania to revert to the One China principle. And talking with the British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Wang Yi noted that China and the UK will celebrate 50 years of diplomatic ties this year. And speaking with the French President's diplomatic counselor, Emmanuel Bon, the two sides exchanged views on Ukraine, and Wang said the most urgent task is to get Russia and Ukraine back to the negotiating table to end the conflict. CGTN's Tian Wei spoke to the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson.
In the conversation on the phone between the two presidents of China and Russia, China has proposed a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. Now, that is according to the readout from the Chinese side. What does Russian side make of that mechanism? What do you think can be the elements being included? Now, do you know much information out of that conversation?
As for the global security system, Russia has turned to our Western partners, to the US and NATO members and the EU member states, with a proposal to develop security guarantees for our country. It happened several months ago in 2021. Why are we talking about guarantees for Russia? Because the security guarantees in Europe cease to exist. Treaties, agreements, contracts have been destroyed by the United States, which pulled out of the ABM Treaty, the Open Skies Treaty, destroyed many documents that fixed and ensured the collective security system. And at the same time, the US has been extending NATO, bringing it closer to our borders and deploying military contingents. And the lack of common security is the reason why we asked about our own security guarantees. We tried to negotiate this with them, but they refused to respond to us on some of the principal points, and they closed down the possibility, put an end to the possibility of negotiations with the Secretary Blinken, sending a letter to Mr. Lavrov and calling them off. So this is what the West has been doing. But we left no stone unturned. We have tried to bring back the problem of the indivisibility of security on the European agenda, and to prevent ensuring the security of one country at the expense of the security of other countries.
An effort to condemn Russia's military operations in Ukraine has failed. 11 out of 15 UN Security Council members voted for a resolution denouncing Moscow's actions, but as expected, it was vetoed by Russia, whilst China abstained from the vote. Tony Waterman has more from New York.
Yeah, this was very much expected, the outcome of this vote on this draft resolution, which would have harshly condemned Russia for its actions in Ukraine, also call for the complete and immediate withdrawal of troops from that country and to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member. And you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation.
We strongly call on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions, and avoid civilian casualties. The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We call on all parties to immediately come back to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue.
And it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire, taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries.
We're now joined by Teng Jianqun, Director of the American Studies Department at the China Institute of International Studies, as well as Pavel Felgenheuer, a Moscow-based defense analyst and columnist. Thank you both so much for joining us. Mr. Felgenheuer, I'd like to start with you. So we're now at the stage where it seems talks are back on the table, but Moscow is saying that this can only happen if the Ukrainian military lay down its arms. But, all along we've heard Ukraine insisting and very much resisting the military operation and saying that it will fight to the end. So how likely is that?
Negotiations could happen, maybe not. That's not clear right now. There are conflicting reports coming from both capitals, Moscow and Kiev. Ukrainians want a ceasefire. Russia basically also wants a ceasefire, so there's a desire to have a ceasefire, but the terms that both sides are putting forward are very, very far apart. There's also personal enmity between President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, and this is also not very good. So if I don't think that Ukraine is ready to meet the Russian precondition, but most likely they could have some kind of a low level. There's not a summit coming, but most likely a more low-level meeting of delegations in Minsk could actually happen because, well, the continuation and aggravation of this fighting is really not in anybody's interest.
So what do you think Russia's key demands will be in order to end its attacks on Ukraine?
Well, Moscow wants Ukraine to be a neutral country, not to go into NATO. And Moscow wants Ukraine not to be a threat to Russia, means that it will be a space where there will be no weapons or weapon systems that could possibly threaten Russia. So that means it's going to be, that's why Russia is demanding demilitarization, and also that there will be a more Russian-friendly government, that Russia doesn't like Ukrainian nationalists, believe they're a very serious problem, and that they should be pushed out of power. So Russia has very serious demands.
Well, Mr. Teng, let's bring you in. Do you think these are points that Ukraine would concede on? What would Ukraine's interests and red lines be?
This time, actually, the condition is already there. I think Russian government would like to put the security concern over the commercial interests and also the war. I think the acceptance of these conditions by Ukrainian government would be heavily rely on the battlefield. So this is actually a very serious time for each party is concerned to show this in seriousness, to have the dialogue to find a peaceful solution. But this time, I think the condition from Russian side is that the Ukrainian government or the Ukrainian military should lay down the arms, and this is a number one condition for the security of Russia.
Mr. Tang, I want to ask you about China's position here. So the representative to the UN said that the sovereignty and territory of all states should be respected and the UN Charter should be respected. Now, I don't think there's any question that Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity has been breached here by Russia. So what is China's position in all of this?
Of course, this is not the position of China, but also all the member states of the United Nations. This is actually an arrangement after World War II. All the countries should respect the UN Charter and also respect the sovereignty and the integrity of any country. Actually, the situation in Ukraine was a result or is a result of the damage to the integrity of that country. The eastern part of Ukraine or the Crimea actually just gave some strong driving forces for President Zelensky to take a position or take side with the United States, and he would like to get major powers, especially the United States and some other European countries, be involved in the issue in Ukraine, especially the dispute in eastern part of Ukraine and in Crimea. So this is actually a very tricky situation. So I think China's position is there. China always said that we should show our respect to integrity and sovereignty, and also we should show our respect to the UN Charter.
And China also talked about avoiding a Cold War mentality. So, Mr. Falkenheuer, is this what's going on in Eastern Europe, this Cold War mentality, and how damaging is this to the security situation?
To some extent, this is not a Cold War mentality. Actually, it is a division of the scope of the influence. Actually, the interfere of the issues in Ukraine by the major powers is a competition between the major powers in this region for the dominance of the geopolitical situation, and also for some commercial interests for some countries. For example, the United States just would like to make some trouble in Ukraine, so they can put sanctions against Russia, and the sanction has already been there, and including the suspension of the pipelines from Russia to European countries. So this is a very complicated situation we are facing now. This is not a Ukrainian issue. This is actually a competition between two major powers, I mean Russia and the United States.
Mr. Falkenheuer, do you have anything to add to that? Is that what you think is going on too?
Well, there, of course, the Cold War mentality plays a role in this conflict, that's sure. Presidents Joe Biden and President Vladimir Putin were both very active during the Cold War. They began their respective careers during that time, and so and of course there are also many military leaders on both sides, though maybe they were young there, but much younger than right now, but still they very much remember what was happening then. And so falling back on these psychological profiles and also on military organizational profiles. I mean, military organizations also have a long history, and they remember, like the Russian General Staff, I mean, how it was then, and there's the same patterns may be replaying right now in a different time. So yes, this plays a role. The fallback to Cold War thinking and Cold War action is very much there right now. Though this is not the sole reason of this conflict, of course.
Well, thank you both so much, and we do want to chat to you again a little bit later in the show, so please do stay with us, and we'll continue our coverage on Ukraine shortly.
Events have consequences. Words create impact.
Unprecedented scenes that we saw.
The cleanup operation is now well and truly underway.
Parts of southern Europe remain in a state of emergency.
Context gives meaning. People make history.
Well, Saturday marks the end of the local state of emergency.
But authorities are still on high alert.
So now we've actually become the border on this road.
A complex world demands a comprehensive view.
But with the cleanup efforts more or less under control,
the economic impact is bound to ripple across the country.
There's plastic pollution everywhere.
Because the world today matters for your world tomorrow.
This is the living area of the crew.
The focus is firmly on future technologies.
Well, this is something completely different.
The world today, every day on CGTN.
Military confrontations continue in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. The local government has sent an emergency notice to all its residents who remain there to find a bomb shelter and avoid taking any risks. Meanwhile, tens of thousands have fled their homes for a safer place. For more, we're joined by Julia Chapman, who's in Rostov in southwestern Russia near the Ukrainian border. Julia, have you seen any military advancements from where you are?
Not from here in the city of Rostov-on-Don, where life continues very much as normal, despite a state of emergency that was introduced about a week ago. Certainly, they have closed the airport here in Rostov and in 10 other neighboring areas. But here, directly in the city, there is no sign that we are very near an active war zone. There have been a few incidents in the last couple of days of shelling hitting Russian territory from Ukrainian positions on the other side of the border, but they have been fairly limited. Yesterday, the governor of the Belgorod region, north of where I am now, said that Ukrainian shells hit 7 homes. 3 people were injured, including 1 child, but there were no deaths reported, and all of those people were evacuated to hotels. Here in the Rostov region, a couple days ago, when the Russians invaded Ukraine, there had been some retaliation, some shelling hit the Rostov area on Russian territory, but those have been pretty isolated incidents because, make no mistake, this is a very imbalanced conflict with Russia very much the more powerful and the more aggressive force. They are carrying out a campaign against Ukraine. Ukraine is trying to fight back. They are pushing back Russian positions in Kiev and elsewhere around the country. Certainly here, though, in Russia, people living on this side of the border remain safe for the time being.
And Julia, of course, a lot of Ukrainians are trying to leave the country. I can't imagine that Russia would be an ideal destination for them, but are you seeing or hearing anything there in Rostov?
The flow of evacuees to the Rostov region and Russia more widely has in fact slowed. Just over a week ago, there was a massive evacuation from the Donbass area. The separatist leaders of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, breakaway regions, announced an evacuation of civilians, fearing what was to come. They claimed that there was going to be a Ukrainian offensive against the Donbass, with authorities in Kiev trying to retake control of the area by force. So we saw over 100,000 people leave their homes in eastern Ukraine and come here to Russia. Since then, though, when the Russians intervened militarily, that evacuation process has in fact stalled. So we're not seeing the flows of people coming into Russia. Most people leaving Ukraine are going west now. Certainly we are seeing large evacuations. More than 20,000 people have already arrived in Romania. Other countries are taking in people fleeing their homes as well. And we have seen those pictures of people queuing in their cars on motorways out of Kiev, at border points around the western borders, trying to get into other European countries because they don't believe they are currently safe, as some civilian areas have indeed already been hit by Russian forces.
Thank you so much. There's Julia Chapman in Rostov in Russia. And now we're joined by Oleksiy Shemetsky, a Ukrainian journalist who's in the western city of Lviv. Oleksiy, thank you so much for joining us. So if you could first tell us about what you've heard from around the country, and especially Kiev, which the Ukrainian president says is going to be taken by Russian forces.
Yeah, hi there. I just want to say that right now, I don't know if you can hear it, we're in a bomb shelter and we hear the announcement that the airstrikes might be coming until Lviv. I will tell a couple of words about it later. So as for the Kiev, we all watched those very terrible news coming from the capital of Ukraine. As far as we know, the Russian forces are trying to encircle the capital of Ukraine. There are harsh fightings in the center of city, on the outskirts of the city. We know that the Russian militaries tried to land nearby Kiev at the town of Vasilkov. It's around 40 kilometers. And we also heard news that the Ukrainian armed forces hit one of the military airplanes that was trying to bring the Russian forces on Ukrainian ground to just drop them. So we heard that they hit one of those planes. Actually, it's pretty hard to understand what exactly is happening there right now, because people say that there are problems with the mobile connection, and the sounds of the airstrikes and of gunfights could be heard almost all over the city. But as we know for now, at least from the official sources, that the Ukrainian armed forces are holding firm. So the Russian army didn't enter the city yet. However, they're trying to do that from almost all of the sides. And it looks very, I mean, it seems that this night and probably this morning and maybe this next day will be the most important for the understanding of what's going to happen. Because if they enter the city, so probably it will be much harder for Ukrainian army than to stand against them.
And what about where you are, Oleksiy? So you're in a bomb shelter, and we know that there's a curfew in the city.
Yeah, so as you said, I'm in Lviv, and from previous night, it was the first night that the local authorities imposed the curfew from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. in the morning. So basically, the curfew just ended, but we've heard the airstrike alarm sirens ringing. They started about 5-10 minutes ago, just before we went live with you, and we heard the announcement that there might be airstrikes in the western parts of Ukraine now. We know that there is airstrike alarm working also in Rivne city. It's a bit closer to Kiev. Also in Uman city. So yesterday we heard those sirens working maybe 5 or 6 times. And as far as we know, it was just the testing. So to see how the local authorities are prepared to cope with the possible real airstrikes. But from what we heard now, there might be real airstrikes from Russian forces coming. However, we haven't heard any bombing, any bombshells yet. So we expect this time it also to be the testing. But as for us, as you said, we're in the bomb shelter because at our hotel, we just, since we heard the siren, all the people went here, and there are hundreds of people, just lots of children, lots of young people who are hiding in the bomb shelter just behind me.
And Oleksiy, so where you are, Lviv, it's 70 kilometers from the Polish border. So I have friends in Poland who've been telling me that Polish authorities are letting in all Ukrainians, aside from men between the ages of 18 and 60. But so are you seeing a lot of people passing through the city?
Yeah, I mean, the Lviv city in the western part of Ukraine remains probably one of the few safe havens in Ukraine right now, because there hasn't been any fightings here. There was just a bombing 2 days ago or nearby the airport and some of the military bases, but it remains one of the few safe and peaceful places in all the country, and that is why there are thousands of people coming here from Kiev, from Kharkiv, from eastern and even southern parts of of Ukraine. As far as we know, that the traffic from Kiev to Lviv, which usually takes you around 5 to 6 hours, now could take around 15 or even more hours, because there are just lines and lines of cars of people who are trying to flee from the war. And here in Lviv, usually you would see thousands of tourists, thousands of young people partying, also lots of people from Europe. You will usually see them here, but now there are almost nobody on the streets except the people with their backpacks, their bags, who are coming by trains, by buses, and some of them can't find the accommodation now, because all the hotels, all the apartments that you could book, they are just occupied right now. Some of them just stay outside on the streets, and the local authorities already said that they are preparing the refugee camps for those people now to stay overnight on the streets and to have some warm bed and shelter. And as for the lines to the European lines of people who want to flee to the Europe, as far as we know, that there are thousands of cars at the border with Poland, with Slovakia, with Hungary, and some of the people whom we talked to, some of our friends and colleagues, they say that it takes you 15, 20 or even more hours to get to the border when you're standing in that line. And we know that European Union, the countries that are neighboring Ukraine, agreed to take almost everyone. So even without the PCR test, without all those papers, even without the passport, as we heard, they just opened what a so-called green line for the people just to enter, for the people to who want to take a refugee. But the Ukrainian government, President Zelensky, said that all the men aging from 18 to 60 years old can't leave the country right now because of the mobilization, because of the war. So what we know, that some people, they just take their children, their wives, their loved ones, they bring them to the border, and then they go back and go to the military recruitment centers and go to the war. So that's what's happening here right now.
Alexei, listen, thank you so much. We really appreciate you talking to us, and please take care. That's Ukrainian journalist Alexei Pshemsky, who's in Lviv for us. Our reporter Wang Suwen spoke with a Kiev resident and asked what it's like now for those remaining in the Ukrainian capital.
Hi, Mariana. Thank you so much for having this interview with me. First of all, how's everything in Kyiv today?
Well, it's kind of never-ending day. It feels like that for us, because we basically haven't slept since really early. Maybe since 4 a.m. And then that's when we got the first information about some air attacks on Kiev, and then some troops, Russian troops, coming closer to the city and actually entering the city. And then it's really kind of hard to concentrate and keep calm, but we're trying, and I think everyone is doing really great. A lot of people are actually joining the Ukrainian army forces right now as well, and right now currently we have Ukrainian National Army entered city for defense, so probably tonight is going to be more of like the crucial moment of the defense of Kyiv, of our capital.
Are you staying or fleeing? And how's your family? Are they safe?
We're all together. I'm here with my family, with my parents, and we decided to stay for now because we don't see where actually it is safe in Ukraine right now at this moment, because the attacks are happening everywhere, all over Ukraine. Staying in the city is a little bit safer. At least we have infrastructure here. We're not cut off the electricity. We're on Skype with you. We have Wi-Fi. Internet is working. We have all the supplies, water, and so on and so forth. We all are ready. We were warned before that we have to have all the bare necessities, all the necessary things packed with us in case we need to relocate. When we have the Air Force attacks, and we have the sirens, we are going to the shelters nearby. So in the city, we have those bomb shelters, either in the living buildings, the the high-story buildings downstairs or at some subway stations. So metro stations are open for the security reasons as well. We have the curfew from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. in Kiev. When there is no alarms about the bombing or about the Air Force attacks, we can go out. Like everyone's tried to kind of prepare all the necessary supplies. And the transport is working in Kiev, and the transport is working for free.
What's your biggest concern right now?
We just want it to be over, and we just hope for the peaceful resolution of the conflict, and that's all we hope for, really.
The United States has announced it will impose sanctions on Russian President Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The country has already imposed sanctions on major Russian banks and members of the elite this week. And the latest US decision came after EU states and the UK agreed to freeze the assets of Putin and Lavrov on Friday. Envoys from 27 EU member states met to discuss the sanctions. Ryan Thompson tells us more.
The timing is quite interesting, right? As Brussels is planning those new sanctions, the 27 EU finance ministers meeting here in Paris and discussing what the economic impact will be for the bloc. They are promising that it will really bear a lot of challenges for Putin and for Sergei Lavrov and for all parties involved and concerned by these sanctions, really saying that they will go as far as they possibly can. Bruno Le Maire, the French finance minister, saying that at present, all assets of the Russian president have been locked up and are unavailable to him here in France. And much of the same goes in terms of how much they will extend these sanctions to affect other finance companies and businesses, etc., that are operating within the European Union. But there still is a disagreement, and a firm one, over whether they should extend the sanctions to include the SWIFT global payment system. It has been on the table for a number of days now. I believe we actually talked about it on this program last week, and it's come more and more into focus overall. But there's just EU disagreement between the 27 finance ministers over whether they should do that to a certain degree. Germany appears to be the lone holdout, though Bruno Le Maire has said that it has certainly been to a point where Russia has crossed the line. He sees no other reason not to extend it. Germany's justification being that they worry that they will struggle to pay their bills when it comes to electricity or natural gas imports. So far today, this meeting of ministers, no movement on the SWIFT payment system, but they have said that for some countries that have a lot of exposure to Russia, this will be a little bit difficult for them. They will certainly see an impact in terms of the financial costs.
Let's bring back Teng Jianqun and Pavel Felgenheuer, our guests, to talk more about these sanctions. Mr. Teng, so let's start with you. How are these sanctions going to change the situation? Will they have much of an impact, the ones imposed on the individuals and then all these entities in Russia?
I don't think such a sanction against Russia will change the tendency of the development of the policy by the Russian government at this moment or in the future. Because according to our studies, in recent years, the United States and some other European countries have already imposed more than 100 rounds of sanctions against Russia. And of course, Russia has its advantage. For example, it has such a large territory and its agriculture is quite good. And also, Russia has a lot of oil and gas, and that should be a very important part for the country, for Russia to continue their development or continue the social life in every aspect. So this is actually a trick played by the Western countries just to show the determination to contain Russia and show the determination to fight against Russia.
Well, Mr. Felgenheuer, what's the view from Moscow then? Have there been any impact so far?
Well, of course. The sanctions are very damaging to Russia. That's a fact. Russia, of course, has not collapsed, and Russia is functioning. That is very much true. But Russia is not developing. For the last 10 years, Russia was practically not developing at all. There was no sustainable economic growth. Household incomes have been declining. They're not falling, but they've been declining. And this is going to get worse because it's not only financial sanctions, it's also technological sanctions. Many technological programs, civilian and military, have been stalled or postponed indefinitely because there's been technological sanctions on components and materials that Russia does not produce itself. And there's different estimates how much Russia lost in terms of GDP. And these new sanctions apparently will cause a loss of at least 1%, maybe 2%. That's not maybe catastrophic at all, but that means that Russia is not going to have very serious problems in further developing the country. And that inevitably, in the long run, will have political internal effects on the stability of the present Russian regime.
But of course, there'll also be a blowback from, on the countries who impose these sanctions. So, Mr. Teng, we've already heard some governments say how they're willing to shoulder the cost of these sanctions, especially like Germany, who rely on Russian oil and gas.
Of course, I think the European countries, especially Germany, have already suffered a lot from such a sanction by themselves. And this is a little bit trick policy by the United States, just to make some tensions in Europe, and so they can use sanctions against Russia, against some other countries, and completely change the market for Russia in Europe, including the oil and the gas. I think the European countries actually are under heavy pressure for its green development, and some countries like Germany already stopped their nuclear power development, and they would like to have more clean energy, including the gas from Russia. So this is actually a real damage, not only for Russia, but also for some European countries, especially for Germany.
Mr. Falkenheuer, do you think that Russia's attack of Ukraine will change how some European countries might consider joining NATO in the future, and if this will change the dynamic in the region?
Well, yes, that's happening. It happened actually beginning from 2014 when Russia reunited with Crimea. There has been the two Scandinavian neutral countries, Finland and Sweden, have been getting closer and closer to NATO. Their military are training together with the NATO militaries. If you go to NATO headquarters, you'll easily bump into a Swedish officer in uniform or a Finnish officer. And now there's political, apparently, movement in these countries that maybe they will join NATO, though that's not a foregone conclusion. And of course, Moscow is opposed to that and hopes that the traditional neutrality of these countries will continue. There is, of course, right now, their societies there and politicians are split on the issue, and Moscow hopes that the Scandinavian traditional neutrality will continue.
And how do you expect things to develop from now on, Mr. Falkenheuer? I mean, might there be a change of government in Ukraine, which seems to be what Russia wants out of this, to stop the fighting, and just what will happen next?
Well, that is possible. Right now, there have been some skirmishes around Kyiv, and some even reports from Kyiv itself. Though apparently the attack on the city that was promoted by President Zelensky did not happen this night. But anyways, there's been problems around Kyiv. There could be the present government may flee, and if Russian forces go in, and maybe there'd be establishment of a new one. But this new government is going to have problems to take under control the entire country of Ukraine. And actually the old government may also have more problems as Ukraine begins to disintegrate to some extent. So no matter what government there will be in Kyiv, it'll have problem to control anything outside Kyiv. So that's also a very serious problem, the growth of regionalism in Ukraine and loss of centralized control.
And Mr. Teng, your thoughts on this question? Where do you think things will go from here?
Yeah, I think according to recent development, I'm sure President Putin at least has 3 stages planned to go ahead. First, to suspend the clash in eastern Ukraine, just because of the situation developed. For example, a lot of ammunition from the Western countries were there. That might be dangerous game played by the Western countries, and to encourage Ukrainian government to go ahead to challenge the security interests of Russia. This is the first step, that is to say, to suspend the clash in eastern Ukraine. And the second step is demilitarization of Ukrainian armed forces. This is actually a intention or purpose for Russia to make neutralized or to central state in this region. And number 3 step is to just use military pressure to ask Zelensky to return to the negotiation table. According to the history, actually, during the wars in Afghanistan, in Chechen, the Russian troops would like to take the leaders as number 1 target. But this time, of course, Zelensky is a very important target for Russia, but no killing at this moment, just because they would like to use the military pressure to ask the current leader of Ukraine to return to the negotiation table and to make Ukraine as a centralized state in that region, no taking side position or policy by that country. So this is actually security concern, and Putin has already put the security his concern on the top agenda, and then the commercial interests in that region.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you both so much once again. Really appreciate your time and your insights. That's Heng Jianqun with the China Institute of International Studies and Pavel Felgenheuer, Moscow-based defense analyst and columnist. Thank you. Let's take a look at the ripple effects of the conflict on the global economy. Well, stocks actually mostly rose, whilst oil prices dipped as investors digest those sanctions on Russia. William Denslow has more.
Well, despite the devolving crisis in Ukraine, it was largely a strong day of trading across the globe in terms of how the markets fared this Friday. Perhaps a case of investors buying the dip. Maybe there's been somewhat of an overreaction when it comes to concerns how investors feel this crisis in Ukraine will impact global markets and the global economy. Looking at how stocks move, the Hang Seng did close down 0.5%, but the Shanghai Composite up 0.6%, the Nikkei up 2%. In Europe, the FTSE closed up 3.9%, reversing Thursday's losses. The CAC up 3.6%, the DAX in Germany up 3.7%. Here on Wall Street, the Dow Jones closed 2.5% up, seeing its best day of trading since late 2020. The S&P up 2.2%, the Nasdaq up 1.6%. However, of course, investors will continue to digest the crisis in Ukraine and what exactly that'll mean going forward when it comes to sanctions, the impact they could have on the global economy. Now, traders also reacting to a little bit of US economic data in the form of the core personal consumption expenditures price index. Now, that's the key piece of inflation data that the Federal Reserve watch most closely. That ticked up 5.2% compared to last year, slightly more than analysts are expecting. The impact of that, well, investors are now pricing in a 100% chance that the Federal Reserve will go ahead and raise interest rates at their next meeting in the middle of March in a bid to curb inflation. The only question here on Wall Street is just how aggressively they will move in hiking those rates next month. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
Let's take a look at what's been happening in Ukraine over the past day or so. And CGTN Sun Tingyuan joins me in the studio to give us the latest on the battleground.
Yes, Jiao Yang, let's have a recap on the latest development now. Russian troops are attacking the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, from multiple directions. Moscow said they had disabled numerous Ukrainian command centers, air defense systems, and tanks. Ukraine says it shot down a Russian transport plane in a city south of Kiev and wiped out all Russian ground forces in the capital in exchanges of fire. The UN now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled Ukraine and millions more could join them. Ukrainian President Zelensky continues to put pressure on Europe to do more. Both Russia and Ukraine say they're prepared to negotiate. However, Moscow says Ukrainian forces must first lay down their arms. China, as one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, has commented on the escalation. President Xi Jinping said China's position has been consistent, that it respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, and he called for a resolution through negotiations. Foreign Minister Wang Yi has also spoken to several top officials in Europe. The ministry said the legitimate security concerns of all sides should be respected, and it supported all efforts to a peaceful settlement. On Friday, the UN Security Council failed to adopt a draft resolution on Ukraine. It was vetoed by Russia. China's permanent representative to the UN said the problem had been apparent for some time, and Russia's security concerns after 5 NATO expansions to the east should be addressed. Meanwhile, Washington said it will join its allies in sanctioning President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov, as well as members of the Russian National Security Team. Back to you, Jiayang.
Tian, thank you so much for that update. Do stay with us on Global Watch. We'll be back with more. In command centers, air missile defense systems, and dozens of tanks. Ukrainian officials, meanwhile, say their forces have shot down 2 Russian transport planes south of Kiev and a Russian jet and helicopter in the Donbas region in the east early on Saturday. President Zelensky said he believes Russian forces will try to take Kiev. And speaking in a video, the Ukrainian president said the West was too slow to help his country.
You can see the situation now. All of Europe can see it. But we cannot see you doing your best. How are you going to defend yourselves in the future while you are slow to help Ukraine now?
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said the Russian president is ready to send a delegation to the Belarusian capital, Minsk, for negotiations, and Russia would send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to the Ukrainian president also said on Friday that Ukraine is ready to discuss the country's neutral status when it comes to NATO. Russia has justified its military operations as a response to requests for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia recognized these regions as independent earlier in the week. Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at Ukrainian nationalist attacks on the largely pro-Russian regions.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbas and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
CGTN's Tian Wei heard from Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who said diplomatic negotiations are the way out of the fighting with Ukraine.
Спасибо большое. Могу я задать вопрос от CGTN?
Пострадавший, да, пожалуйста.
Скажите, пожалуйста, сколько возможностей есть у переговоров Китай, я представляю CGTN, считает, что необходимы переговоры. Если такие переговоры могли бы состояться с кем? С США, с НАТО, с Украиной?
На переговоры сохранялся до последнего.
Negotiation plan on the table with United States and European countries, NATO. Yes, President Putin said he is willing to have a negotiation with NATO. Actually, we have mentioned this before. Last December, we have mentioned about negotiation regarding security issues. Hope that we can have VA documents regarding the security claim.
О том, что это право ограничено обязательством не укреплять свою безопасность за счет других, просто молчали.
The negotiation can also involve the OSCE, and we also talk about all countries' security will not on the cost of other countries' instability.
Ранним утром 24 февраля Владимир Путин заявил, что в ответ на обращение руководителей республик Донбасса принял решение провести специальную военную операцию.
Now, from what we're hearing, definitely hear those air raid sirens in the background again, which means we might have to head inside at some point.
Действительно тревожной была прошлая ночь в украинской столице.
We're hearing that a number of points of military infrastructure in Ukraine.
Сейчас съемочная группа находится в больнице Петровского района Донецка.
We're seeing people with suitcases scurrying about, but getting out to where? They're not quite sure.
15 часов проехали, пробыли в пути. Пока ехали.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has spoken with the Russian president about Ukraine. Putin reiterated that NATO and the US had long been ignoring Moscow's security concerns, but he did say he was willing to conduct high-level negotiations with Ukraine. President Xi said China hopes to see a resolution through dialogue and negotiations. He urged all parties to completely abandon the Cold War mindset and respect and attach importance to each other's legitimate security concerns. Xi added that China's position on respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter has been consistent. He said China is willing to work with all parties to advocate a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security concept. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has elaborated on China's basic position on the fighting between Russia and Ukraine, and he was speaking on the phone Friday with British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the EU's foreign policy chief Josep Borrell, and the French president's diplomatic counselor Emmanuel Bon. Wang said, first, China firmly stands for respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Second, that China advocates the concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. Third, that China has been following the developments over Ukraine and the present situation is not something China wants to see. Fourth, that the Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. And fifth, that China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the conflict and that regional peace and stability, as well as the security of all countries, should be the priority.
However, actually, we know that Emmanuel Macron has answered the phone call of Zelensky. So is it possible that we can find a place in France or in Germany as a neutral place in order to accommodate this conference of negotiation? For France and Germany, they really don't want to see a call of war in the Ukraine, because once there's a Ukrainian war, there would be a huge wave of refugees. Until now, they have taken several measures in correspondence, and Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has taken proactive measures to play the role of mediator. And for the four-party mechanism, we cannot deny its importance. Of course, at a certain moment, the leaders of the four countries from the four parties, they will come out and have some mechanism of communication. It's still very hard currently for the two leaders from Ukraine and Russia to come to the negotiating table. And maybe we can resort to this kind of format of Normandy to play the role. And time is very precious now. If we do have the possibility to invite everybody to the negotiating table, and it should be taking place within the day. Normandy format will be a platform for everyone to express their opinions. And what counts in the end is the face-to-face communication and negotiation between Ukraine and Russia. When there is a possible besieging and seizure of the capital city of Ukraine, still Ukraine would like to have a bigger bargaining chip during the future negotiation. And today, Russian troop forces, they're adding up the pressure on the leaders of Ukraine. Do Ukrainian people have a choice? Because currently the hope for safeguarding the capital city Kiev is quite weak. And if they lose finally the capital city, what kind of bargaining chip do they have? For Zelensky himself, of course, I've noticed the reports this morning Western countries and the US have proposed to transfer Zelensky out of the country, and currently it's a complicated situation. We don't know how big is the probability to transfer Zelensky out of the capital city. Maybe when he goes to Lvov, for example, another city towards the western side of the country, and he can direct the battles against the troops from Russia for a longer period of time. For Kiev and also the other cities, we have a lot of Russian-speaking population living there. If President Zelensky is transferred to Lvov, it would be much more difficult for the Russian troops to get to him directly. Maybe Russia could consider to find other leaders that are closer to Russia in order to establish a new government once Zelensky leaves the capital. So tonight and the second half of today would be a critical moment, a critical section of time. Zelensky could have several choices. For example, he could finally come to this end of compromise and surrender with the seizure of the capital, or he could choose to be moved from the city of Lvov. Imagine that we can transfer the President Zelensky to Lvov. There will be two governments. One is that of Zelensky. Another is the government of forces that are close to Russia, which would try to establish a certain contract relationship with the Russian side. They can also make the compromise. Or imagine that Zelensky does not leave the capital, then he would stay until the final moment of the besieging of the capital city, and he could come to the negotiating table to sign a contract and respond to the requirements of the Russian side. So in total, there are three possibilities, but the three possibilities cannot be decided by President Zelensky because he has insisted in so many occasions that he would not leave the capital city. For the two parties on the negotiation table, the final result will not actually come from the negotiation itself. It will be decided by the current evolving situation on the battleground. So we can say that the result of the negotiation can always reflect the contrast of forces. We can also look at the latest developments on the battlefield. We have mixed sources of information. We can read more news reports about the advancement of the Russian troops. And people wonder why we have so few sources of information about Ukraine defenses. Is that because we have fewer sources of information, fewer reports, or is it just because they are too weak? We have to admit that the Russian troops, they are very proactive. They have much more edges in this regard. And for the Ukrainian government, they are distributing the weapons to the public. For example, the rifles given to the population. But until this point, we also have to admit that in general, they are losing their edge in the fight against the advancement of the Russian troops. In the public opinion circle, Ukrainian still has limited room. In the previous reports, of course, we have received the information. For example, they have defeated how many armored vehicles and tanks from the side of the Russia, but still it has not caused a lot of reaction in the international public opinion circle. We have also read from the reports that the Russian army has attacked major sections of the public roads, and later on we have also heard the sounds of the gunshots, very intensive ones, in the downtown area of Kiev. So we can read from the current picture that they are moving, the Russian troops, they are moving very fast towards the downtown area of the capital city, Kiev. Actually, I believe that the Ukrainian troops, they have already missed the best timing for the defense. The troops from Russia, they are besieging the capital city from south and the west, and they are sending the troops towards the center of the capital city from multiple directions. Before this concerted all-round attacks from multiple directions, we still believe that the Ukrainian defense forces have a chance, but until now, because all directions are sending their troops towards the downtown area of Kiev city, and we have even entered a more intensive attack period, that is the street attacks. So already the best timing has passed. And today there's also another message distributed by President Zelensky saying he's very grateful and he's showing gratitude to the government and also the President of Poland. And there's also the distribution of weapons from Poland towards Ukrainian part. And people at first are wondering how we would get those foreign weapons and also the other facilities for military purposes inside the country. But you know that Poland has shared the border lines with Ukraine, so they can relatively easily send the weapons into the territory of Ukraine. You know that the airport of Kiev has been occupied by Russian forces. So in order to transport those weapons and the other facilities, we cannot use the airborne forces anymore. We cannot use the aircraft. We can only go by the ground pathway. And also a lot of the sections around the border areas have been occupied by the Russian forces. So it has blocked a lot of channels for the transfer and distribution of the weapons. And for the western part of Ukraine, they are still on the front line of defense against the Russian armies. Some of them would imagine the possibility of go to Kyiv to set up the government-based defense force, but we have to wait and see. For the other Western countries, including the U.S., they are offering only some material help. They didn't send any troops, and in general, that aid is quite limited in scale. From the very beginning until now, we can say that the Ukrainian forces, they are working alone, they are left alone, because there is a very clear message from Mr. Joe Biden and the U.S. government that there will not be any dispatch of the U.S. troops, and that is the same with the other European countries. As we can see from the footage, Ukrainian government gun machines to the population in total 18,000 rifles for the people applying for and receiving the rifles. Most of them have not yet received any professional training for the use of these machine guns. So we still don't know whether they can correctly manipulate the machine. And at this moment, maybe we can guess the people receiving and people applying for this rifle gun will not use this according to the original purpose of the government. They may instead use the rifles for their auto defense, for the self-protection, because you can imagine that in that context, most of people don't have any professional contact, they don't have received any professional training in the past. In the very beginning, the government has expected to see more participation from the population, but until now, after the distribution of the rifle guns, you see that there's not so much enthusiasm of the people joining the army. They just take the rifle guns for the self-protection consideration. And I think that is a forced choice. The government would like to see the patriotism among its people. However, without organization in place, it's very hard for them to organize a defensive or the self-protection movement against the Russian armies. So the major reason they are applying for a rifle is for the self-protection. And our reporter on the front line has also sent a message back saying that in Kharkov, the second largest city in Ukraine, they are applying for the military job. A lot of people have come to the recruitment spots, and there are long queues. You're an expert on the development and history of Ukraine. Could you please give us the analysis about this phenomenon? Due to some historical reasons, some parts of the country that belong to the same region have become divided. But most of the time in history, you can see that Ukraine and Russia, they were very close. And even in the eastern part of the country, Ukraine, there are a lot of people speaking Russian. And so today, people have quite complicated emotion. People in Ukraine, they are very close to Russia. And in Kharkov, it's a city in the eastern part of Ukraine. A lot of people speak Russian. And on the other hand, a lot of people, they have complicated emotions against or towards Russia, even though they speak Russian. And both for the Russian people and Ukrainian people, they have relatives living to the other side of the borderline. So it's always the civilians that will pay the highest price for the confrontation among major powers and different countries. Zelensky yesterday has mentioned that he would hope to see that Russian people would come to the street to oppose to the current special military operation launched by the Russian government. Compared to the period during the Crimea crisis, today we can see greater emotion of defense and countermeasures. We have to admit that today's situation is still quite different from that time back to the crisis of Crimea. In Crimea, most of the residents, they are Russian compatriots. For a long period of time, whether during the old days or during the former Soviet Union days, they have never become part of Ukraine. So during that crisis, the action of the Russian armed forces, they have been widely supported by the local people, by the Russians. And this time is quite different. You see that in more than 50 cities of Russia, we can hear the anti-war voices, and some people have even been arrested for their strikes against this war. Now we are looking at this footage showing the opposition forces among the people against this military operation. We are doing an investigation about the public opinion, but until now we have to wait for the coming out of the result. Starting by the year 2013 and 14, a lot of sanctions have been imposed on Russian side due to their conflict with Ukraine, and in January, some veteran generals, they have also expressed their opinions against this time of military special operation. Let's look at the latest updates by the journalist from CCTV, Zhu Jing. According to Ukrainian media, there are Russian aircraft flying by a Ukrainian city, and the local residents in the city have felt 2 rounds of heavy blasts. And Konotov city and Sumy city have been blocked already by the Russian forces. Could you please point out those 2 cities, their geographic locations to me? And I can also show it to our viewers. This is Sumy city. This is Kharkov. They are very close to the borderline with Russia. And over there you can see the Lugansk People's Republic and Donetsk People's Republic, of which Russia has recently recognized independence. And today in the Sumy city, there has been very intensive crossfire, and for the Kharkov city yesterday, they have also suffered from the gunshots. And in the Sumy city, it's been attacked. Does it mean that there's greater advancement of the Russian troops towards the capital city? For the Kharkov, Lugansk, and Donetsk, as well as the Sumy city, they are belonging to the eastern part of the country, and then towards the northern part, there are also advancement of the troops. They come from the side of Belarus, and they are aiming at Kiev. So both from the east and the north, as well as the south, you can see a very clear advancement of the Russian troops. And their most important goal for the time now is to encircle and finally take over the capital city of Kiev. In the 4 major directions, east and west, north and south, whether it's by airborne forces or by the ground forces, they are actually helping out the forces encircling Kiev. Not absolutely. I think it's not their major goal. Actually, they would like to add up more political and military pressure on the government of Ukraine. And one other latest development, again, Zelensky has refused a repeated suggestion of the U.S. government to transfer himself from the capital city to another city. He says that what he wants more is the ammunition. After the official launch of the military special operation by the Russian forces in Ukraine, the immediate first action of U.S. government has said that they would give financial support and also the weapons. And after that, U.S. government has proposed the possibility to transfer the current president out of the capital, and Zelensky has refused again. He will not choose to flee the capital and get transferred to Lvov. To tell the truth, we don't know the exact status quo of the street attacks in Kiev, because we don't know how many streets have been taken over by the Russian forces. It's very hard for us to make the comment now, but for the previous occasions, Zelensky has made several public speeches saying that the country has been abandoned by Western forces and by the US. And I think that it's already late for him to recognize this fact at this moment. He should have recognized the fact a little bit earlier. For Ukraine, until now, the options available are quite limited. Zelensky said he wants more of the ammunition, but only with the ammunition coming from the other countries cannot help Ukrainian forces to fully defend the advancement of the Russian forces. And now let's look at what's happening in Lvov.
So you see there are people hiding in the parking lot of the supermarket in the center of the Lviv city. There is no panic, nobody is running. People are pretty used to hearing those kind of sirens. So it's the third time this day we hear those airstrike alert sirens in Lviv. There hasn't been any bombing, and it's the sounds of bombings here yet, but it's better to hide anyway. So you can hear the sirens of the airstrike alert. It's the center of the Lviv city, so it's been ringing for a couple of minutes now, but you see there is no panic, so people don't run, don't try to hide. So you see this is the headquarters of one of the military recruitment centers in Lviv, in western parts of Ukraine, and there are lots of Ukrainians here who are willing to get mobilized to go and fight. As far as yesterday, President Zelensky said that he announces general mobilization, so see how many men are here. So like there are hundreds of people and the lines are very, very long. So this is what's happening in Lviv, in the western parts of Ukraine right now.
So is there much space still through negotiations?
Скажите, пожалуйста.
Yes, President Putin.
是的，普京总统表示他愿意与北约谈判。
Yes,
事实上，
President
我们之前已
Putin
经
says
提
he's
到了，
willing
去
to
年12
talk
月，我
with
们已经谈到
Ukrainian
了关于
side.
安全问
Last
题的谈
December,
判。
we have
我们
already
希望
touched
可以把
upon
安
an
全问
issue
题
of
写进
security.
相应
We
文件
really
里，
hope that
也
we
希
could
望
put
谈判
this
能将
topic
欧
of
洲安
security
全与
into
合作组
relevant
织包括在
document.
内。
We
我们也
also
谈
hope
到了
that the
所有国
document
家的安全
could
不应
bring
建立在
in
别
the
国的不稳定之上，
OSCE,
这
and
就
we
是我们
think
提到
that
的不可
the
分割安
security
全
of
原则
one
的原
country
因。
should not
我们需要
be
与欧洲
realized
安
at the
全与
cost
合
of the
作组
security
织
of
共
other
同解
countries.
决
That's
安
why
全
we are
问题，
proposing
通过书面
the
形式解决问题，写入文件
indivisible
是极具有
security
合法性，
principle. We would
如
like
此
to
来解
write
决乌
the
克兰局势。但
topic
西
and the
方世界
results
却
into
将
the
矛头
document
指向我
to
们，
make
使西
it
方没有执行明斯
legal
克协议。
binding.
我们现在
And
看到的是
currently,
俄
the
语区的
reason
人
why
民
we
在
have
受
the
难，
situation
所以
is that
我
the
想
Western
向西方
countries, they
表
have
明，
not
这不是我们
applied
所
the
能接
Minsk
受的，这
agreement,
已经超过了
and
我们
the
容忍的范围。只有
Russian-speaking
乌克
people,
兰
they
满
are
足俄罗斯
suffering.
的条件，我们才会结束特别
It's
军
not the
事行动。
result we want. Only when the Ukrainian government responds to our demands will we proceed to the next level of negotiation.
Он невежливый, он сейчас работает на Украине, его заразили невежливостью.
Colleagues, please give the floor to CGTN.
Next question, please.
Because CNN and BBC have asked a lot of questions already. Journalists, please give the floor to
Journalists from CND,
Chinese
CGTN.
journalists.
在回答美国记者有关基辅遭袭的问题时，拉夫
When
罗夫
answering the
严肃反问了
question
美国
coming
记者
from the U.S. journalist about the assault on Kiev, here's the response from Lavrov. Who of you from CNN have visited Donbass? Who have witnessed those so-called destructed schools and killed farmers and women with children?
好，欢迎大家回来。随着这个局势的不断的推进，
Welcome
我们演播
back.
室也是会不断的请进新来的嘉宾，那么为大家介绍一
With
下
the escalation of the situation, we can also invite new experts in. Madam Li and Mr. Chen Yu. Madam Li, just now I have talked so much with Mr. Chen because today we know that the capital city of Ukraine, Kiev, has entered a critical moment. And Zelensky has said tonight is the night. Because currently we know that Zelensky is right about the situation of Kiev. Is really going through a very critical moment. For a lot of data reviews, I don't believe them. And for the rest of the information, there's a lot of common thing shared among them. First of all, for the Russian forces, they have tightened up their encircling of the capital city. There are airborne force and also the ground forces. So there is the ground attack and also the air strikes. Those troops that are coming from distance towards the capital city, and until now we know that there's the third day of the special military operation. They are moving closer and closer towards the capital city, and we can also find signs of instability of Kiev. Today, at this current moment, the Russian troops have reached 20 kilometers away from the capital city. If you drive, you can understand how close they are. I've also received a message saying that one mayor has mentioned that there was an airborne troop landing inside their city, that is in the city of Vasilikov. Yesterday, I've also read news that several Russian troop soldiers, they have changed their costumes to the Ukrainian ones, but finally they have been discovered. And what we can confirm for now that some border sections have been blocked from the north part. The Russian troops will never retreat and not go back. They come from the direction of Belarus and they are moving from the north to south towards the side of Ukraine. And also there are advancement of Russian troops from the east and also from the south. And I think that it has created a lot of pressure, mental pressure, psychological pressure for the government of Ukraine. It will make you believe that from either of the direction, you cannot assemble enough energy to fight back. And maybe they are considering the possibility of, first of all, shrink their, increase their intensity of the concentration of their troops so that maybe they could find a breakout point at some direction. You know that for Kiev there are 3 airports. Out of the 3, there are 2 international airports. They are already blocked. On the second day of the military operation, one of the 2 international airports have been fully blocked by the Russian forces. So today, with this condition in mind, it's almost impossible for them to continue with the delivery of the facilities or the personnel, the soldiers, through the air channel. It's very critical for them to first of all cut off the channels that is airborne. Now they take over the right of occupation of the sky. They cut off the contact between Ukraine and the rest of the world. It looks like Ukraine is fully left over and it has become an isolated island. Moving forward, what about the next step of moves of the Russian troops? If the answer is yes, there should be some early warning system of the ground to sky. And some facilities to the Ukrainian side have been demolished. And for the runway of the airports, I'm not sure whether there are still some workable runways. I remember that we have heard a report about the blasts in the airport. But whether the condition is satisfying with the runway or not, we're not sure. For the carrier airplanes, if there is the runway, still we can make full use of this airport. During the attack, first day, they have paralyzed the 77 facilities, military facilities, and today the number has gone up to more than 200. If they destruct airports, not only the airplanes for Ukraine cannot land and take off, it's also the same situation for Russia. And now I'd like to talk to one compatriot living in Odessa. Good day, sir. Where are you? Are you at home or in a bunker? I'm at home. I just got up for an hour, so did you sleep well? Was it a peaceful night? Yes, basically yes. We have heard some warnings. If we hear the sirens, we have to immediately move to the basement, into the bunker. But luckily, we had a very peaceful night. In Odessa, we have heard a lot of different information. For example, the landing operation of the Russian forces through Odessa, but until now, there's no further proactive movement from the troops. Near Odessa, there's the Snake Island. It has been occupied by the Russian forces, and they have not yet started with the landing. And nearby our home, we have heard some shots towards the sky. So maybe it's aiming at the drones. Can you still hear me, Mr. Chu? Okay, just now the line has been cut off. As you have mentioned, you can hear the sounds of the drones yesterday, but there's no massive military action, right? Yes. We just heard some voices of the airplanes and drones. So later it has been verified that the airplanes have been shot down by the Ukrainian forces themselves, and those Ukrainian air forces not shot down by the Russian forces. Yesterday I also visited the downtown area of Odessa. I've also filmed a lot of footage. I didn't find any Russian troops or armored vehicles. So until now, you had a very peaceful situation. Yes, a very stable one. Now, in the community of the Chinese compatriots living in the city, do you have an emergency plan? Have you prepared enough food in stockage, or do you have already in mind a plan to be evacuated from the city? We don't have until now an evacuation plan. Around the 24th of February, we have all the daily necessities in stock, so no worry for the food and water, etc. We're just waiting in our house. In Kiev, we have noticed a lot of vehicles queuing. Now in Odessa, there's no traffic jam on the road outside of the city. On the 24th, right in the beginning, a lot of people, they are moving towards Moldova because it's very close to the borderline. But for our city of Odessa, the traffic jam is not a problem. We don't have this problem until now. So we will keep in touch with you for the latest updates. So stay safe, Mr. Chu. During the first day and second day, we have also talked to Mr. Chu. On the first day, we have already received a message about the possible landing of the Russian troops. According to Mr. Chu, the daily life is going on relatively smoothly, and there's no such panic mentality among the people in the downtown area. A lot of people have heard the blasts and huge sounds of explosions, but still in Odessa, not so many people are rushing out of the city. If we look at the timeline, for the first day and second day, we have already made the analysis. On the third day, there's a shrinking momentum, not only for the direction of the advancement of the troops, but also for the intensity of the attacks. For example, on the first day, there were multiple spots of movement and advancement by the Russian forces. It is also a very clever tactic to create a certain kind of confusion among the troops of Ukrainian side, so they cannot tell which is the major direction of attack. They don't know how to respond. And gradually, until the third day, they have to readjust their strategy in this military operation. They are cutting down this operation intensity because they cannot sustain themselves this high level of operation. That's why today we can see they have assembled almost the majority of the troop forces around the area of Kiev, the capital city of Ukraine. During the first day, they have spread the message about the sea area landing, and judging by the current situation on the third day, we say that it's more like the wordplay, it's more like the creation of rumors so that they will add up more psychological tension on the mind of the Ukrainian leaders. Yes, indeed, today the Russian forces, they have advanced troops and also very powerful armed forces. However, they would also find it very challenging and consuming to sustain that momentum of attacks from the first day until the third day. That's why they have started this very clever strategy. They have maximized these attacks on the first day, but gradually they have very well readjusted the deployment of the troops, and they prefer to prioritize the encircling of the capital city. Today is the third day. We can already very well see that rhythm of the advancement of the troops. They have decided to slow down that intensity of the attacks, but they will not immediately retreat all those troops, but they just put the focus on the key areas, that is the area around the capital city, Kiev. In the recent days to come, or for a shorter period of time to come, they are creating tangible pressure for the government of Ukraine. For example, for downtown area of Kiev, whether people can have sufficient supply of daily necessities, whether they have enough storage of food and water at home, or whether we can give sufficient ammunition to the soldiers working there. That is a problem. Until now, you can see in the city there's normal supply of water and normal supply of electricity because the armed forces of Russia, until now, they have not attacked the national grid of the country, and the electricity network is working very well. Once that grid is taken down, then immediately people will feel that daily life has completely changed because they cannot use all the appliances as well as the internet. And again, we have to go back to the intention mentioned by President Vladimir Putin. They are not targeting the civilians. But we should also wait and see, is it true that they will leave aside the electricity network until the end? They can choose maybe sporadic attacks for a small scale of areas, and even with the attacks on a small area on their critical infrastructure, it can create a very vast impact. And now the question is, how can the people living there to seize the last moment? They have to make the change, make the shift. But also that shift have to be consistent and should last for a longer period of time. The civil engineering works, for example, the networks of water supply, electricity, and the gas, etc., they will not currently become the target of the attacks of Russian army. But what about the government beatings? And also for the top leaders, what about their family members? Until now, we have not heard anything about areas surrounding the government building. Today, in the televised address by Vladimir Putin, you can see that he's elaborating on the historical background, and also he's talking about the old days relations between the two countries. And in the future, if he would like to smoothly reconstruct the government, he also have to win the support from the local government, from the local people. That is important consideration for the Russian side. In the future, the key task is to, first of all, take full control of Kiev and also occupy the major infrastructures like the government building and television station. Those key infrastructures should be, first of all, occupied, and later on they can have a more effective control of the city. And also mentioned by Madam Li, the power station and gas station, those facilities are also of high value. Russian army forces, once they can take over those key infrastructures, even when they don't use them, they can still showcase their occupant dominance in the city. In the speech, a Russian side has said that tonight is a critical part, it's a critical time for the negotiation process. It will be decided by the Ukrainian side. Is that so? This is a speech by the consultant from the cabinet of presidency of Russia. Why is that? Why they say that it's by the decision of the Ukrainian side? In general, I think it's right. Because when we look at the negotiation conditions proposed by the Russian government, first of all, the Ukrainian side should first of all lay off their weapons. They have to stop the defense. And for the Ukrainian side, of course, we cannot lower our guard. Once you are still on our land, you are continue with the advancement. So we believe that we have to wait and see a consensus between the two sides. For the two parties, they have the right and opportunities to deliver such words, but Russian side has more advantage, personally. That is my point of view. Do you believe that tonight Ukrainian side would be forced to join the negotiation table because they have almost lost all the defensive powers? In many places, there has been the landing of the airborne forces of the Russian army, and they have also blocked the borderline, the exit from the western part of the country. The military operation is advancing, but not as smoothly as they have expected.
最困难的一点，就是我所有的不仅是街道可以依托，我还有建筑物呢。对，冷枪冷炮不就这么出现的吗？就是你想占领没有那么简单的，只要我占据了一个制高点，我就可以依托它来对你所有的进攻都可以造成阻碍。
And they can also take charge of a very high point. If they seize this high point, they can take control of the whole city. For example, now Kiev has made a judgment about their own forces of defense. They know that at such a time spot, they can still have an edge in the discussion, or they can continue with the defense. Until tonight, they will make the call, they will make the decision whether they will surrender or they will continue with their defense. Yesterday, Kiev city has already entered a status of emergency, and today we heard the news about the street attacks inside the downtown area of Kiev. And maybe these attacks, street attacks, have already touched the building of government and also television stations. Once Russian army forces have taken charge of those key infrastructures like the parliament building, government building, and also the television stations, those symbolic monuments, we think that has a very huge significance. It means that this attack or this military operation has reached a certain critical point. Judging by the current situation, we have moved to this third stage, a critical stage, with the pressure coming from the military battlefield and also.
对，而且现在呢，乌克兰媒体还报道说，俄罗斯军队一支约有100辆装甲车组成的这样的一个部队，正在从
With all the political pressure, it's the time for the Ukrainian government to make the decision. And we have also witnessed armored vehicles with the white letter V attached to the outside surface of the vehicles, armored vehicles, in a number of 100. They have moved from the western side towards the Kiev city. From the video, you can see that there's a fast-moving queue of armored vehicles coming into the city. Considering that size, from the northern part, there's zero defense power.
Basically haven't slept since really early, maybe since 4 a.m. And then that's when we got the first information about some air attacks on Kiev, and then some troops, Russian troops, coming closer to the city and actually entering the city. And then it's really kind of hard to concentrate and keep calm, but we're trying, and I think everyone is doing really great. A lot of people are actually joining the Ukrainian army forces right now as well. And right now, currently, we have Ukrainian National Army entered city for defense. So probably tonight is going to be more of like the crucial moment of the defense of Kiev, of our capital.
Are you staying or fleeing? And how's your family? Are they safe?
We're all together. I'm here with my family, with my parents, and we decided to stay for now because we don't see where actually it is safe in Ukraine right now at this moment, because the attacks are happening everywhere, all over Ukraine. Staying in the city is a little bit safer. At least we have infrastructure here. We're not cut off the electricity. We're on Skype with you. We have Wi-Fi. Internet is working. We have all the supplies, water, and so on and so forth. We all are ready. We were warned before that we have to have all the bare necessities, all the necessary things packed with us in case we need to relocate. When we have the Air Force attacks and we have the sirens, we are going to the shelters nearby. So in the city, we have those bomb shelters, either in the living buildings, the high-story buildings downstairs, or at some subway stations. So metro stations are open for the security reasons as well. We have the curfew from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. in Kiev. When there is no alarms about the bombing or about the Air Force attacks, we can go out. Like, everyone's tried to kind of prepare all the necessary supplies. And the transport is working in Kiev, and the transport is working for free.
What's your biggest concern right now?
We just want it to be over, and we just hope for the peaceful resolution of the conflict, and that's all we hope for, really.
Earlier, we talked to Alexei Pshemysky in Ukraine's western city of Lviv for more on the situation there and in Kiev.
I just want to say that right now, I don't know if you can hear it, we're in a bomb shelter and we hear the announcement that the airstrikes might be coming until Lviv. So yesterday we heard those sirens working maybe 5 or 6 times, and as far as we know, it was just the testing, so to see how the local authorities are prepared to cope with the possible real airstrikes. But from what we heard now, there might be real airstrikes from Russian forces coming. However, we haven't heard any bombing, any bombshells yet, so we expect this time it also to be the testing. So as for the Kiev, we all watched those very terrible news coming from the capital of Ukraine. As far as we know, the Russian forces are trying to encircle the capital of Ukraine. There are harsh fightings in the center of the city, on the outskirts of the city. We know that the Russian militaries tried to land nearby Kiev at the town of Vasilkov. It's around 40 kilometers. And we also heard news that the Ukrainian armed forces hit one of the military airplanes that was trying to bring the Russian forces on Ukrainian ground to just drop them. So we heard that they hit one of those planes. Actually, it's pretty hard to understand what exactly is happening there right now, because people say that there are problems with the mobile connection, and the sounds of the airstrikes and of gunfights could be heard almost all over the city. But as we know for now, at least from the official sources, that the Ukrainian armed forces are holding firm. So the Russian army didn't enter the city yet. However, they're trying to do that from almost all of the sides. And it looks very, I mean, it seems that this night and probably this morning and maybe this next day will be the most important for the understanding of what's going to happen, because if they enter the city, so probably it will be much harder for Ukrainian army than to stand against them.
Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries in the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has justified its military operations as a response to requests for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Russia recognized those regions as independent regions earlier in the week. Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at Ukrainian nationalist attacks on the largely pro-Russian regions.
Основные боестолкновения российской армии.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbas and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments. Earlier, my colleague Tian Wei got a chance to talk to Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson.
In the conversation on the phone between the two presidents of China and Russia, China has proposed a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. Now, that is according to the readout from the Chinese side. What does Russian side make of that mechanism? What do you think can be the elements being included? Now, do you know much information out of that conversation?
As for the global security system, Russia has turned to our Western partners, to the US and NATO members and the EU member states, with a proposal to develop security guarantees for our country. It happened several months ago in 2021. Why are we talking about guarantees for Russia? Because the security guarantees in Europe cease to exist. Treaties, agreements, contracts have been destroyed by the United States, which pulled out of the ABM Treaty, the Open Skies Treaty, destroyed many documents that fixed and ensured the collective security system. And at the same time, the US has been extending NATO, bringing it closer to our borders and deploying military contingents. And the lack of common security is the reason why we asked about our own security guarantees. We tried to negotiate this with them, but they refused to respond to us on some of the principal points, and they closed down the possibility, put an end to the possibility of negotiations with the Secretary Blinken, sending a letter to Mr. Lavrov and calling them off. So this is what the West has been doing. But we left no stone unturned. We have tried to bring back the problem of the indivisibility of security on the European agenda, and to prevent ensuring the security of one country at the expense of the security of other countries.
Earlier, we spoke to Pavel Felgenhauer, a Moscow-based defense analyst and columnist. He gave us his view on how likely it is that negotiations will take place.
Negotiations could happen, maybe not. That's not clear right now. There are conflicting reports coming from both capitals, Moscow and Kiev. Ukrainians want a ceasefire. Russia basically also wants a ceasefire, so there's a desire to have a ceasefire. But the terms that both sides are putting forward are very, very far apart. So if I don't think that Ukraine is ready to meet the Russian precondition, but most likely they could have some kind of a low level. There's not a summit coming, but most likely a more low level meeting of delegations in Minsk could actually happen, because, well, the continuation and aggravation of this fighting is really not in anybody's interest. Well, Moscow wants Ukraine to be a neutral country, not to go into NATO. And Moscow wants Ukraine not to be a threat to Russia, means that it will be a space where there will be no weapons or weapon systems that could possibly threaten Russia. So that means it's going to be, that's why Russia is demanding demilitarization, and also that there'll be a more Russian-friendly government, that Russia doesn't like Ukrainian nationalists, believe they're a very serious problem, and that they should be pushed out of power. So Russia has very serious demands.
As military operations continue in Kyiv, tens of thousands of Ukrainians have fled their homes for safety. Our correspondent Julia Chapman brings us more from the Russian city of Rostov, near the border with Ukraine.
The flow of evacuees to the Rostov region and Russia more widely has in fact slowed. Just over a week ago, there was a massive evacuation from the Donbass area. The leaders of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions announced an evacuation of civilians, fearing what was to come. They claimed that there was going to be a Ukrainian offensive against the Donbass, with authorities in Kiev trying to retake control of the area by force. So we saw over 100,000 people leave their homes in eastern Ukraine and come here to Russia. Since then, though, when the Russians intervened militarily, that evacuation process has in fact stalled. So we're not seeing the flows of people coming into Russia. Most people leaving Ukraine are going west now. Certainly we are seeing large evacuations. More than 20,000 people have already arrived in Romania. Other countries are taking in people fleeing their homes as well. And we have seen those pictures of people queuing in their cars on motorways out of Kiev, at border points around the western borders, trying to get into other European countries because they don't believe they are currently safe, as some civilian areas have indeed already been hit by Russian forces.
Air raid sirens are continuing as Ukrainian and Russian forces are engaged in combat on the fronts across the country. Evacuations have become chaotic. The United Nations now estimates more than 50,000 people have fled and millions more could join them. Our correspondent Guy Henderson is with a group who has left the capital for Poland.
All the way down the main highway, all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometers on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are not keen not to give too much away about their maneuvering, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defense of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometers up the road where Russian soldiers were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighborhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
Thousands of Ukrainians fleeing conflict with Russia have started arriving in neighboring Central European countries. The European Union is now bracing for an influx of refugees. Lucy Huff has more from a village in eastern Hungary near the border with Ukraine.
Families and young children arrive into Hungary after a grueling night. carrying small suitcases packed in haste amid Russian shelling. These are some of the first to have escaped a Ukraine under siege. 20-year-old student Nastya is from the city of Kharkiv.
When we woke up at 6 a.m. and saw the news and hear the sound of planes, we decided to just try to escape somehow, somewhere, just to be safe, because in Ukraine you're not safe anymore.
Hundreds of thousands are expected to make the journey into Central Europe in the coming days, crossing Ukraine's border into countries including Hungary, Poland and Slovakia. For this family who fled overnight, there is shock and disbelief about what has unfolded.
I can't believe that this war could happen in the 21st century. We never thought it would happen again in this region. We're used to seeing war only in faraway places like Iraq.
A few miles north of this crossing, Hungarian troops are stationed to provide assistance and border control. Those here have managed to cross the border, and it's now a waiting game to work out where they'll be going next. The Hungarian government, for its part, has said that it is willing to accept refugees fleeing war in Ukraine and will be giving the country humanitarian aid. The UN has warned that Europe could see as many as 5 million refugees fleeing Ukraine as a result of Russian military activity. Poland is likely to see the highest numbers. The country is already home to around 1 million Ukrainians. The European Commission will be working to coordinate a joint approach.
That the European Union is an area of protection for people fleeing persecution or serious harm in their countries of origins. We work on all scenarios to support the Ukrainian people.
The journey to Europe is complex. In Ukraine, traffic has stretched to more than 10 kilometers in one border crossing with Poland, with thousands trying to escape the fighting. Men between the ages of 18 and 60 are forbidden to leave as the country prepares a full military mobilization. Across the border, these families have been forced to leave their homes, jobs and schools, not knowing when and if they will be able to return. Lucy Hoff, CGTN, Bereg-Sharanye, Hungary.
An effort to condemn Russia's military operations in Ukraine has failed. 11 out of 15 UN Security Council members voted on a resolution denouncing Moscow's actions. As expected, it was voted by Russia, and China abstained from the vote. Tony Waterman has more from New York.
Yeah, this was very much expected, the outcome of this vote on this draft resolution, which would have harshly condemned Russia for its actions in Ukraine, also call for the complete and immediate withdrawal of troops from that country, and to allow humanitarian aid to get into the Ukraine. We had 11 countries which voted in favor. Russia exercised its veto power, which it does have as a permanent member. And you had China, the UAE, and India all abstaining from this vote. Now, a lot of countries, the UK, the US, have come out afterwards to express their deep regret that these countries did not get on board with this, saying that this goes directly against the UN Charter. We heard from actually the UN ambassador for China saying that China is deeply concerned about the situation.
We strongly call on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, ease tensions, and avoid civilian casualties. The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires abandoning the Cold War mentality, giving full attention and respect to the legitimate security concerns of all countries, and conducting negotiations to build a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. We call on all parties to immediately come back to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue.
And it believes that the UN Security Council should be cooling tensions, that it should not be adding fuel to the fire, taking a stab, obviously, at this UN resolution, this draft resolution, but also talking about the sanctions that have come out from many of these countries.
Утром 24 февраля Владимир Путин заявил, что в ответ на обращение руководителей республик Донбасса принял решение провести специальную военную операцию.
Now, from what we're hearing, definitely hear those air raid sirens in the background again, which means we might have to head inside at some point.
Действительно тревожной была прошлая ночь в украинской столице.
We're hearing that a number of points of military infrastructure in Ukraine.
Сейчас съемочная группа находится в больнице Петровского района Донецка.
We're seeing people with suitcases scurrying about, but getting out to where? They're not quite sure.
15 часов пробыли в пути. Пока ехали.
Welcome back. Authorities in the southwest China's Guizhou province say 14 people are trapped after a coal mine accident in Zhengfeng County. A preliminary investigation shows the accident was due to the collapse of a mine shaft roof on Friday morning. Rescuers, police officers, and medical workers have been sent to the site. Rescue operations are still underway. Hong Kong has reported a sharp rise in new COVID-19 cases with more than 10,000 daily infections.
Can you please stop a little bit the footage? We don't actually want to be filmed. We're just here to help. We're not here to become celebrities. You know what I mean? So, hi, do you need any help? We are volunteers. А? Avem care mergem în Bulgari. Nu se știe, nimeni nu vrea să vorbească, dar le duce în Bulgari, nu pot să vorbească despre așteptări Slovenia, Italia, deci pe vama al meu mai intră bărbați care România pentru război, care cea mai oficială. Ilegal început. Aici, vin la Sighet, își iau rudele. De exemplu, în partea noapte, I'm coming here from Ukraine. I take my friend with car and family.
On the main highway all the way to Lviv, and at some point, if we can, to cross the Polish border, although we hear there's extremely long queues at that Polish border because we are by no means the only people who've been on this road. The road's a little clearer now as we've moved a few hundred kilometres on, but in the early stages, everyone had the same idea as us. It was absolutely packed because it has been an intense day of shelling and fighting around the outskirts of Kiev. There are 2.8 million people. That's the population of Kiev. It will be far fewer now, and people, from what we understand, are continuing to flee. It's also interesting to note, along the way here, we've seen checkpoints. We've seen tanks, some stationary, some being redeployed in what is a continually fluid situation. Ukrainian officials are not keen not to give too much away about their manoeuvring, but you get the sense that they are preparing for a defense of Western Ukraine. At the moment, though, of course, the focus of the Russian attack in this part of Ukraine, at least, is very much on Kiev. That is where we were earlier. We'd, from our hotel, heard a couple of gunshots out on the street outside, but it was a few kilometers up the road where Russian soldiers Russian saboteurs were engaged in a gunfight with Ukrainian armed forces personnel. We then had another round of missile strikes on the neighborhood that we were staying in. The sirens went up. We went down into the bomb shelters, and along with, all of the other residents of Kiev in that region. And of course, that's something that people have had to get used to in the last few days. And as soon as that window opened, out we went with a flood of other civilians.
Guy Henderson there. Well, so much to talk about. Joining me from Switzerland is Serhii Kudelia. He's an associate professor of political science at Baylor University and a specialist on Ukraine. Also here with us in Washington, Anton Fedyashin, a Russian expert and a professor of history at American University. Also joining us, Michael O'Hanlon. He's a senior fellow and director of research in foreign policy at the Brookings Institution. And from Rhode Island, Vladimir Goldstein. He's a chair of the Department of Slavic Studies at Brown University and commentator on Russian foreign policy. Welcome to all of you. Let me begin with Serhii. We want to begin really with getting a sense, Serhii, of what the situation is on the ground right now. We are hearing Kyiv could fall within days. What are you hearing? And can Ukrainian troops, for how much longer can they put up resistance?
Well, the situation on the ground really differs. There has been a number of assaults from different directions. One assault from Russia came from the south. Many troops from Crimea have been moving up to capture a number of cities in southern Ukraine. Two of the largest cities in southern Ukraine that are now Russians are now trying to capture and are shelling constantly are Mykolaiv and Kherson. Several other smaller towns have been taken over. Melitopol, another town in southern Ukraine. Apparently there are Russian military vehicles already riding through that town. On the other hand, there is also an assault from the border with Belarus to the northern part of Ukraine. And there were attempts to capture a number of towns as well. There were attempts to capture Sumy, attempts to capture Chernihiv. These are all large cities, the oblast centers. None of these attacks, none of these attempts succeeded so far. And as a result, when Russians faced significant resistance from the local forces, they realized that they need to move on further to Kyiv. And Kyiv is really a few hundred kilometers away from the border with Belarus. So the main assault right now, as you mentioned, is happening around Kyiv.
Vladimir, if the government of Ukraine, in fact, is overthrown, then what? What is Vladimir Putin's objective here? Does he want to occupy and control Ukraine, a country of 44 million people? What is the end game here?
Well, I guess your guess is as good as mine. We were frequently commentating on the affairs, and I have to acknowledge that not many people expected this such a powerful invasion, was such a strong one. So it's hard to guess, but at least officially, Kremlin says that it's going to be temporary, activity. They will want to do what they call denazify, demilitarize. How it is translated in concrete terms, it's very hard to say. I suspect they want either to negotiate, because there were rumors that they want to negotiate with Zelensky, who offered to neutrality, then he backed off from that. They basically want somebody who will say that our country in the future will be neutral. I don't think Russians are interested in grabbing the land, in occupying the country, but they definitely want to do their best, A, to degrade their military, and B, to have some kind of regime which will be neutral rather than highly sympathetic to the United States and highly eager to enter NATO.
But is it up to Russia to decide what kind of government Ukraine can have?
I think it's either they will negotiate or they would probably. The problem is that we have to be aware that Ukraine is divided. So there are some, eastern parts. There will be, sort of, their candidates who might be much more sympathetic. So it's very hard to say. Will it be open for election? Will he try to put somebody who will sort of appeal to the West and to the east of Ukraine? It's, I don't venture to go there.
Well, Anton, I'm just wondering, was this crisis, this war, this assault on Ukraine, was it really ever about NATO and the West not meeting Vladimir Putin's security demands?
Yes, I believe it was. The tragedy of Ukraine is that it was caught on a geopolitical fault line between the West and Russia. It was caught on a fault line that has been emerging as the unipolar U.S.-led world order unravels. This doesn't justify what's going on now, because the war is now the Kremlin's to own and to be responsible for. But ultimately, this is about security. Now, how the Russians are now going to negotiate and maneuver themselves into a situation where they have sufficient control of an enormous territory with a population, a good chunk of which will not be on their side, and at the same time convince them of some kind of neutrality is completely unclear to me.
Michael, I want to get your take on this. Is this really about security, and how far is Vladimir Putin willing to go? Did he overreach, underestimate the global condemnation of this assault, really without any provocation?
Right. Well, let me agree with most of what I've heard so far. And I think that Mr. Putin's going to find a Ukraine that is not sympathetic to what he's doing, even in the East. And what I've learned from, I'm not a Ukraine expert, but spent a lot of time with Stephen Pfeiffer, former U.S. ambassador there, others, Bill Taylor, Jeffrey Herbst, a lot of people who know the country well and who've tracked the public opinion polling and the elections in recent times. I know a lot of my co-panelists tonight know a great deal about Ukraine. And certainly one thing Putin's managed to achieve in the last 8 or 10 years is to create a stronger sense of Ukrainian nationality and nationhood and a distinct identity from that of Russia. So to get an acceptable outcome that keeps Ukraine neutral is going to take more than just getting the next government to oppose, NATO membership. It's going to take something more binding. It's going to take a change to the Constitution. And I think even that is something Putin may decide is inadequate. What he really would like is a Lukashenko-like figure, the president of Belarus, of somebody who's essentially in his court, who does much of his own becking, who's sort of a crony, who sees the world and the region the same way, and who could stay in power for a long time, or some way to create successive Lukashenkos. In other words, for Russia to control Ukrainian politics at some level. And the other possibility, let's face it, is that Russia will just take part of Ukraine, although it has to risk, in that case, some kind of an insurgency, even if it's in the relatively historically more pro-Russian East. So Putin doesn't have great choices. And I do think the world will condemn him. It'll be fascinating, if you don't mind my saying so, to watch China's reaction in all of this, because China will be one of the few places Putin could look for some succor and some solace and alternative markets. If we start cutting off his exports of oil and gas in the West, as I think we should, I think we should develop a plan over the next 3 to 5 years to wean ourselves off Russian oil and gas. How can you do business with somebody who's slicing up other countries? So Putin's in a dilemma, and he's decided that settling old scores and expanding Russia's territorial domain matters more to him than the prosperity of his own people or than the peace and stability of the region he inhabits. He's a pretty nasty guy, and he's made a bad choice.
And one of the reasons he's justified this military operation, if you will, Ukraine says this is an invasion. and NATO and its allies say this is an invasion. But regardless of what we want to call it, the reason that he has justified this is because he says Ukraine's government is full of drug addicts and neo-Nazis. Listen to what he had to say.
Once again, I appeal to the servicemen of the armed forces of Ukraine. Do not let neo-Nazis and Banderovsky use your children, wives, and the elderly as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It seems that will be easier for us to agree than with this gang of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who settled in Kiev and took the entire Ukrainian people hostage.
Sergei, what is he talking about? By the way, not the first time we've heard the word Nazi or heard the comparison with Nazis in a country which, by the way, has a Jewish leader.
That's exactly right. It is ridiculous what he is saying. There is no other word to describe it. It is also understandable from the standpoint of his political communication to the Russian society. Over the last day or 2 days, by different estimates, around 500 Russian soldiers have been already killed. Many more will be killed in the next days. And ultimately, there will be a question. What are the Russians dying for exactly in Ukraine? Why are these young Russians suddenly dying near Kherson or Kiev or Kharkiv? Exactly the kinds of cities that Ukrainians and Russians together were liberating during World War II. And of course, for Putin, the only answer he can come up with is they're all Nazis all over again, because he understands that Russians have an emotional response to the word Nazi, because he understands that this is the only way he can justify and cover up his aggression against a neighboring state. And let me emphasize one more thing. Vladimir was talking about how divided Ukraine is, but you understand that the assault that is happening right now is happening on the Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine. These are areas where the majority of the population speaks Russian. Southern Ukraine, Kherson, Nikolaev. These are the areas which overwhelmingly supported pro-Russian political parties. And guess what? Do you see any support of these local people for the Russian troops? Do you see anyone with Russian flags welcoming there?
Hello and thanks for joining us on CGTN. I'm Jiao Yang. Now we're bringing you live coverage and continuous coverage on the unfolding conflict in Ukraine throughout the day on our channel. And you can find us live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, CGTN's website and Sina Weibo. And we'll be bringing you analysis throughout the day as well as live reporting from on the ground in Ukraine. So do tune in. And today we'll be talking about sanctions that have been imposed on Russia or could be imposed and the impact that this will have on Russia and also the rest of the world. And I'm joined by our guests, Rong Ying in Beijing. He's the Vice President of the China Institute of International Studies, and also Joseph Gregory Mahoney, who's in Shanghai. He's the professor of politics and international relations at East China Normal University. So, gentlemen, it's good to see you both. Glad to have you with us. Now, sanctions. I'd just like to start first, Mr. Rong, if you could just give us an overview of the kind of sanctions that are being imposed on Russia at the moment. I know they're taking the form of personal sanctions on the president of Russia, as well as the foreign minister, and a lot of sanctions on entities in Russia too.
Well, yeah, I think we talking about sanctions against Russia, the Russia Federation. I think as the situation develops on the ground in Ukraine and beyond, it has increasingly become a kind of a field, another important field, possibly defining field for this sort of a development, because we all understand that militarily, it seems that there are not many or not supposed too much surprise. The only surprise or the problem is how long and what it would be end literally, but it is also largely depends on, I think, the other field. I think the sanction sort of the issues related to sanctions. At the outset, I have to put on record that I think sanctions has never been working historically, even I think in terms of regarding to smaller countries, talking about others. And for a country big country like Russia that has been determined and that is well prepared, and the very purpose of this, if we're talking about this issue, the question really is more, I think, geopolitics. Is much bigger issues about the sort of security issues that Russia, the security architecture, security sort of mechanism and that in Europe that Russia made it very clear, loud and clear, it is something I think existential issue for Russia. And of the last of the least, the Chinese, I always want to say that China has always opposed sanctions. So talking about sanctions, we are talking about this issue in this framework. And of course, over the past, I think, few days, past weeks since the eruption, the breaking up these issues, we have seen at least, I think, two sort of batches or two rounds, which has characteristics of three characteristics. And keeping in mind Russia, I think since the 2014 has been subjected to the US-led sort of West sanctions over 100 sort of times. So Russia has become the largest, also one of the most sanctioned countries in the world. In terms of sort of features or characteristics, one is I think it's unprecedented, as I can see. Because we're talking about not only kind of financial sanction, we're talking about sanction against the leaders, top leadership. So President Putin himself is also now on the list. The second characteristic is well coordinated. I mean, this is always a problem when we talk about sanctions, but this time it seems that there's a strong well coordinated, and there are some even countries, a lot of like countries, UK and others. Yeah, they have even not volunteered. They have even gone further than the US. And it is also, I think, the stakes. Last but not least, the stakes are too high because the US and the West has made it very clear it is not going to engage militarily in Ukraine. So the only means or the last resort of their leverage or influence in shaping the development in Ukraine and beyond is the sanctions. So I think this is the issue that has been involved.
Mr. Mahoney, just want to let you know, Mr. Mahoney, you can jump in any time, but Mr. Rong, so about the sanctions, what are these Western countries, well, not just the West, Japan's also imposed sanctions on Russia, but what are they hoping to achieve with these sanctions? What are they hoping they will do to Russia?
This is to
me,
Mr.
Rong. To Mr. Wrong, but Mr. Mahoney, yeah, you can also jump in too if you like.
You mean for me? Okay. yeah. I think that I said that because it seems like I think it is because the U.S. And the led West has not prepared announced and clearly, at least at this moment, that they are not prepared to intervene this crisis militarily in Ukraine. So the only thing is that with sanctions, they hope that they could change the behavior of Russia by imposing more sort of costs, and more importantly, in the end, they hope that they would also hope that the shape, the outcome, or the end game of this crisis. But as I said, that while the U.S. and the led West has made it clear that everything is on the table. In other words, they have some measures of sanctions which has not been announced. The so-called those nuclear sort of sanction measures. I suspect that in the long run, these sanctions will be effective or will make a difference to achieve the very goals of the US-led West vis-a-vis Russia.
That's sort of the key here, isn't it? As you said, in the long run, I mean, previous sanctions that have been imposed on, say, the Soviet Union after the Afghan war, and also the last round on Russia over Crimea in 2014, I mean, they can take years to come into effect, can't they? For Russia even to see the impact on its economy.
Yeah. I suspect that in the long run, I think it would only be effective if it helps to prepare some off-ramps for the final, for diplomacy, for negotiations, for talks, which I think China and India and then the rest of the international community has called upon. So this is something I think, international community should be followed. Otherwise, we're talking about even though it's a non-military sort of a war, which in the end I think nobody is to gain. It will be a lose-lose situation, and it's going to be a big impact, big disruption for the world economically, financially, and also in terms of I think the certainty or the stability of this world, as we're still, I think, in the era of fighting the COVID-19, and this is really a critical moment. I think we need to have, we should not to have. So that's why I think follow the statement of the Chinese government, the Chinese observers. We're calling upon, I think, sort of diplomacy, calling upon negotiate talks, calling upon no sort of playing up or further provocation that would make the situation more complicated. So this is, I think, the reason why, at the principle, China opposes the sanctions, and also at the principle, China calls upon all the parties to exercise restraints, but more importantly, prepare the ground for final sort of talks to slow down, to stop, and find a way out.
Mr. Mahoney, I'd like to get your thoughts on the sanctions. Do you think they will have an effect in deterring Russia from continuing to attack Ukraine? Or, the US and NATO have said that they're definitively said that they're not sending troops in. So are these sanctions really just a symbolic move to show that they're doing something?
It's a bit more than symbolic, but not much more than symbolic. I think we have to recall that a big part of Biden's political brand was this anti-Putin, anti-Russian stance. He had really defined himself, contrary to Trump in the last election, as being someone who would stand up to Russia. And from day one, he really made some pretty strong, nasty comments about Russia and Putin personally. And but at the same time, Biden was so focused on China that he was constantly looking past Russia, even to the point of talking about, reorienting NATO against China. And, we have this situation, if we look at it from the realist perspective of international relations, what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years, first with Trump and ongoing with Biden, is, the U.S. has let its house burn down with respect to how it's handled foreign policy, with respect to how it's handled its domestic affairs, with how it's handled its fiscal and monetary policies. We already had inflation going into this conflict. We still have this incredible problem associated with COVID-19 in the United States. And so, the U.S., and this is Russia's key concern, the U.S., since the collapse of the Soviet Union, has been pushing NATO into the Russian sphere, onto Russia's borders. And now that the U.S. has reached this position where it's in a weak position, it would be, again, I hate the conflict. I hate that people are terrified. I hate the fact that people are dying. But from an international relations realist perspective, it would be negligent for Putin not to press this advantage now, to go ahead and try to push back against what he sees as these actions that have been taking place over the last couple of decades that have undermined Russian security and sovereignty. And I think that's what we've seen. So, again, yes, the U.S. is left in a position, but most of the West is left in a position where all they have right now are economic sanctions, but they are sanctions that also hurt the West. And Russia entered this conflict prepared for these sanctions. The sanctions did not deter them. And I think that we're going to see that if they continue to go forward, we will find a major rupture in the global financial system, and there'll be no turning back, and we'll be off into a new era of global finance, as opposed to the U.S. still being able to cling to a system that it has largely dominated since the 1970s.
Yeah, I'd like to get on to the blowback to the global economy and on the countries that impose the sanctions in a minute. But just, something that I wonder now with the situation, sanctions or not, is Putin very much just pushed into a corner here? I mean, there's some analysis saying that this has gone from a war of choice to a war of necessity. And whether sanctions hurt his economy or not, he has no choice but to continue, really. And then the other thing is, sanctions only take effect if they hurt the economy, but there's got to be pushback from the public too. And if are the Russian public in a position to put pressure on the government in quite the same way? Your thoughts on this, Ms. Mahoney?
Well, I think there's some competing analyses about whether or not this was a war of choice. That's certainly the way Biden has characterized it, that Russia chose this. I kind of see it two ways. I think, again, from what I said a moment ago, that Russia really had to push this now. They have an advantage now. They didn't have one in the past. They might not have one in the future. So now is the time to push it, and that's what he's doing. But at the same time, I think that as he was building up to this conflict, I'm not quite certain that he really intended to go all the way, but he kept getting blocked by the various efforts that were being made in diplomacy. And he kept being, I think, sort of baited and pushed in strange ways by Washington. Washington constantly saying every day, "Oh, they're building up. Oh, they're getting ready to attack." But at the same time, there was no compromise coming out of Kiev, no real compromise coming out of the West, and I think it ultimately left Putin with no option. He couldn't go home empty-handed, and given this position of strength, he had to go ahead and act. And that's where we are. And whether or not the Russian people will tolerate this over long term, whether or not the sanctions will bring a lot of pain to them, that remains to be seen.
Mr. Rong, I see you nodding along there. Is there anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to add that if you look at the past sort of few weeks and or particularly, I think, past few months since the late last year, I mean, you see the actions and counter or reactions leading to the situation where we have had, which of course neither side want to see, but which I fully agree with Professor Mohani as perspective. But then we will have also to take a longer term of the bitterness about the frustrations of Russia that has been had since the end of Cold War, the disintegration of the Soviet Union. This is, I think, that's no better sort of a statement than President Putin's ones, which of course it's long and detailed, comprehensive of what has had. So in short, I think Russia failed or feel compelled to respond in a way that may not necessarily serve the best interest of itself, but as it has no better way to sort of force to safeguard its own security interest. And this is something, of course, we're talking about the the expansion of the NATO's 5 times, the going back of the promise I think the US and the NATO has made to Russia, even though I think some of the American sort of strategists, for example, I think the current serving CIA Director Ambassador Burns, when he was the ambassador of US to Russia 2008, when President Bush, I think, announced that NATO is going to expand to Ukraine, and that arguably, I think Ukraine itself also has been made a complicated process by ignoring, applying, want to be part of, join NATO by ignoring of the Russia's concerns or warnings. So we're talking about very complicated, long and history, and also I think the reality. This is something I think when we talk about the effectiveness or talk about the sort of end game of that, and we're talking about how much I think sanctions can make a difference. That's why I thought that sanctions is not the mean of its end of itself. Rather, it is the mean of itself. Even though I think as the Chinese, we simply don't accept that. All of them, I would say, have not been just either bilateral or is a kind of initiative by several countries. So it does not have the legitimacy to that. And not to mention, I think, the repercussions, the impacts to the countries concerned and to the global economy, I think, as a whole. My only personal hope is that, as I said, that it could provide some sort of rooms or prepare some ground for negotiations, but it will take a long time, and it's once the sanctions are there, it's difficult to go. And it seems that as the situation deteriorates, I think there are somebody is talking about some other, even more, I think, sort of sanctions, which will make the situation even more complicated and more difficult.
I mean, these are tough, pretty tough sanctions. And as Mr. Rong is saying, they're unprecedented in that they target some high-profile people in Russia and also very coordinated. But there is one thing that the US and its allies have disagreed on so far and refrained from doing, and that is barring Russia from the SWIFT system. So, Mr. Mahoney, can you give us an idea first of what the SWIFT system is and why there is this reluctance in imposing this?
Well, Biden, this was something that was floated weeks before the conflict started. He's threatened this as his, so-called nuclear option, but he's hesitated to use it. And the key reason, or the key argument to cut Russia off from SWIFT is to cut Moscow off from oil proceeds and therefore to limit war financing. But we have to keep in mind that Russia has been stockpiling foreign exchange reserves since 2014, and these now exceed $600 billion. So we can already pay for this war if it's kept relatively short. Now, furthermore, banning Russia from SWIFT also weakens SWIFT. This is a system that many consider a relic of the 1970s and already on its last legs, with big techs pushing big banks to innovate. Additionally, SWIFT is the default mechanism to fund oil and gas payments, which none of the current sanctions touch. Now, with Russia accounting for about 12% of the world's oil supply and 40% of gas to Europe, banning Russia would further weaken the petrodollar and increase inflation. This would be really bad news for Europe and above all the US, particularly in a year when Biden's Democratic Party is already suffering and likely to lose the midterms because of inflation. But this would—
My understanding. Sorry, go on.
This would also, if this happened, if we banned them, it would also lead to strengthening alternative payment systems and likely seeing this among the five major economies that have not joined the sanctions, including China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, and the United Arab Emirates. Consequently, and this is the term being used, swifting Russia would be incredibly short-sighted, would not achieve its objectives, and most likely would be a very self-defeating policy if implemented.
All right, because my understanding also is that this can't be taken as a unilateral decision. It needs to be a collective decision by all the members of the SWIFT system. Also, in 2014, so with the Crimea situation then, I think a lot of countries were considering doing the same and kicking Russia out of the SWIFT system. And Russia at the time said that that was essentially, if they did that, that would be tantamount to war. So, Mr. Honey, from what you're saying now with Russia, it seems like Russia wouldn't quite look at it the same way if it were to happen this time round.
I don't think that Russia has publicly changed its position, but I do think Russia is looking towards a future past the dollar as the supranational currency. And there's some analysis out there that suggests that this conflict, that if this conflict became unavoidable, if Russia was backed into a corner or was choosing to pursue it for whatever reason, that one of the objectives would be to increase these financial pressures, not for Russia, but on the dollar. And above all, demonstrate once and for all that American power had reached not simply its apex, but was in serious decline. We've seen this with American pullbacks from Central Asia, from the Middle East. But there's also a lot of belief that given the fact that the U.S. is going to have a very hard time getting its own inflation under control, getting its own deficit spending under control, that it's been pushing these costs out onto the globe for a long time, really accelerating in 2008 with the global financial crisis, but even before that. And a lot of people are tired of it. A lot of people no longer want to pay for this. Above all, you go back a year and a half ago when the U.S. increased its money supply by 20% in order to cover its own poor governance related to COVID. Those are costs that the rest of the world have to bear. It's one of the reasons we see inflation globally now. And, I think that if we see this moving forward in sort of the worst case scenario, this is why I said earlier that we have maybe a new world order, a new financial world order. This may be the moment in time that we point to the birth of that.
What would that new world order look like?
I think that's something that it still would have to rise from the ashes. I think what we would see is multiple currencies in the world operating, not necessarily a single one, but there would be all sorts of interesting implications for cryptocurrencies as well as digital currencies from state banks, whether it's the digital yuan in China or something similar in other countries.
So earlier, you both talked about some of the costs on the global economy that these sanctions could have. So, Mr. Ron, I'll bring you into this. So, what sort of blowbacks would we see to the world economy, and also, specific to the countries that are imposing some of these sanctions or taking some actions on Russia?
Yeah, the simple answer is that, of course, there are kind of always collateral sort of damages or cost to other countries, and China certainly is that, and that's why we oppose to that, and even as a principle, but out of also its self-enlightened interest, India and others. I would just add 2 points to the perspective by Professor Mohani, is that suppose that we had finally, I think the U.S. and others, the West, push that nuclear button, and by kicking Russia out of the SWIFT, that would definitely, like a sort of nuclear bombs, will cause a kind of they will lead to the beginning of possibly a kind of two opposing division of the global financial sort of world, which I think neither side is going to, nobody is going to benefit, nobody want to see. In other words, this would be regarded by the Russia as a kind of sign of escalation and sort of in a real financial war, financial nuclear war between the two. This is something I think really bad. And besides, I think Russia has said repeatedly that they would also respond in its own way. I don't know, I cannot speculate in which way, but definitely I think the cyber world, cyber attacks and others. So we are going to have a totally chaos. We are going to have really something out of control. This is not the purpose, I believe, even though I think the US, the West would like to, I think, respond either symbolically or out of, I think, a necessity to the sort of military operations in Ukraine by Russia. So I think I understand there are a lot of sort of concerns, differences. They have not yet pushed the button. But my warn or my concern is that if that button is pressed, then it will lead to something really out of control of the finance. In terms of the end, the whole world will be suffering.
Well, surprisingly though, stock markets have actually stabilized quite a bit. I think that there was some swings after the conflict broke out and with the sanctions being imposed. Mr. Mahoney, how do you think markets will react from here? What do you predict?
You know, in periods of fast-moving developments, markets tend to be more emotional than rational, more reactionary than strategic. I think we can expect both the markets and currencies to continue to fluctuate. The long-term prospects of the dollar appear to be dimming, and the crisis makes this more likely. Markets, of course, are very sensitive to global oil prices, and Biden has already said that he plans to release strategic reserves, but this is only a temporary fix. The larger issue remains how much inflation increases, both in the US and Europe. But there are two general rules here. For a number of reasons, high inflation produces stock market volatility. In others, it'll continue to fluctuate. Second, high inflation also invites central banks to raise interest rates, which more often than not causes a serious downward pressure on stock markets. So presently, my prediction, and I think this is really quite simple, over the medium, if not long term, prospects are likely bearish.
You mentioned oil prices there as well. So some of the information I have here, Thursday, the prices actually went past $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. But actually earlier today, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong and you have more information than I do, but the prices had actually dipped a little bit. So where do you see oil prices moving? For either of you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we haven't heard much out of Saudi Arabia on this yet. You know, Saudi Arabia loves it when oil prices go up. But one of the things that I think we saw just, Professor Ron can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we just saw a new deal between Russia and China on oil purchases. You know, so we may be looking at, you know, that is something that offsets whatever pain Russia might feel in terms of sales to Europe. But one of the things, you know, other than the what we've seen with the Nord Stream 2 effort to shut that down, which has been a long-standing effort of the United States, and Berlin finally acquiesced to this when the conflict started, is that so far the U.S. and others have been very, very careful not to target oil and gas exports because they know that they will feel that pain more directly than Russia will, and that others will benefit that aren't necessarily in U.S. interest. So this is part of the pickle that the West finds itself in as it confronts Russia on this matter.
They may not target oil and gas, but the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Germany has, I think, announced that it will halt that project. So that will mean less, well, no more cheap oil from Russia to Europe. Mr. Rong, what about your thoughts on this? Could this be a major, this could detriment European economies that are relying on oil too, right? Russian oil specifically.
I think economic factor certainly is a major concern or major issue facing Europe when they think about considering the future possible sanctions if they really feel. And this is also because out of the reality, I think that Europe has been very much sort of dependent upon Russia. And also, I think in terms of economic sort of recovery, against the COVID-19, and I think that would be the least thing they want to see, and unless they have reliable sort of alternatives. And this is also, of course, related to the politics issue. Whether these sanctions in the end or these measures, countermeasures, as in their terms, will receive public support and endorsement. And related to that is, I think, an area where I think we have not touched upon well is, of course, the other global issues facing, global challenges facing this world, the climate change, because it is, again, I think we are this is one of the global issues. I think we all agree that it has to be moving towards that transition, so-called green transition, to manage the climate change and others. If the global energy sort of picture, the landscape and the dynamic is changed in an unexpected way, then I think it would cause more complications, or add one more complication to this situation. I think as far as I can see, the Europe would be really, or if not reluctant, would be really careful to that. That's why I think a few weeks back, when the German chancellor was invited to the US, when talked about the possible, considering about the possible responses or reactions to possible Russians sort of steps, and that they, in principle, I think the Germans expressed the solidarity around that, but it's been not so, I think, outcoming, straightforward. And as we have seen that the North sort of Stream second, the Germany has announced that it's just suspended the certification. So we have now more and more complications to that. I only hope that the situation, as I said previously, will not become too complicated, and there are still rooms, and there's still time for negotiation, for diplomacy.
Right. I mean, the US has made very clear that it wants to, minimize the damage done to its allies. And of course, Europe is facing this, already facing this soaring energy prices. And Mr. Honey, earlier you touched on rising global prices. So could you expand on that a little bit more, and how these sanctions could, and not just the sanctions, but the tension or the conflict in Ukraine, how this could lead to a global price rise?
Well, first, because, any uncertainty of this magnitude always unsettles markets and ordinarily produce significant fluctuations in stock prices, currency values, but also, just basic inflation on goods and services. But it also we see increases in the price of gold, We see rises in the values of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, oil and gas prices. And we know, as we've already discussed, that this is going to be especially painful for Europe. Now, both Ukraine and Russia are major grain producers, with many of their exports shipped through the Black Sea, which is now militarized. And we're not even sure that any grain shipments are going to be coming out of Ukraine. Consequently, given the action in Ukraine and the sanctions that have followed, we are likely to see both cost push inflation and food inflation, the former impacting the developing world, the developed world, and the latter more affecting the developing world. Second, we were already seeing inflation globally related to the pandemic. The U.S.-China trade war had made it worse, as well as the worsening mess of fiscal and monetary policies in the U.S. Now, given the ongoing struggles and the relatively limited ability that the Federal Reserve and other central banks around the world have right now to deal with existing inflation, we're likely to see many countries having few, if any, additional tools to mitigate this new round of rising costs. And I think this is where Putin was sitting in Russia calculating, there are costs, and it's not quite clear that anyone can bear this going forward, not just Russia. And so I don't know what the end game looks like. I don't know how we get. I think Professor Rong is right. Once the sanctions come into place, it's really hard to walk away from them, to back down from them. But it runs the risk of grinding a lot of economies into the ground. A lot of economies are already vulnerable because of COVID, and we're going to see people dying. We're going to see people hungry. We're going to see, as we saw in the aftermath of the global financial crisis in 2008, people starving to death in Africa. There are ripple effects. And it's not just going to be people dying in Ukraine, it's going to be people around the world.
And do you think food shortages, would that be a very acute reality? I mean, considering how big of a supply of grain Ukraine is?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Both grain from both Russia and Ukraine have significant global market shares. And if these are restricted or prices, they can't get to market, or Russia can't get paid for them, then they're not going to sell them. They're not going to ship them. So yes, we're facing a potential global crisis right now.
That is certainly a very grim prospect. The other thing I'd like to ask you about is gold movements, actually. So what kind of pressure of movements and swings do you think we could expect to see in the gold market?
Well, we have seen, prices increase significantly. They've kind of stabilized, it seems, in the past day or so. But, I think we're going to see people selling gold, even if we don't see a major relaxation of tensions. In fact, it's probably the case that some bought it not as a durable safe haven for assets, but because they knew prices would rise and were looking for short-term gains. Now, what we need to watch are the cryptocurrency values. For example, Bitcoin, which is also rising since the start of hostilities, and which is competing with gold as a haven, but offers some advantages over gold that more conservative investors will be compelled to consider. Further, it's important to note here that cryptocurrencies can flow in and out of Russia and Ukraine. Both countries legalized them before the fighting started, and there's little the international community can do to stop these flows. And with reports now of cash shortages in Ukraine, empty ATMs and so on, crypto takes on another value. So in short, crypto is one way both sides are dealing with the broader uncertainties related to traditional currencies and financial mechanisms. So another question then is whether we'll see a sell-off of cryptocurrencies if and when tensions ease, or if people will decide that they're finally here to stay and increase their positions.
So I would like to talk to both of you a little bit more generally about the situation in Ukraine and where you see things going. So the latest developments is that both Russia and Ukraine have said that they are ready for talks. Russia has said that it won't talk unless Ukraine puts down arms. Mr. Rong, so bring you in first into this. Is this a reasonable demand from Russia? Do you see talks happening? Would Ukraine accept?
Yeah, there are news that Russia and Ukraine are ready for talks, but it didn't work out. It didn't happen, and then we're expecting, I mean, in the context of whatever have had, I mean, the impacts, negative impacts, really going beyond Ukraine, beyond the two countries, and to the world economically, politically, and even in terms of the humanitarian situation. We have not talked about I think the migrations, I mean, that has been or internally displaced sort of people in Ukraine and even in Europe that would add more, I mean, even grimmer that sort of a situation. As far as the peace talks or the talks that have been concerned, I think we are at a very initial stage. And for me, it looks like that it would largely depend on the result or on the military field, and particularly in terms of the control of the Kiev. But in the end, I think Russia has made it very clear it's the purpose of this military operation, and it seems that they are counting on, they are looking at to achieve, I think, their political sort of goals or geopolitical goals. And that is something I think we can work on. That's why I think, as we agree, which happily, that sanctions seems as a mean of responses or counter sort of responses by the West should, even though I think should, I mean, considering the possibility or the need to have so kind of to lead to the talks, and if we continue to work along the line, and if there are the joint efforts at the international level, at the regional levels, and also some bilateral levels, and then we can at least have some hope that there's some way out of this the current situation. Otherwise, we'll see the escalation, or we'll see the rising tension, or we'll see, I think, the darkest, the grimmest scenario that we have been discussing.
What about you, Mr. Honey? Do you think talks will happen soon? And what kind of demands do you think Russia will be pressing for?
I'm not optimistic for talks right now. You know, Russia said, if you want to talk, meet us in Minsk. And the Ukrainian leadership does not want to go to Minsk. They see Belarus as a hostile country, and they counter-proposed Warsaw. And from what I understand, that was the end of that discussion. Clearly, Russia is pressing the military advantage right now. You know, there's talks that Russia is trying to take Kiev tonight or within the next couple of days. It's clear that Russia wants a change in leadership, that it doesn't want to negotiate with the current leadership, with Zelensky at all. So I think by the time they figure out, and you know, Russia has even made direct appeals to the Ukrainian military to overthrow their political leadership. So I don't think that we can really take the prospect of talks seriously right now. They can't even agree on a venue. They couldn't agree on talks before this started. And now that it has, I don't think it has made people any wiser or any less likely to take the position that they have. But where talks become a factor is if Russia gets bogged down, if it's not able to achieve its military objectives, if there is an entrenched resistance, if this becomes something that Russia can't extricate itself from, then I think we'll see some serious talks taking place. I think the bigger question right now, and although Russia has been very clear that Ukraine would remain an independent country, we've also seen signals from Moscow that they don't think that Ukraine was ever really an independent country, nor should they have been. And so I think that's kind of the threat on the table, that if we don't reach a conclusion soon, then all of Ukraine may be lost to Russia. And that would be one of these, sort of catastrophic failures in diplomacy. It would lead to this impossible sort of can't go back to the old way. It would completely unsettle Europe. It would leave Europe once again in the arms of the United States, but a country that is in significant decline relative to where it was at the end of World War II. And this is just going to have longer term consequences for stability with regard to security, sovereignty, as well as financial affairs.
This scenario you're talking about there, I mean, this is very much President Putin's rhetoric, isn't it? That Ukraine is an inalienable, inseparable part of Russia. I mean, he hasn't really said that that's his end goal, but I mean, is that even a likelihood though? If Russia were to try to, I suppose, unify, would US, NATO step in at that point, or do you, I mean, is this just a sort of a scenario that we talk about but is unlikely to happen?
Is this to me or?
Either of you. Open question.
Yeah, I think NATO is never going to step in. From my own personal point of view, I think that Ukraine was always the bridge too far for NATO. I do think that the West bears some responsibility for destabilizing Ukrainian politics with the Velvet Revolution. I think that whoever was sober in Ukraine, they should have read Machiavelli. You don't, if you're a small state on the border of a large state, you cannot find yourself in a secure position. If you position yourself against that state, you will always be insecure. And there was nothing, even if Ukraine had come into NATO, it would not have been secure. So I don't know why people took that path. I don't know what they thought they would achieve, but here we are, and it's really quite logical if we look at what's happened. And again, to go back, clearly Russia has been planning, not necessarily for this activity, but for this type of potential for a long time. As I said, they've been building their foreign exchange reserve since 2014. We have seen how they have dealt with the various sanctions that have been imposed on Russia since 2012. They're ready for this, and they're going to go forward with it. And NATO isn't. The United States isn't. And so they are now in this vulnerable position economically. They're in a position where they can't respond militarily. Biden cannot, for political reasons alone, cannot launch an attack against Russia. And furthermore, Russia has made it clear that any sort of attack that comes against them militarily, Russia, will consider actual nuclear weapons. Now, that's and so one of the interesting things is that I'm talking to a lot of people in the U.S. right now, and the words that people are using in the U.S. There's actual anxiety about the possibility of World War III. Right now, I think we're far from that, but that's the sort of anxiety that Biden has to account for among his voters, and so I think he's going to be kept on a short leash in terms of what he can do, both economically and militarily, all the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but oh yeah, please do.
Yeah,
go ahead,
if I may, I think that talking about the role of Ukraine in the context of what I have talked, future role, I think a good lessons is how, as a country, sort of historically and culturally and geopolitically, I think very much related, or it's not difficult to break from Russia, but so in the context of this big power sort of rivalry. It is, I think, a right thing to think about how we can.
Oh, sorry, poor connection there, Mr. Rung. Can we ask you to? We're losing Mr. Rung a little bit there.
Encourage Ukraine to play that role of a bridge between the two big.
The poor signal there, but do we still have you with us, Mr. Mahoney?
I was saying to play that we're talking about the talks in the future. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're back. We've got you back. There's some really fast speed catch up there in the images.
I think he's.
Hello.
I think we're losing Mr. Rung again.
Kind of looking ahead as we're talking about talks. Can I go?
Yeah, please, by all means.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We'll catch what we can. Yes, please. Okay, we'll try and get Mr. Rung back in a minute. Ms. Mahoney, so I've still got you here with me. I want to ask you this question, maybe putting you a little bit on the spot here, but just whatever you think of this. So I was speaking to a Russian expert on geopolitics recently, and she said that she thinks the US is trying to make a failed state out of Ukraine.
I think.
What are your thoughts on that?
My thought is, I think we have to look at, what the U.S. Has. There are many failed states in the wake of U.S. foreign policy. We can look at Libya. We can look at Afghanistan. We can look at the long struggle of Iraq, which produced ISIS. That was in the context and created all sorts of pressure on Syria. We can look at all of the spinoff from the global financial crisis in 2008, where we saw the Jasmine revolutions. These were the sort of the consequences across North Africa. I think, and again, I think also we look at the United States basically abandoning the Kurds, which have been allies with the U.S. In the so-called war on terror, and then eventually abandoning them to their own fate. So I think this is the darker lesson that Ukraine is waking up to now, which is, the U.S. was enticing Ukraine towards NATO, was providing political support, was meddling in their elections, was ultimately giving weapons and funds, and encouraging it to take a stronger stand against Russia. But I don't think, I think, given the weak circumstances that NATO and the United States find themselves in now because of the pandemic, I don't think it was ever really their commitment or objective to protect Ukraine, right? I mean, I kind of feel like Ukraine has been left at the altar here and now faces terrible consequences. And above all, I think I was having dinner recently with a diplomat from India, and India has very much hesitated on this Quad alliance that the United States is trying to promote against China. And India knows that the consequences of getting into bed with the United States on this means that firstly, the U.S. always treats everyone as a junior partner, and therefore you lose, anything like an independent foreign policy. But above all, if you enter into that agreement, if you align yourself in a way that's now definitively position yourself against China, no one more than India has more to lose, right? And the United States would not be able really to protect India if a broader cross-border conflict between India and China broke out. So I think this is what everyone's watching right now, is that this conflict with Ukraine is part of a long-standing trend that we've seen with the U.S., and it's going to make a lot of people think very carefully. Unfortunately, some countries just don't have the capacity to defend themselves adequately for a number of reasons. Germany, first among them. And Professor Wong mentioned earlier, what's Berlin going to do with arriving refugees? What are they going to do with spiking energy costs? All of this is putting these countries in this sort of potential downward spiral.
Yeah, we're looking at massive global ramifications. So we only have a few minutes left, and I just want to read out some of the messages that we've been getting from our audience. So of course, we are live streaming at the moment, and we've got a few nice messages. Well, I guess nice is one way to put it, but Lashe saying, stop the war. War is not the answer of all. Chi Nen Ye saying, my prayers are with the Ukrainian people. And then just a couple of messages that, please do feel free to comment on them, Ms. Mahoney. But Diana Lombardo saying, I feel Putin had no choice because the Ukraine didn't want to sign those contracts to restabilize Ukraine. And another comment saying, one of the root of the problem, lots of Ukrainians never trusted the West since it became a country in 1991. There had been a split between the Russian-leaning population and those who lean West. So any thoughts on these comments on some of the problems that have led to this conflict? This is a long historical, complex historical background.
I think the comments are well placed. I think the thing we have to keep in mind is there's no glory in getting bombed at night because you failed in your foreign policy. I see a lot of these comments, glory to Ukraine or glory to Russia, anything that terrifies kids, that has mothers running late at night trying to reach safety. This is a human tragedy. I think we have to step back from it, look at it from both perspectives, and try to find a solution. Unfortunately, dark days are here, and they're not going to change in the near term.
And Mr. Wong, I see we've got you back here. I'm not sure if you heard me there, just reading out a few comments there from some of our viewers. But if you have anything to add in just the last minute or so of our live stream.
Well, what I want to say as a final comment is that this is really a tragedy. It's something I think we really don't want to see. But at this moment, the most important thing realistically is that if we could work with the international community together to achieve a kind of a ceasefire, this is the first step. But in the long run, in the medium and long run, we really have to take good lessons from history, from the geopolitics, which I think Mahoney talked about, that Ukraine, because of its history, of its sort of culture, would have to be encouraged to play a right role, constructive role between two great powers. This is the role is a bridge, not a division. And then international community, major powers, all have to take up their responsibilities. That is, say, for this world, the most thing we need is a kind of a solidarity, is a kind of a peace and stability, and it is a kind of a solution, not a kind of a sort of playing up for whatever purposes, hidden agenda and geopolitics. And we have taken into the overall interest of the world, in the region, COVID-19, global sort of challenges. The least in one thing is war, not to mention nuclear war.
Well, gentlemen, listen, thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time. And it's been a long chat. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Really appreciate it. So we have Professor Joseph Mahoney with East China Normal University.
Have to leave it there. I'm Jiao Yang. Thanks so much for watching CGTN, and please do tune in anytime. We'll have a continuous coverage on Ukraine, and we'll bring you up to date on all the latest there and bring you analysis and updates from the ground. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye.
Situation in Ukraine. It was way before Ukraine. So Russia has been facing various kinds of sanctions, personal sanctions, economic sanctions, sanctions against economic entities and companies, stop lists. so that people are banned from traveling. Besides that, besides sanctions, our country is experiencing a somewhat twisted phenomenon as abduction of people. A lot of our citizens were abducted in various parts of the globe, and then they were taken to the US and later incarcerated. So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution, where we are banned from purchasing Western technologies. We're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. We impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
Well, we saw plenty of condemnation on display from the US president. He labelled President Putin's attack a brutal assault. He said that it was without provocation or justification, that it was without necessity. He also went on to detail how he thinks Putin chose war and must now bear the consequences. He laid out a whole raft of new sanctions. This is the fourth day running that the US has outlined new sanction plans. The ones detailed on Thursday, including blacklisting 4 major Russian banks, cutting off their ability to trade with the United States, freezing their assets here in the US, assets worth more than $1 trillion. Also targeting some major state-owned entities and companies within Russia. The US president said it would hit sectors including mining, energy, metals and transportation. The US is also restricting exports from the United States to certain technologies. President Biden said it will make it harder for Russia to build ships. And once again, we also saw on Thursday the US president saying that the Russian elite would be targeted. More oligarchs, families close to the Russian leader, have been blacklisted and sanctions placed upon them. The US president said that all of these things combined, outlined on Thursday and the 3 preceding days, would have a long-term impact on the Russian economy. He said it would have a major hit on Putin's long-term economic ambitions. The US president also raised fears during the course of his speech that it might not be just Ukraine that President Putin is after. He said Putin has a much larger ambition than Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the former Soviet Union, which is why the United States is sending extra troops to Eastern Europe. An additional 7,000 announced by the Pentagon within the last few hours will be heading to strategic positions around Ukraine.
Я не могу сказать, пока не вижу. Здесь сама
Tu nešto pojaša. Poskapla je da ja još mislim da mi treba da krenem da obačiš. Juče smo se potpuno. Bilo je super tokom dana ona sunca kada je zašla, kada je sekla, a minus 4 ljudi kad smo krenuli. Juče negdje po 11 krenuli. A sve za slišanje? Ma najgore. Na Mađarsku. Vrata autoput sve vreme do granice. Nećemo preko Mađarske, autoput je do 60. Dalje jesmo. Je lakše. Da, kakav, mislim, od Budimpešti kao van, to strela. Strašno. Valjda skožem da. To ima dosta i policije, gledam. Pa znam da te poludiš, pa sad se one krivine.
Dacă sunt mașini sau persoane care vin microbuse pentru transport, așteaptă familii în curte la Baranor. Curtea este situată la 230 de metri. Aici nu s-a dat serviciu, aici nu plătesc de corpus pentru asistență medicală, pentru că cei care vin cu teren vor avea nevoie de
Телевизоре международном.
Deci zona de tampon este aici, de la mașină. Poliție v-a marcat-o cu cod. Closer. Chiar nu contează. Deci acolo este eliberat de la mașină de poliție. Fata că nu mai eliberează codul pe două locuri și acolo avem două, trei mașini. Intră că putem rezolva.
În care mașină? Da, bună ziua, aici sunt. Da, mai așa nu chiar
Aha, ale to jest właśnie Właśnie najgorsze stają tam, ja nie widzę, że jest
Monika fajna stvar.
Kad se budu organizovali, hoće se završiti.
To je ništa što ti je. Ovo je sve, ovo sve neki
Mama.
Exactly. Kakva je situacija? Znaš? Nema znamo da je tamo haos, nema mrežu. Što meni je malo nevjerovatno, znaš kako granica.
Da, trenul или автобус?
Da.
Никога 300 години прошло. Да съм некия дорога. I spalio sam tebe, koji kurac, i odmah sam... Ne, ja sam popio sam vino i on kao sve, i onda zvao me niko, zajedno sam ga vidao sam s njim. Aha, u Belorusi. Da, poslije poruku, desi, kaže, tu sam, kaže, znate kakva je situacija, ono sam tiče, nemoj devojka koja je ona, on mi je rekao, majstor, Znate, ne možeš stiš čovjeka da je jebote na telefonu.
Che me ne va?
Nešto, ne mogu raditi kajfu u tom lijeku. Sorry, excuse me. Teški.
bigger group coming.
Kale. Vedi. Come on, man.
Unde mergeam? E blocat pe o dreapta, dar tam nie boję.
Ne samo što idu sa carina.
radiazione.
Malo je sjebano sa pošalji. Znači, ima to sve, ogroman parking, ne možeš da veraš da umom ne znam. Bukingu ima reći 9-8. Naš ima 9. Znači, ja sam se šokirao.
Pot să las numărul, știi? Și care studenta...
Sigurno, sam me evo panika, no nisam mu se javio, pošto je zona te.
Neka rasvojena.
No, несколько темпов.
Kako te vodi? Da, така ще vă dau camera. Uitați-vă pe cameră. Samo još restrikti nego nastavi 100 metara.
Alo, Vanić. Za 5, kažem. A, video me zoveš. Prošliš mi ove dragocene interne, ne vidim. Kaži. 15 sati se čeka od suđe, da, iz Slovačke, iz Ukrajine za Slovačku. Ovde je 12 sati. Ovde... Jeste. Ali stranci ne čekaju u redu, pa to. Ne. Tako da ako su ti stranci samo dođu peške i pređu od... Ajde, pa to. Ajde, čao. Hoće si jedne bili da nema možeš peške, volim da Vam radimo to zajedno, znate gde ja imam vremena, Yesterday we had 6, and we were like, we had a perfect. But you just have just Russian. And you can start practicing. Yes. You have to get used. Get used to it, yeah. The battery. Aj samo duže, samo nešto. Dragana, pazi kameru samo. Ладно, боюсь, что тут можно. У нас там две. Не знаю. Ne, tamo nema sistem. To je mali, to je bilo raditi sve. Žao.
Ili trajekt.
Da, to je 5 km.
Da.
Šta je zajedno automobila ima.
Guys, sorry. Thank you. Следующий.
Не треба брати, то її достатньо. Și ce trebuie să ajutați?
Deci ceea ce am fost nu mai este
Ce faci? Haideți să vă duc la domnul părinte, că ar fi bine să... Că ei strâng pe partea de alimente.
Rămâile doamnelor. I-am lăsat.
Ce faci?
Ce să fac?
Ne-am făcut deja antrevederi și aprindere, le-am adunat de la ăla, de la ăsta și
Le-am luat duciu cu ăștia, nu știu că am văzut cu da?
Sorry. We might be able to Hai cazare? Translator.
Să-i coare numărul meu, dar ne vedem pe aici.
Жили. Как видно, видел учебный материал по искусству.
Alo? Alo? Salut! Fii atent ce m-am spus să vamă la tine. Din grupul ăsta, că vreau să fac 20. Dacă se aplică la al meu era tot și am zis la șmești. Da, eu ți-am dat la ora 2. Ouais, que je voulais dire que je suis toujours sur place et que...
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me.
Bun, mă sun și atunci te gândești eu cam pe unde. Hai să vorbești cu domnul de la rutierul ăsta, de la ce te încerci să treci în vamă. Bine, hai că te rezolv. Salut! Salut! Băieți din Italia au sunat să are apartamentul și prin a pus apartamentul la dispoziție.
Da, da, salut, da. Acum ar trebui. Fiecare seară la două camere.
Thank you.
Da, deci la treia, la două pensiuni din EU, două pensiuni de cazare, cu masă, de tot. Bogdan îi duce în autocar. Da. Deci la două pensiuni acolo le dăm cu tot cu cazare, cu tot cu masă, mâncare, tot.
Nu aveți nevoie de
Ce-a avut?
Andrei,
ce cumpărări? Ce facem
acum că te-am văzut, mi-am amintit.
Nu mai știu care e.
Acum, la ora 11, trebuia să merg la familie.
Acolo e un actor din ucraineană, e cineva? E cineva ucraineană.
Au plecat, nu toți.
Cred că mi-am și o famă pe mine.
Unde?
Radu, tot fără discuții. Deci, la mine, nu ore. E bine regimul foarte forțit. Regret medical. Regret medical. Bine cu alimente, astea, dar... Primează. Are totul regim. De prima și tot.
Pentru asistență medicală, nu? Păi da, dar spitalul ar trebui să dea sau...
Cum era medicina legală a arată colega, știe, o mașină pe tot județul. Deci nu vrei să știi câte ore ne permite pe Colega?
Mine îmi făceai. Păi, mi s-a dat la poză. Deci mie când îmi faci poză, trebuie să-mi faci poză.
Auzi la poze. Nu se pe tine în opinia. E mult ani că mi-am fost în da, aveai sânge în rând.
Da, eu vou fazer isso aí, aí, ó, sim, ó.
Welcome to CGTN's special coverage on Ukraine-Russia crisis. I'm CGTN's reporter Zhou Jiaxing. In the unfolding Russia-Ukraine crisis, with the shelling and fleeing overnight in Kiev and in other Ukraine crises, we know that the negotiations are very likely to find a way, as we know that Moscow now is ready to send delegations to the Belarusian capital of Minsk, and where the stakeholders actually signed agreements in 2014 and 2015 respectively to try to stop the conflicts in eastern Ukraine, which borders Russia. At the same time, we know that Kyiv is also considering a potential talks in the capital city of Poland, in Warsaw. So, and also we learned that from the social media, there is also discussions about the whereabouts of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So will the meeting be happening anytime soon, and what kind of security resolutions can we expect from that? Now I'm joined by Professor He Wenping, the senior research fellow from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and also online we have Professor Jiang Xueshi with the Global Studies of Shanghai Universities. Welcome to the show. So first, it's very interesting to discuss the places for the possible meetings between leaders, because the summit meeting between the former U.S. President Donald Trump and also the DPRK leader Kim Jong-un. So I just wanted to ask your take about the places. What's the significance about the places for the two to restore the talks? Professor He.
Yeah, of course, the meeting place that is choosing is very important. It's quite like a symbolic thing to show now who is going to have an upper hand to another, the party. For example, you mentioned Trump, when former U.S. President Trump was about to meet North Korea leader Kim Jong-un, and they have been discussing about the place for meeting for almost half year long, and the change here to there. So of course it matters very much. But this time around, when we see the possible talking between Ukraine and Russia, so at the very first time, this calling for peace talk, I think has come from Ukraine side, because they have been under heavy attack. And this heavy attack, lots of people say it's not on the equal footing, because we all know Russian military is like a giant, this kind of status. And then the Ukraine, this military now is not that on the same page with the Russian side. So they have been under heavy attack and lost quite greatly, especially for the air forces and also the Navy forces. So and even the capital city, Kyiv, was under this siege on the heavy attack too. So that's why the President Zelensky has been calling for talk. From his perspective. He's quite okay, I would like to talk, because he wants to immediately ceasefire and then to at least gaining the time to regroup his capacity, his military, because before all his military, majority of them has been deployed all the way in those Donetsk and Lugansk, those eastern part of Ukraine. But now we have seen Russians attack is all over different direction, especially the border with Belarus. Belarus. So this is also this is west side, not eastern side. So for Ukraine government, they need time, first of all, to redeployment his forces, military forces, even recruiting new fighting forces. Now they are asking all those male, you are aged between 18 to 60. Now you are not allowed to go abroad, to out of the country. You have to join the forces to fight. So first they need time. Second, according to this Zelensky saying, he doesn't want to see more those casualties, especially the civilians' life. Now they have coming out, the civilians' life, when those attack missiles becoming more and more, and then who can guarantee no civilians' casualties? So this is sounds very, this care about people. So they can also gain the international sympathy more because people are under attack. So those are the two considerations. But for Russian side, I don't think now this is the thing in Putin's mind. In Putin's mind, he wants to quickly, gain the military ground, and then more military ground, more chips in his hand. And then he can finally, of course, this crisis will eventually be resolved from negotiation table. But by that time, all those military gains already in his hand. Now, maybe Ukraine government has nothing to bargain. They can only say, all right, we accept all those. Yeah, this is the thing. So let's go back to your question. I'm so sorry. I talked too many other things goes
sure,
wrong.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So for the Russia side, they want this negotiation just to be taken place in Minsk. That's the place, the capital city in the Belarus, country. So we all know this pro-Russian, the standards. They even opened the border, let Russians tank, so driving all the way. So for the Ukraine government,
and we wanted to let our audiences know that the former exercise is actually a military exercise. It's also between Belarus and Russia.
Yes.
In
that's
the
right.
Belarusian
That's right.
style.
That's why the Russian troops, remain there. Before saying we withdraw some after this military join the drill had been done, but not all of them. Just maybe symbolic sometimes. Some tanks moving back, but immediately coming back. So there's a military presence is there. And also this country as a whole is pro-Russia. So that's why Ukraine government don't think it's a good place for meeting.
Yes.
It seems like you are sitting somewhere, negotiating table, and then you are under some gun, pointing to you, saying sign some agreement. Anyway, they feel not happy. So that's why they pick up saying Warsaw, the capital city like Poland. Because Poland is pro-West camp. Poland now has already sent some weapons, military equipment already now today arrived in Kyiv. So that's why for Zelensky, he thinks that should be a better place. At least he feels safe.
Yeah.
Even his personal,
Okay.
there's a safety issue because Zelensky had already made clear when he had a video conference with EU those leaders, he said, "Oh, you guys, maybe this is the final time you see me,
Sure.
because I'm now becoming the target by the Russian military forces. Yeah, those like targeting, killing. So even worry about his personal safety. So that's why this Minsk definitely is not a place to go."
So, actually, I think Professor who just gave us a very clear message about the situation, about the background from the military perspective. At the same time, I just wanted to let Professor Jiang to jump in about the historical perspective, because we know that there are two Minsk agreements taking place, and we got, as I mentioned, that we got the Minsk agreements respectively signed by both the Donbas side representatives and also the Kiev back in 2014. And also we got an improved version of the Minsk agreements year after. But we got the more broker from Germany and France. And would you just share your point about why Moscow again wanted to propose this meeting in Minsk? Professor Jiang.
Well, yes, we have to go back to the so-called Minsk memorandum. Well, it's very interesting to note that both Ukraine and Russia say that you have violated the Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. So let's hope that somebody can judge. So who is right and who is wrong? The Chinese side said that the West and also Ukraine have violated the Minsk 1 and 2. So I hope that in the coming talks for peace, so both sides will we have Minsk 3, hopefully, so that they can settle down their confrontations or settle down their disputes.
Now we know that there are disagreements because now we have no idea if this kind of Minsk 3 would be rolled out, because we have no idea that if this kind of meeting would be taking place in either Warsaw or Minsk. But from your perspective, Professor He, do you think that the Ukrainian president would finally agree that they would send the delegations to Minsk to talk with Moscow?
First of all, I don't think there will be Minsk third, because even this place won't be
as we see a lot of violations.
Yeah, won't be acceptable place for talk.
Mm-hmm.
So if not in the Minsk, why is the things called Minsk Cert?
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, all those Minsk talk before
mm-hmm.
has been proved dead already.
Mm-hmm.
You can see now the two Republicans in the eastern of Ukraine
mm-hmm.
now has been recognized by Russian side.
Mm-hmm.
They are saying, oh, this is an independent republic, an independent country. So it's no more a Minsk treaty anymore. So everything now started from the ashes, from the beginning. Now you are talking about the new one. This new one, actually, Russian President Vladimir Putin had made very clear, saying, I only give you two conditions. You have to met this, otherwise the troops will march on, continue. So
mm-hmm.
where are those two? What are those two? Number one, Ukraine, you will not be the part of the NATO. You cannot join NATO. You have to be declared as a neutral, this status of quo. Neutral country, like
mm-hmm.
Finland, saying, I'm not this part, I'm not that part. Never, forever.
Mm-hmm.
And the number two, and on the soil of Ukraine, no for those weapons being deployed. So that's why when the Putin made the decision saying this is going to be special military operation,
mm-hmm.
He called this, all the operations, special military operation means two aims. One is demilitarized.
Demilitarized.
Yeah, demilitarized. Another is denazified. Denazified. Actually, denazified sounds a little bit strange. And then this demilitarized means, of course, all those military, those forces, capacities, will be wiped out.
So that's kind of a reminder because if our audience is on Facebook, Twitter, or other social media, that you can just interact with us. You can leave your comments, and also you can leave your thoughts about that. But for most of our audiences, we just wanted to expand our knowledge about the Minsk agreements, as Professor He just mentioned, because now the Moscow wants to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, which means that there would be no weapons from their want. But back to the Minsk agreement too, there is one term about the weapons in Ukraine, meaning that heavy weapons, not just root out all the weapons. So that's a kind of difference. But at the same time, we know that Moscow, other than demilitarizing and denazifying Ukraine, they wanted to see that if it is possible for Ukraine to remain in a position of so-called neutral status, which means that, of course, Moscow would not allow Ukraine to be a NATO member. That's the point. I just wanted to let Professor Jiang to take your point about now the Ukraine's position in this, because I think days ago, when Ukrainian President Zelensky said he wanted to join NATO, and for the past years, I think Ukraine has appeared to be more than ever stronger will to join NATO. So what's your take on that? Is that the very point for Moscow to show the world that they have the upper hand, they have the stronghold of this crisis?
Well, you mentioned that there would be two purposes for President Putin. One is to the so-called demilitarize Ukraine, and the second purpose is to denazify the country. Well, I would like to add a third purpose. That's the so-called regime change. Okay, so I believe that so Moscow purpose wants to see that the current president, which is anti-Russia and pro-West president, must leave office. And it is reported that the U.S. also wants the current president of Ukraine to leave Kiev. But he said that no, I will not take your free ride on an airplane to leave Kiev. I want your support in actions, okay, in military actions. So that's the difference between the current president of Ukraine and the US. So hopefully that there should be a kind of peaceful deal in the coming negotiation in Poland or somewhere else. Okay. The question is whether or not Russia and also Ukraine will attach some kind of conditions on the peaceful dialogues. Okay. So, and what China should do to push forward this kind of peace talks.
So, Professor Zhang just referred to very interesting tactics of the geopolitical games because it is about regime change. Do you think, or do you agree that Putin really wants this?
Oh, I do agree.
Okay.
Because Putin had made it very clear.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he even calling for those Ukraine military army, saying you have to make action to
Mm-hmm.
talk down this government in Kiev.
Mm-hmm.
So he, really not like this government at all, the Ukraine government. He had said that a very clear way. All his action now is also aims to that. Why he want to, his military march on the capital of the Ukraine? Yeah, he do want. He think this government in the city in Kiev now is leading all the country to the wrong direction.
Or say a NATO puppet.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but at the same time, if this is possible, I mean, if this is what Putin wanted, do you think that they have the real desire to have their attention, have their delegations on the ground, like either in Warsaw or in Minsk, to talk with Kyiv?
Well, this kind of a talking somehow is like a feedback to the international court.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think now is the time for those real talk happening. Yeah, because when the Kiev government mentioned, oh, we would like to talk, if the Kremlin refuse, turn down all those proposals coming from Ukraine, so it's not that suitable to meet the international demand. Even China is calling for a negotiation. Negotiation is the only way to resolve the problem. So just to take the idea, saying, all right, we would like to talk, but the talk now will be on different channel, different track. You are talking your own words, I'm talking my words. Definitely not the time to meet a compromise right now. Because like we just discussed, those two requests coming from Putin, that definitely will not be accepted by Kiev government. There's no way saying, or even no weapons can be deployed, and saying now we have to accept as a neutral one, because this is against their past, those kind of, the plan and their strategy, the long-time wish. Even during the final time, the Kiev government continue calling for NATO accept them. Because only by accepted by NATO, they think now they can guarantee their security.
We can have the security
being a member
umbrella.
of the NATO, if one member has been attacked, and then all the NATO will, back up. So that's the kind of guarantee.
Yeah.
So even you can remember at the very beginning when the Putin recognized those Eastern Ukraine, those two republicans,
Expansion.
and then the Zelensky said, now we need to reconsider that Ukraine should be equipped with nuclear weapon before they drop up. Now he thinks because we start this and then cannot count on the NATO because not being accepted. They can only count on themselves, and then by what? By the nuclear one.
So I just wanted to professors to look just a little bit earlier, because before the announcement from Putin about the special military operation, there are a lot of diplomatic talks. We know the German Chancellor went to Moscow. We know that as well as Emmanuel Macron, because I think they're the very stakeholders of the former Minsk agreements. So what we are seeing now is that the two sides, Moscow and Kyiv, are trying to meet each other. Do you think, as we discussed, because they have their own intention, but do you think there should be some other sides joining in to push this? Because it seems that there would be no end, or it's endless if just, Putin had this kind of strong desire, but Zelensky still insists on its own willingness. So what is your take, Professor Jiang?
Well, I think without the promise from NATO not to include Ukraine into this organization, I think all the diplomatic dialogues would fail on the side of Moscow, okay? So we have to understand what is the purpose of Moscow. Moscow wants a kind of a promise from NATO that Ukraine will never join NATO. But NATO, of course, particularly the US, they say, well, you have to respect the sovereignty right, the independent path of Ukraine. So Moscow is not happy about that, okay? So yes, we can have dialogues, but without this kind of promise, all these dialogues, our diplomatic negotiation, diplomatic maneuvers between Germany and Moscow, they are just a talk shop, meaningless, okay? So I believe that in order to deal with this kind of crisis, the only thing Putin accepts is a kind of promise, a genuine promise, a 100% written promise from NATO that it will never accept Ukraine and Georgia. Otherwise, well, if I were Putin, I would not be happy.
Yes, maybe Kiev just killed the Minsk agreement. So that, I think maybe, as you said, there could be no further consensus on any kind of Minsk agreements. There could be some other name for that. But anyway, at the end of the day, I think the two sides have to find a way to reach a deal, to at least to stop this conflict or to bring peace to especially the two disputed regions. But I just wanted to ask you, Professor He, do you see any possible way for Zelensky to convince Putin that maybe he could stay longer as the leader of the Ukraine, because he still wants to defend his own country? He was an actor. I think he's kind of like try to make the Republic convinced that he is still in Kiev to stand for his own country.
Right now, from all those 2 days military attack coming from Russian side, I don't think there is anything now you can be negotiate about you allow me to stay how long or whatever. So now this is power politics. Now make a final decision. Yeah, who has the bigger fist, and then who had a large say, loud say. So it depends on the military, this front. So suppose if Kiev government can hold on, like when we were talking, I don't know, the capital city Kiev has already taken away by Russia or still in the hands of the Kiev government. So it depends on that situation first. Because all those talking, like a negotiation, if you have nothing in your hand, you are loser already. Yeah, for example, that's why I said those Minsk treaty before, signed like 2014, 2015. By that time, actually it's not a bad deal to the Ukraine government. But now seems that page is over. Yeah, in the eyes of the Putin, I don't want to talk that thing anymore. Now you are not deserved to talk that anymore. Now we're talking about the new thing. The new thing is now you should be neutral. Yeah, not even mention be the member of NATO. Yeah, neutral position forever. And then no weapon has been deployed there. Yeah, without this, no talking, even possibility. So now this talking is just to give some feedback to the international core, because UN Security Council has just had an emergency meeting, like those call from many countries, including UN Secretary General. So the Russian side, they thought, all right, we just give some answer, say we can talk either. The talking door is not closed yet. Yeah, we always want to talk. but as long as you accept those. But I don't think they can reach.
Yeah.
So anyway, first, Zelensky have to make sure whether he can keep the capital city remain in his hand. Otherwise, he doesn't have any talking documents in the negotiating table. Secondly, during the time, the longer he can hold on, the more time he can back up with those Western support.
But we haven't seen
either those
any.
weapons or even the U.S. now saying the Biden administration saying where they are going to send like 35,000 or no 15,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
15,000 to the European continent.
So we are now seeing dual measures by the Western countries. First is that they're slapping sanctions, even stricter or historical sanctions on Russia. At the same time, as you mentioned, they're sending military supplies, or in the way of money, or in the way of equipment. But at the same time, to feed in our internet audiences, we know that the two republics, self-proclaimed republics, they declared the independence back in 2014 after the separatist referendum, actually. So back then, Moscow did not recognize that because Putin then said he would respect the internal affairs for Ukraine. But now, as you said, because Putin rolled out that red line, which NATO did not follow, because Putin believed that NATO is now expanding eastward, and NATO is could be including Ukraine. So that is Russia's security concern. But this is not accepted, or this is not embraced by the Western countries. But what they do is about sanction and, assisting Ukraine. What is your take, Professor Jiang, about this situation? Because there are misunderstandings, and we also have those headlines from the Western media about, condemning Russia. What's your take on that?
Can you repeat your question again?
I mean that there are misunderstandings about Russia's security concern. Are having these sanctions or helping Russia out, including the UN members of this on the Security Council?
Well, according to the so-called NATO Charter, if a country has some kind of a border conflict with another country, then NATO should not accept this country, okay? So definitely Ukraine will not be accepted into NATO because it has some kind of border confrontations with Ukraine, with Russia. Now, the question is, since NATO or the US understand these kind of conditions, why NATO and the US still wish to say that they want to accept Ukraine into NATO? So that's a kind of very interesting question, okay? Now, we are going to see that when the US and NATO will promise to Russia, say that NATO will not accept Ukraine. And also, we have to understand, now, we mentioned that one of the two purposes from Moscow is to denatify, okay? So now, we can have different understanding of this kind of spatial terminology. What does that mean? Denatify, okay? Or we can understand that denatify means regime change. So President Zelensky must go, okay? So that's one of the possible solutions on the Russian side. So I'm not sure whether President Zelensky agrees that he will leave Kiev.
So I think on Friday, I guess, Zelensky posted a video saying now he has become the #1 target of Russian military. But even given this dangerous situation, he said he would not ban up. But what is your, if you're his aides, what kind of advice that you would give to him?
I would give him the advice, just to stay in the Kiev, not go. Because now at this very critical time, if a president, now you flee away, and like Afghanistan, we have seen the Karzai when the Taliban was attacking the capital, and then the president flee away at the earliest time, and then that will be even shameful for this president himself, but and also means the disaster, the failure. That's a failure. Totally, you're a loser.
But do you think that there is possible scenario in which that Zelensky would try to say that he wanted to propose a deal that Ukraine, at least under his administration, would not enter or would not be a NATO member? Do you think it's possible?
This is like a marriage. You cannot be saying, I insisted to marry you, and then the other part saying, I cannot marry you, so that won't be a marriage. So this situation, like Professor Jiang has mentioned clear, NATO has its own charter. And if another a country wants to be the member, you have to be very clean. You doesn't have any border dispute with anyone. Otherwise, NATO will bring a trouble in their big family. So of course they want hands-free. But this is unfair for Ukraine because Ukraine definitely has been adopted a wrong policy, diplomatic policy. Because for NATO and even for United States far, 1,000 miles away, they have nothing to worry about their own the security, right? Just putting Ukraine in between the Russia and their backyard, those whole backyard. So this is not a responsible way even for Ukraine. But the Ukraine government, they want to join, but they think being joining as a member, they now guarantee the security. Actually, it's not that way. I think that will be because Putin had made clear all the 5 times NATO's eastern expansion has squeezed out all those diplomatic, those security room for Russia. Russia had been swollen again and again and again for those frustration. Ever since beginning. Beginning the NATO had made a promise, saying we will not make any expansion. We just coexistence. We will not become any threat to you. But the fact broken their promises. They have been doing once, twice, 3rd times, and even 5th times. Now this is the final time. Similar like this recall me to think about what happening in Syria, this civil war. You know, the Syria civil war, all the way, that's a final chips, this is like domino chips falling down, all the way from Libya, like Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and then all the way to Syria. And by that time, and then the Putin made also very strong military intervention, saying this is the final chips. I won't allow these chips falling down again, because it's very important for Russia. Their presence in the whole Middle East, and they also had a harbor there, military base, military navy base there. He wants to hold on this chip, otherwise maybe go all the way to those Central Asian countries. We call it the color revolution, or you call Arab Spring, whatever. But this is links to, eventually will goes to, maybe goes to Russia itself. So that's why he made intervention. This one similar, like in the Ukraine. So because this is the way all the way to the door of the Russia, now this is the final one. Even they have, because this is Ukraine, just like we have another old saying the fly will dig those eggs if you already have a holes by yourself. Ukraine is just like that, eggs with holes already. Those 2 republicans, Donetsk or in Donbass,
Luhansk.
In the Donbass area, because that's already is a gray area. So before Putin want to wait some time to let those Kiev government to gradually have a better understanding about who they are.
And that's also NATO's concern. I think if there could be the domino phenomena, more regions could declare themselves as the independent republics, right, in the eastern Ukraine.
Crimea Crimea had already been taken away by
That's
Russia in the year 2014. Like I cut you into pieces. Now another two. But during the past, from 2014 all the way up to now, the 8 years, Putin didn't make too much, those intervention in those eastern part of Ukraine. He still, abide by this, Minsk agreement, and also like those Normandy, those talking mechanism. All right, because he still has some fantasy thinking about how to have a good relation with those European countries. Because there is another like those gas pipeline, this agreement. There's second line of those Nord Stream. So almost finished. That's the very important thing for Russia, because those economic benefit, especially in the future. You see those gas revenue for Russia's economy. And their economy, if people's livelihood getting worse and worse, that's another danger for Putin's
So I want to jump in.
government.
I want to jump in to take Professor Zhang's perspective, because he just mentioned about Russians' interest in European countries, because they have even there are border issues, but still I think Russians try to maintain a good relationship with Europe. But at the same time, vis-a-vis the relationship between Ukraine and EU, because when Ukraine now is going down in this crisis, and Zelensky is also criticizing European leaders who did not actually provide any help that he wanted. What's your take on that? Because now Ukraine has to defending himself, right?
Yes, President Zelensky has been complaining over the past 1 or 2 days that he is the only person who is resisting this kind of military invasion by Russia. So he's criticizing the U.S. For not offering any genuine help. But as far as I can understand, I believe that the U.S. will not offer any genuine military personnel, or that is to say, the U.S. will not send military soldiers to Ukraine to fight against with Russia in a eyeball to eyeball fashion. So we can understand that there should not be a kind of a war between the U.S. and Russia. Otherwise, sorry to say, perhaps we are going to see a third world war. So Zelensky, just back to your question earlier. I think for me, if I were God, okay, if I were God, if I can say the solution to this crisis is very simple, okay, President Zelensky just resigns and leave Ukraine, okay? So there should be a kind of interim government for Ukraine. There should be a kind of a new free election for Ukraine, and the Russian troops go home, and then there will be diplomatic talks between NATO and also Moscow. So that's the end of the day. So there should be a kind of peace. So I would say the solution for me is very simple.
Okay. So Zelensky's resignation, but it's different from yours, because you believe that he should stay, right? In Kiev,
because
at least.
Zelensky has been elected by Ukrainian people. This is like this relates with dignity, with the freedom, and also with all the countries their image. if being a sovereignty country, and then when you're under some foreign attack, and then immediately saying, all right, we meet all your demands. You want to kill who, just take his life. You want he out, or who and who out of the power, and then we just let him go.
Yeah.
So this relates with the dignity, with this image.
So it could be very interesting if Zelensky have you two professor around as the aides, because it could be conflicting, and he has no idea if he lives or stay. But actually, we got some comments.
The U.S. also says that President Zelensky, you can leave Ukraine. Okay, you can leave now. Okay, we are going to offer you a kind of free air ticket on the airplane. Okay, so I would point out that President Zelensky can leave. So you can go to Hollywood to act, to make a film, in a comedy star.
Okay, so thanks for the comments from the internet. We got a JH saying Putin is trying to end the 8 years war. I hope they succeed where the West ignore Eastern Ukraine. I think that's what kind of things we discussed about, because I think, as you mentioned, there are two self-proclaimed republics, and there are continued conflicts in Eastern Ukraine. But Putin actually alleged that Ukraine military has been attacking the civilians in these two regions. I learned that on Friday there are attacks on the building school in Donetsk, killing 2 teachers. So I think that's another reason why Putin cannot ignore. But this is kind of thing that the Western country, Western media has been ignoring. What is your take on this? Because the Western countries, or the U.S., has ignored the real humanitarian crisis in Eastern Ukraine. And if they don't see that, they would not understand why Putin is so aggressive in making this or in declaring this special military operation.
That's right. When you look about all those things, the origin, why it has been developed, and the whole process, and then you will find, like from Western's perspective, from their, the lens of the this camera, they particularly choose to ignore some parts of those facts. Like those facts you just elaborated. Because the Ukraine government under the Zelensky leadership, they had been making some provocative activity first in those 2 self-claimed republics. They deployed their troops there. They want to make something happen. They want to take over those 2 republics before, because they fully believe now they are no longer that weak. They have a very strong those backup from U.S. and even from NATO. They think now they have becoming powerful. They can make those 2 republics back to them. So he made wrong judgment about those faithful support coming from the NATO or coming from the U.S. So that's why the U.S. side and the NATO side, they don't want to mention that part of story anymore. Now they just want to exaggerate what's happening now. Putin made military aggression. But it is also becoming a challenging thing, because from a lot of people, I think I have been reading a lot of reporting and the commentary views saying, even though the enemy made the evil things there, so can that prove like Putin make even more, stronger, or some people say this is evil thing as well, coming back? You cannot say you made some wrong story, wrong behavior, and then I will make a double stronger wrong things to fight back to you. Is that legitimate, or is just power politics, a kind of another politics? But we all understand there's a personality from President Putin. We are saying the Russian nationals kind of fighters. They have in their gene, they have this kind of national spirit. They cannot swallow in this humiliation again and again and again. Putin made a 1 hour long speech when he made this final decision to give foreign recognition, this state status for those two Republicans. He said, I have been reading all his 1 hour those speech, so he made clear. So this is not, if all those countries or those so-called head of state, you're thinking Russia can retreat again and again, you are totally wrong. Yeah. So this is the time. So that's why from the perspective of Joe Biden and NATO, those leaders, they think Putin now is not only trying to take those two self-claimed republics, they want to take hold of Ukraine, even they will go further to repeat the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Yeah, by that time. Because they found Putin had this kind of talking, even saying all the former Soviet Union leaders, they made a mistake. Yeah. They make those, territories break away from Russia.
Yeah. Still, actually, when it comes to geopolitics, of course, the Cold War mentality is still going on, even between China and Western countries. But at the same time, we know that we got some other comments here from Innart. The current NATO members don't want to experience a second Ukraine crisis in Europe anytime soon. They don't even consider taking in new NATO members for a very long time, perhaps for decades. And that's the comments from our internet user, Humbug. What is your take on that? Because NATO is encroaching. And so that's the reason why Putin would not accept that any ex-Soviet republics like Ukraine, or as he said, that Russia created the modern Ukraine. He cannot accept that. But what about those NATO members who are seeing this? Is that a threat for them to, especially those countries bordering Russia? What is your take on that?
I think from this military attack made by President Putin, now all those NATO members including those former republics used to be the Soviet Union, they all believe in. Even believe in now there's a threat. Yeah, it's exactly, this is reality. So now they were united together. This kind of mentality, thinking about Russia's threat, is also built on from the history. I used to travel to some places in the Eastern Europe, those places, and then when you talk with people, talk about Russia, they all coming up with this feeling against this Russian's influence, because they can date back to the past. Why they declared their independence when the Soviet Union disintegrated? They feel happy because they are no longer want to be in that big family. Because we know the former Soviet Union, the leader Stalin, made some, those purge, whatever. So really hurting some people's feeling. So this is some historical roots. Once again, like I said, those flies only goes to those eggs with holes. If this eggs is entirely very well, and then they cannot get in, because all those former member of the Soviet Union, they now have this kind of this different opinion with Russia. They have already regarded Russia as some kind of threat, and then that's why NATO, those countries, can approach to them, saying, "Oh, we have to continue," because this is based on those countries. They applied first, and then the NATO said, "All right, I accept you." Yeah, not NATO saying we are force you to be the member of our NATO. Those countries applied for one by one. But the NATO also broken their promise with Russia. So that's why I think China's idea saying this security issue should be comprehensive. It should be mutually security that can guarantee a sustainable security. Anyone, your own security cannot, based on other country, their insecurity, their insecurity. Otherwise, you are saying, "Oh, now I'm secured. No need to worry about the Russians to come to attack me." But Russia cannot have a sound sleep anymore, because you deployed weapons all over around my door. So I cannot have a sound sleep. So those mutually security have to be based on, first, of course, mutual trust. But when those mutual trust are no longer there, and then you have to make some geopolitical arrangement, like Ukraine.
Okay, so I just wanted to let Professor Jiang. We know that Professor He just mentioned about this Soviet, ex-Soviet republics, but actually there are two different instances. For example, the reason why Russia wanted to have the talks in Minsk, because I think Belarus know how to better coexist with Russia, but it's not Ukraine. Ukraine cannot. I just want to ask your take. Why you think that there's a kind of contrast between these two countries dealing with Russia?
Yes, this is a very good question. I believe that that has something to do with the different personalities of the two presidents for Ukraine and Belarus. Okay, President Lukashenko of Belarus is anti the West. Okay, and the current president of Ukraine, Zelensky, and a few other former presidents of Ukraine were just so pro-West. Okay, so your question will lead to a second proposal I can make. Okay, so I can make a second proposal for this kind of deadlock, for the current crisis. Now, let me say that in order to deal with the current crisis, we have to follow the principle of double suspension. Double suspension. Suspension when there should be no more NATO expansion. Okay, so over the past several years, there have been 5 rounds of NATO expansion. 14 members have been, 14 countries have been accepted into NATO. Now, in the future, there should be no more NATO expansion. This is suspension 1. Suspension 2, Russia should not recognize the 2 Eastern republics which belong to Ukraine, and no more military threat against Ukraine. Okay, if these kind of double suspension can be realized, I think long-term peace can be maintained in this part of the world.
That comes to our next part, because we got the question from the internet user Cosmic Rust 9. He asked, will China help bring peace in Ukraine, and how? So that's also the part that we are going to touch upon, because on Saturday, China as a part to abstain the UN Security Council draft on condemning Russia. At the same time, we know that before that, we got the Xi-Putin call, but the Western media would say that Beijing is been urged by the Western powers to advise Putin to stop this aggressive moves. At the same time, we know that China has been very consistent in its foreign policy, which means that you have to practice any foreign policies under the framework of UN Charter. And also, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also reiterates that China will just respect the sovereignty and territory integrity. So I just want to ask your take, Professor He, and what is your interpretation about Chinese stance towards this crisis so far?
Well, I think all the world knows that China-Russia has enjoyed a very good relation. Even just we recently wrapped up the Winter Beijing Olympic game, and President Putin even flew over to Beijing to join this Olympic game opening ceremony. So with very close relations. So of course we also understand all the things going on. Like we understand Russia's security concern. So that's why, like our foreign minister, even our foreign ministry spokesperson, and even President Xi Jinping himself, when they had an exchange with the Russian side, we all saying that we understand fully about Russia's concern. We against this NATO's eastern expansion. Because you cannot break up your promise again and again and again, squeeze this diplomatic move, the strategic room for Russia. You push the Russia to the corner. And then that's why now the Russian side made this rebounds back, even though it's too aggressive, this one, maybe punch back too heavily, but this has reasons. So that's why we are saying we have to understand the merits of the matters it concerns. Yeah, cannot immediately make a judgment saying this is wrong, this is an invasion. Anyway, everything has its roots, has its reasons. So this is number one. Number two, I think China also made clear, because we have been always saying we respect, we abide by this international order. With the United Nations as the core, with the this charter, UN charter, which is those 5 principles are there. That is, respect all the countries, of course, including Ukraine. Their sovereignty, territory,
integrity,
and integrity, the sovereignty and territory integrity. But now the case is, yes, one country, powerful neighbor, made military attack. This across the border. And now even came to all the way comes to the capital city.
But as
so that's why China made it clear, saying we abide by the UN charter, and we respect sovereignty and territorial integrity, including Ukraine. So this is very clear. So that means even though we have a very close relation with Russia, but we are not saying fully agree this kind of way for doing that. But by the way, we understand why they are doing that. We understand why they are doing that. We have this understanding. Because ourselves, we also have been pushed, to the corner by some powerful countries.
Yeah, it's not black and white. Yeah. So, go ahead.
My understanding of the Chinese position can be summarized into 4 no's. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 no's. Okay. Now, no support for Russia's military action against the Ukraine, and no recognition of the 2 so-called independent republics in the eastern part of Ukraine. Okay, so these are the 2 no's. Okay, and then we have 2 more no's. We are not going to condemn Russia for this kind of action. No condemnation. And then no participation in sanction against Russia. Okay, so we have 4 no's. No support for Russia's military action, no recognition of the 2 eastern republics, no condemnation, and also no participation in the so-called collective sanction against Russia. So these are the summaries, my summary of the Chinese position.
Exactly. So, but when we go back to our internet users' questions, will China help bring peace back in Ukraine? Do you think that there is any effort other than what Professor Jiang just referred to, the 4 no's? But I think those 4 no's would not be that helpful to bring the peace. But what kind of efforts that China could do?
Oh, I think those 4 no's summarized by Professor Jiang, I think very clear, because he doesn't use those diplomatic tone, but made it very clear, and you can understand immediately.
Quite understandable.
Those 4 no's, actually, that's the balanced way.
Yeah.
Balanced way. Nowadays, we need those very rational points of view. Balance is very much needed right now. If you think too much, and then you like fire in your heart, and then you will go immediately saying we need to offer a lot of weapons to Ukraine side. We impose a severe sanction on the Russian side. That means our Chinese foreign minister has made it very clear. Top diplomat Wang Yi said we cannot add fuel on the fire. So that's the thing. We need to cool down now all those tensions. This is something we made contribution. The peace talk. Back to your question, I think we have made contribution. First of all, this voice for talking should be there, should be more.
Yeah.
The voice would be louder than other voice saying sanction, sanction, and then maybe fighting back, and then even Third World War coming out. You know, just days ago I had a lecture, the Zoom lecture to some foreign students. One student saying, you know, the comments and saying, now we are in the Cold War. Now not only Cold War, it's a hot war already in the world, Third World War. So if all those wars coming out, this is not only influence the Ukrainian people's peaceful life, whole of our life, internationally. The global village is no longer that peaceful. So that's the thing China made a contribution. Now we are not, you know, flaming up each side. If we give strong like support to Russia, okay, go all the way, just take over Kiev, take over here, take that. We even offer some military support, which means you flame that fire. But if we are saying, oh, we are partner with Ukraine, now that's you know, like aggression, whatever, you flame up this side. So those both, now our voice, I think, is coming from some neutral way, balanced way, and to calm down, to, you know, put out those fires, let all the parties cool. That's why we raised the voice very loudly, saying negotiation is the only way.
Okay.
If all the countries raise this voice, that's why those two sides agree upon to send a delegation to talk. Doesn't matter they can reach solution immediately through the first round of contact, those talking. Yeah, we cannot believe that too strongly, but at least that's the way. Talking has been taken place. So that's a good thing already. I think maybe this kind of way can save most of the life in Kiev.
Yeah, you have brought up really important issues, because now we're in China, we're in Beijing. We've just watched those humanitarian crises from the internet and from the TV or from the radio. But anyway, I mean, you know, China has been very consistent in its, as you said, diplomatic relations with Russia. But at the same time, I think because the outside world has seen China-Russia relations in a good shape, and so that's the reason why China has been seen as a really good counselor to ask Russia to stay calm, to retreat its actions. But do you think, Professor John, do you think that Beijing will continue its efforts to pressure Russia to make any further moves to reach a peaceful settlement with Kiev?
No, I don't think so. You know, first of all, we must point out that the current crisis is made by the US and NATO or the West, okay? So how can you ask China to deal with this kind of crisis, okay? It's your problem, okay? So I don't believe that China will make any kind of a push asking Russia to do anything which can satisfy the demand of the West. No, probably. But China wishes to play an important role in mediating the two sides so that a kind of a peaceful deal can be made. Okay, so why not come to Beijing? Okay, sit down and have a cup of Maltai and a Peking duck, and then there would be a peaceful deal. Okay, so if the President Zelensky and Putin do not want to go to Minsk or Warsaw, please come to Beijing, come to Shanghai. Well, we have lots of nice food for you to eat. So that's nice. Okay.
I think Beijing is really
yes, because for example, the DPRK issues, we have the four-party, or even, you know, we can involve more parties to talk, and we can hold these talks to resolve the diplomatic crisis. But given the diplomatic crisis also between Russia and Ukraine, because now the tie is cut. If you give any advice to both countries, if we wanted to approach to the end of this show, just use one sentence as advice to both countries, what would you give to either Putin or Zelensky, Professor He?
If just one sentence or two sentences, I think.
You can add more if you want.
Yeah. I think actually this is like brotherhood. You know, 20 years ago, Ukraine, they are in Russia. They are together. They under the same,
Soviet Union.
Yeah, this umbrella Soviet Union. Even we can remember all those great figures in the Soviet Union's history, like they even born in Kiev. Like the birthplace also for Stalin himself. So many, even we heard those story, Even in my primary school time, I read those history books, saying this is so they are together. So now they are mutually, against each other, even killing. When I saw those kids, even hiding in those underground, those tube station, this is shelling coming down. I really feel very, sad about this picture. And also Chinese students now is remain there. They also send back a lot of video, self-made video. They worried very much. So peaceful situation, that's the thing all the people wanted. If this war, they will give a big, deep scar, I think, for those Ukrainian people and the Russian people. We have heard a lot of Russian people also on the protest against the war.
In Moscow.
Yeah, this even coming goes to generations. Yeah, the son and the grandson, they all remember what Russia had done to Ukraine. So that's definitely not a good thing. So everything can be resolved. This is our Chinese philosophy.
But I just wanted to add one more question. Do you think that Putin will stop this anytime soon?
Now, from those 2 days action, I don't think he will stop. Yeah, he will make something he really wants. Yet he already began. Yeah, and the Russian troops also sacrificed some helicopter, and even soldiers' life. So he must get something he wants.
So your so your advice to Putin could be that stop the war.
Yeah, until he gets something. Now the Kiev government say yes.
What about Zelensky then?
Zelensky now, I really worry about his life. This remain, safety, because I don't know, after our show is over, maybe new things coming out from frontier in the Kiev. Yeah, some say Russian troops are already there. Yeah. So this is the thing. Ceasefire, this is all the peace lovers people we could calling for. But for Russian side, they don't want to immediately do the ceasefire. They need something in their hand. Hold on. And eventually can bring those things to the negotiation table.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
So, as we discussed, we also monitor this news, briefing us that there are continuous explosions in the country and there could be further casualties in the country. But anyway, what about you, John? If you give any short advice to both leaders?
Yes, let me just repeat my proposal, okay? So proposal one.
Okay.
Yes, proposal one. President Zelensky can resign, so there will be a kind of new methodology for paving the way for a new government and then negotiation, okay, coming forward. And secondly, let me repeat that there should be kind of double suspension, okay? No more NATO expansion and no more military threat against Ukraine. So it's very simple.
So I just wanted to wrap up because I think Professor He just talked about the historical ties between the two countries, and I think the leaders, any leaders, if we have the new president, new Ukrainian president, I think he or she has to learn the historical ties with Russia. At the same time, I think for the current situation, Professor John would see that there could be the suspension about this crisis so that we could find a possible way to a peaceful settlement.
Yeah, in that way, I think for the future, this Zelensky himself, I don't think he will change that much. Even the resign, like Professor Jiang mentioned, I don't think he will take that advice either. Now both sides, they go just to their own direction. So until one side broken down, And then that will the time to come as some compromise. But in the future, this Ukraine, this country, and the people there, the future for them definitely is neutral, this position. That is the best solution for their security. Yeah, otherwise, there's no security at all, either with the West or like goes to the the East or West, because they just between this East and West. For them, no exit for security. Absolute security is non-existent. So they have to take the neutral way.
So, though it is
not join NATO, this has already proved. Yeah, NATO cannot back up you.
But at the same time, you could understand that there could be a lot of challenges for any leaders to stay neutral, especially in this geopolitical fight between the West and the East. Or you could say that Russia could be the East, but yeah, there could be a big challenges for leaders. So that will do for today's special coverage on the Ukraine-Russia crisis. Thanks so much. We have the Professor He Wenping, the Senior Research Fellow from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Also via Skype, we have Professor Jiang Xueshi with Global Studies of the Shanghai University. And you could also leave more comments and thoughts on our social media. We could also continue the discussions on the Ukraine-Russia crisis. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Yes, apparently, the candidates investigative for some reason Yes, the line is long. And there is thousands of people basically queuing in the line, and what they heard also that the train is coming Yes, but I couldn't finish this line because I have to do also hotspots and there was a guy but I'm not, he was here, hold on a second. Okay, so he will file okay. I'll do it later, so no problem. Yeah, maybe in like 2 hours, 3 hours. Just now. Okay, like here.
Si è mobilitata tutta la popolazione, molte persone sono mobilitate, hanno fatto anche la notte, qui hanno portato proteste, hanno portato cittadinanza, hanno portato te, hanno portato latte caldo per i bambini. Sono state scene non facili, vedere dei bambini con le proprie mamme, assistere a dei mariti che hanno accompagnato per coloro dei mariti e nulla, ma non sono stati abbastanza facili da
Avem o grădină mare, avem două, una mai mică.
Eu stăm acolo pe stradă. Pe stradă aici?
Avem mare ăla care e mare. Ăla mare, în jos, da. Dacă l-a spus să fie așa și să și bați cu el.
Via!
Da, non so parlare.
Hello. Sorry.
Bună ziua! Chiar acum am mutat cineva, un coleg, ar vrea să ia legătura cu cineva, vrea mai multe persoane, să aduc portatul în alimente, să ar vrea să vorbească cu cineva unde s-ar putea organiza.
Haide, moș!
Dați numărul de telefon, să le știu să mă sune sau cine, că e degeaba mă sună. Colega nostru, polițist de pompieri. Eu nu câțiva prieteni de-a lui și așa mai departe. Ar vrea să mergem bani, să adune alimente și ce ar fi necesar. La unde să le ducă, unde să vorbească cu cineva.
Da, este noi mai mult ne așteptăm prietenii din ajutor umanitar. Cei care au
Unele separate.
Mă nu știu, nu drum bani. Probabil că n-ar avea.
Ok.